We are live at Coletco for Monday night's live Facebook record sale. And when you're on and watching, be sure to let me know. We are here and we are officially rolling. Laura first in the chat. She may be at a slight advantage though back there in the back. Let's open up some stuff here. Let's open up this. Welcome everybody. There's my phone. All right, let's hit the like button, share button, copy link button, share button, group button. And let's share that. And then here. And copy link. And welcome everybody. It's the day after the Masters. I'm recovering. That was an emotional, stressful. I hadn't been that stressed watching a sporting event since I guess Tennessee played probably in a football game last year. I mean, I don't know if I was a relaxing Sunday or I was legitimately stressed. I was a little bit more legitimately stressed. But that was fun. And now we have a full focus week ahead of us. A full focus week. Let's tag followers already in the chat. Let's go down here. All right, Facebook. And then this is also streaming on here. How sweet it is to be. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I think some people like the Monday sales to kind of unwind, chill with Chad, CC, chill with Chad at Coletco, CCC. Hopefully you're here. Ed has successfully sent invoices. And I'm almost done sharing. That's shared. I think we're ready to go. All righty. All right, welcome everybody. First auction I have is an original. This is some stuff that didn't get paid for. This is an original backstage pass for Bon Jovi. This is some stuff that didn't get paid for. From actually Hatchet Ed brought it to me a while back, and I never have resold it. But it's an original backstage guest pass for a Bon Jovi New Jersey tour. The real deal. Look how cool that is. Has the Joker on it. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Bon Jovi backstage pass. $7 start on that. That's up for bid. And I was worried. I actually was just a few minutes later because I was chatting with Paul. I was like, man, where's the rest of our New Orleans records at? Because I know there's at least like 5 more good boxes. I just didn't know where they were. And he found one that he started on yesterday. I hope y'all were watching. And then before I went live, I was like, man, we got to find these because that's going to be a big staple for this week. We got to find the rest. And I have located them. I hadn't actually physically touched them, but back over here around this wall, I know where the rest of them at. So I'm kind of glad, but I just want to let everybody know we're getting down to where I know there's at least 5 more boxes, good boxes of very mixed New Orleans records. And then I think y'all seen the other night in these brown boxes, I found a ton of great cassettes, and we're going to be working into some of those as well, okay? And hope everybody's ready. And here's the next one, New York Loose. This is a good box because I could just tell by the way it looks, it was better records, and it looks like Paul sold about half of it. Let's try to do the other half tonight. So here's New York Loose, Green Light Semaphore. That's a $5 start. Bon Jovi has a bid already for $7. That's an original guest pass with the Joker on it. Very cool backstage pass. And that's where we're at right now. The show has officially began. Looks like the auctions are already up here. John's brought me another box of what we call just miscellaneous 45s. And if you give me a second, I'm going to try to clean up this area here so I can make sure I know where I'm at. Now, I know I hadn't sold these off because there's still an Elvis box set here. What's up with that? What's up with that? Y'all ever seen that Saturday Night Live skit? What's up with that? What's up with that? Okay, that's Paul McCartney. That's some pretty good stuff here. Jeannie Wren. Geronimo's Cadillac. I don't remember showing some of these. I'll bring that over. I was actually about to do some condensing, but that's okay. All right, so Bon Jovi and Record Store Day. The 13.4 Elevators is an 80s Grease reissue. 80s Grease reissue is what Laura just sent. No, I hadn't really been looking for Yes. I think some people have already reached out about it. They either got a copy or something. But no, I hadn't actually particularly been looking for it. But it sounds like there's enough people reached out or have sent me links that it sounds like it's accessible. So we're going to start tonight with Buy It Now Best Offer, Vintage, and auctions, and just get the show on the road. So, but we don't get Record Store Day releases, unfortunately. We have a lot. I do have a lot of vinyl this week, hopefully coming in. I spent several hours last night ordering, and there's one crate here for tonight, which is new pre-orders for this week, and we'll have more because I've kind of decided about every night this week I'm going to order lots of vinyl because we sold off probably a third of our old inventory, so it's time to start restocking with new stuff. So let's get started with Vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. Let's bring my phone a little bit closer. And here's our first 2 auctions. I need an empty crate, which I have somewhere over here behind me. Give me 1 second. I got some new guitars, mini guitars, not real guitars, but they're pretty cool if you've never seen them. Let me put this right here. These are really cool mini guitars. Oh man, we got a ton of seam splits. Oh man. A ton of seam splits, don't we? That's horrible. Half of these Melvins are seam split. Half of the South Parks are seam split. Man. Yep, Japanese over here. We're about to bring that over. That's Paul's crate. And I'll take that. Yeah, I was coming over there to get that empty crate. I'll take that anywhere. Right there's fine. If you could hand me that empty crate, that's what I was on my way to do for my first empty one here. Okay, so we got Emmylou Harris. This is, appreciate that, Quarter Moon in a 10-cent Town. These are all going to be Buy It Now or Best Offer. Emmylou Harris, no condition notes, $14.99. The way this crate works is you can make an offer or you can go ahead and buy it. Totally up to you. So the first two auctions, this Bon Jovi Backstage Pass, Michelle Wagner has it for $10. That means Charles Siebert, you're out. Charles, let me know if you want back in. And New York Loose has a bid for $5. New York Loose has a bid for $5. Also, we have Body Barrack Room Ballads. That's $14.99. Some kind of bizarre compilation there. $14.99 on that. Dan Moran, right off the bat. Emmylou Harris, $10. That works out good. First record sold to Dan Moran for $10. Songs in the Key of Life, Stevie Wonder. This is, of course, a classic album. Beautiful vinyl, $29.99. No 45 with it, but it does have the book and it's OG. That is really clean for $29.99. New York Loose has a bid for $5. I have a new shipment of Japanese. I don't know if David Johnson's watching or not, but if he is, he's about to see some Japanese. If he's not, he's about to miss some Japanese. So the first thing we have is a classic album here by the Eagles, and this is the long run. Beautiful. $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the Japanese book. It's a Heartache Tonight. Those Shoes, The Sad Cafe, King of Hollywood. I Can't Tell You Why. And then one of my favorites, In the City. Beautiful Japanese. Of course, this cover and the U.S. pressings are always worn down. That one's really nice. That's going to go up for a $3.5. In case you didn't know, that's a $35 start. Peter Mazzolino, he goes ahead and claims the Stevie Wonder. Joey Swords, You Were Second. We have Pat Travers Band is $19.99. New York Loose is sold to Rebecca for $5. What about this? Charles Siebert, do you want back in on the Bon Jovi Backstage Pass for more than $10? If not, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Michelle Wagner. That is a final call to Michelle. Just saying. It is a final call. We are about to sell it. Here's our next New Orleans single. This is Long John Hunter, Hey Mrs. Jones, and Betty Lou. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Also, we have Santana Welcome, $19.99. This is a buy it now or best offer crate, $19.99 on that. This is Port Said, the music of Middle East. Some belly dancing music here, $19.99. Some international music. Emmylou Harris, there's another Emmylou. Last Date, this Emmylou has the original on her sleeve. That's $14.99. Long John has a bid already with Robert Warner for $5. And then the Baker Groovitz Army, $19.99 on the Baker Groovitz Army. Sterling, look, mastered by Robert Ludwig. I think at this point, anything with his initials on it has become collectible. We have Van Camp's Pork and Beans. This is a promotional record for the Indianapolis 500. Very cool. The Indianapolis 500. That's $19.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. We have another Emmylou Harris sold to, once again, Dan Moran for $10. Thank you, Dan. That's sold to you. How about Rail Sounds? Steam Locomotive. Rail Sounds. That's $14.99. That's trains. And unfortunately, I lost somebody on the Bon Jovi. I never did hear back from Charles Siebert on this. So Michelle Wagner, this is sold to you for $10. Thank you, Michelle Wagner. This is sold to you for $10. Michelle Wagner, now you've bought from us before, right? That name sounds very familiar, but at the same time, it's on YouTube, and I don't remember you on YouTube. So let me know. You might say, yes, I've bought from you 3,000 times, or no, I'm a first-time buyer. Let's update the title right quick. Sorry, I had to set up the laptop today, and I was a few seconds late because I was trying to figure out how to turn on this new monitor, but I have it figured out now. All right, now the date's changed. Thank you, Ron Phillips. It has been changed. All right, I love these offers coming in. Santana sold to Troy Robinson for $14. Belly Dancing sold to Ryan for $15. And Rick Hall on Trains for $10. I just got to make sure Michelle Wagner is good to go on this because this is the second time we had to sell this. The last person who bought it, I don't think they didn't pay for it either because they was a new buyer and we never did hear back from them. So I really want to make sure before I sell this a second time that we're good to go. So the last person who bought this was also a first-time buyer. Now Michelle Wagner is a first-time buyer. So Michelle, what I need you to do is go to the link in the description of this live video and I need you to register on our website, okay? And if you don't mind doing that right now, this is CollectCo and the link to the description of the video will get you registered on our website, okay? I appreciate it. Thank you for joining us here at CollectCo. And it says, I definitely need to make sure you're good and registered because you also have a very new account. And not only do you have a new account, but it's your first time commenting on the channel. So make sure that you register And then when you're done, come back and let me know so I can verify everything, okay? Long John Hunter is the final call for 5, and the Eagles is 35. Peter Mazzolino gets the Indy for 15 if you want it. Kelly Cook offered 15. Peter, you offer 10. Peter, it's yours for 15. If not, then it's Kelly's. I don't never mean to pick on new-time buyers, but when you're new and you have an account that's less than a week old and your first thing on the channel is you bid on something immediately, it's usually a red flag. So we like to make sure you're registered because this is going to be a long week and we can't continue to sell to you unless we have your information, and we may actually get you to prepay, okay? So after you buy a couple things, just because you've got a new account, you've just started commenting, sometimes we might even ask you to prepay on some stuff, okay? Peter Mazzolino says he's good, and he says he'll take that for $15. And thank you, that is sold. Also, we have Merry-Go-Round and Circus. This is the Calliope music in shrink wrap, $14.99. And thank God it's Friday. This is a triple LP, actually. Is this a triple LP or is it just a... Yeah, this is a triple LP. Thank God it's Friday. It's a triple LP, $29.99. And we have Huey Lewis and the News Sports, $19.99. This is an OG with the original inner sleeve. Let me make sure we have your information. I think Ed's still here. I might can step around here and ask him. Give me 1 second. All right, I've got Ed checking on that. Fantastic. And let's go ahead and make this a buy now for $35. We have Eagles, the long run. That is a Japanese pressing for $35. Welcome. If you are new, welcome. You are welcome to bid and buy anything. We just like to make sure everybody's good to go, set up, and ready to pay us come Monday, because this tonight officially starts a new week. And the new week began $7 in limited shipping. That actually began last night with Paul. It actually began last night with Paul. So for the next 6 nights, 7 days in total, 7 days, $7 in limited shipping, 7 for 7. The Eagles is sold to George Samberes for $35. Rebecca gets the merry-go-round record for $10. And Long John Hunter is sold to Robert Warner for $5. I do have another really cool backstage pass. Check this out for you Van Halen fans. This is the Van Halen Balance North America Tour 1995 Working Personnel Original Backstage Pass. Another one we didn't get payment on, so let's try to get payment on it this time. $10 start on Van Halen. That's from the Balance Tour. Lots of great Japanese price pressings to run tonight. That first one slipped through with no bid. Hopefully that doesn't happen too many more times tonight, but it did sell for $35, the George Samberes. Here's the next one, a superb, a beautiful, near mint minus and pristine pressing of Been Out of Shape by Rainbow. That's a $35 start. There's the insert, there's the cover and Obi, and Rainbow is now going up for a $35 start. There's another original backstage pass, and let's throw up another single. This is going to go up for a $5 start, and this is Adam and the Ants, Kings of the Wild Frontier. Looks like a newer record. It's numbered 2128 of 3000. Adam and the Ants and Ant Music. It is a $5 start. I don't know exactly what year. It feels newer for sure, but that's going to go up for just a $5 start. If you just joined us, we're in the middle of a buy it now best offer bin, and there's a lot selling out of here. The Platters, Volume 2, that's definitely an older record, Black Mercury label, $9.99. Thank you, Ed. Michelle, you're registered, and you're welcome to bid the rest of the night, okay? We have Gary Grant and Sophia Loren in Houseboat. That's something I don't see as often. Columbia 6-eye label, $19.99. Brian calls in on Adam Ant for $5. We have A History of New Orleans Rhythm and Blues. That sounds interesting. $19.99. Lee Dorsey, Ermy Thomas, Johnny Adams, $19.99 on that. Ooh, this has got a weird mark on the vinyl. I don't know if that's supposed to be on there or not. It looks like just a scuff, but it's odd looking. $19.99. We have Steve Biddlecombe on the Platter. Steve, that's so to you. Now, the way I understand, Steve's over in the UK, so we got a Platters record going over the big pond to the United Kingdom. What time is it there? It's got to be early in the morning. We also have Dan Moran second on the Platters. We have Houseboat at $15. Let's go ahead and sell Houseboat to Aaron Below. Thank you. Always interesting to see UK viewers tuning in because I know it's either really late or really early over there. It always intrigues me. Thank you, Steve. And we have the Spirit of 67, Paul Revere and the Raiders. This is $9.99. A really nice Columbia 2-eye mono. That's $9.99. Final call to get a bid on the Van Halen Balance, original backstage pass for personnel. It's a crew pass. No bid on Rainbow, looking for a $35 start. And Adam and the Ants just has one bid for $5 with Brian Call. Final call. Final call to Brian Call. The best of Emmylou Harris profile, $14.99. It has the original winter sleeve with it, $14.99. Brian Call also on Paul Revere. Thank you, Brian Call. And Martin Denny's Exotic Sounds at Broadway. Martin Denny, $9.99. Where's Tracy Songer at? We have Dolly Parton. Check out this bizarre Camden compilation from the UK, $24.99, or is it Canada? It's definitely not in the United States. It's UK, Camden, $24.99. There is a new bid on Adam Ant for $7. Dan Moran's 3 for 3 on the Emmylou Harris. Now he gets that one for $10. Thank you, Dan Moran. And then we have Walt Disney Story and Songs from Babes in Toyland, $19.99. I had a bid on Adam in a comment, but if it's a foul, I had bid 6, okay? So 5, I don't think your 6 came through, but now there's a 7 and now there's an 8. Steve Biddlecombe on Denny. Martin Denny sold to Steve Biddlecombe. And now we have bids coming in on Adam and the Ant. We have a Billy Joe interview. This is some kind of promo with music. It has 6 songs and an interview. And I think it's one of those deals where he's talking and then it plays music. It's a promo only, $29.99. Joe Willinger on Babes and Toylands. Now Adam Ant has another $8 bid with Brian Call. 38 special Tour de Force. Tour de Force does have some writing on the cover. Original winter sleeve, $24.99. And who came first? This is Pete Townsend. His solo album, his first solo album, early too, on track, $19.99. What is this, like 71, 72, $19.99. That would have been put out about the same time Who's Next came out. All right, no bid on Van Halen Backstage Pass. Last time we sold this, it sold for $17. Now it's a buy it now for $10. Van Halen Balance, Backstage Pass, original, of course. Now Adam Ant's 10, and if anybody wants Rainbow, it's a $35 buy it now. Now Adam Ant's 10, Craig's out, so it's between Brian Call and Mike Owen, and if somebody does want Rainbow, it is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on that. All righty, so let's go ahead and slip this back over here. And by the way, that is a very nice top copy from Japan. Let's put that one over there. Van Halen did sell. Van Halen did sell here for $10 to Michael Ruttman. Rebecca second. Aaron below, you get Pete Townsend for $15. Thank you. Mike Owen third on Van Halen. Alonzo gets the Rainbow for $35. Thank you, Alonzo. That's so do you. And Adam, Brian calls out on Adam, so Mike Owen has that for 10, and that's a final call. I have one more backstage pass to run. I'll go ahead and show you again. Another one right here. This is really cool here. Rat. Look at this one. City to City World Tour 1989. A backstage pass. Brand new, it looks like. That's pretty incredible. $10 start on that. I remember when we had that collection, we had an awesome collection of backstage passes. We were auctioning them off just like 45s, $5, $7, $10 starts. Based on what that one last sold for, let's go ahead and start that one for 10. Rad is a $10 start, okay? Now, let's see what we have next here. Rad already has a couple bids. And now we have Hank Williams' Greatest Hits. That's Hank Williams Sr. Really nice looking copy here. It's in shrink, $24.99 on Hank Williams Jr. Weather Report is $12.99. That's called Tail Spinning. It does have the original inner sleeve, $12.99 on Weather Report. And Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down, all night long. $9.99. Original inner sleeve. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? This is sold to Mike Owen for $10. That's Adam and the Ant. That is sold. Ants are gone. Now we're bidding on Rat. We've sold Ant, now Rat. Lots of pesky little things we're bidding on tonight. Here's our next single, the Standells, Poor Boys, Born in a Rumble, a Sunday's gray vinyl. Looks like we're in a pretty good box of New Orleans stuff here. The Standells is going to go up for a $5 start. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. Check this out. This is Bob Dylan's Hard Rain, a beautiful looking Japanese pressing here of Obi. I love how the Obi covers up half of his face where he's like peeking around a corner. He's peeking around the Obi. $35 start for Bob Dylan. As you would expect, the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the original under sleeve. It has a book with it. And this is the Obi, $35 start. This is a buy it now best offer. This is a buy it now best offer, Ben, just FYI. Let's jump back over here. So Rat had bids for 10, 10, 12, 13, 15, 16, 16, 20, 21. What was the Hank Jr.? This was Hank Sr. This is Hank Sr. Hank's Greatest Hits, $24.99. And then Hank Williams Jr. for accepting bids. There's no Hank Jr. This is Hank Williams Sr.'s greatest hits. It is $24.99 in shrink wrap. The Standales is a $5 start, and we have a backstage pass from Rat that's getting multiple bids now. We got Johnny Cash in shrink wrap from Sea to Shining Sea. How did that not sell the first time around? It's a beautiful copy, a Columbia 2i original in shrink wrap for just $14.99. That doesn't make any sense to me. The Police, Ghost in the Machine, how did this not sell the first time around? Another OG that's phenomenal with the original inner sleeve. That's $24.99. And the Jaggers, we went to different schools together. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. That's why I wanted to go through this bin. This bin is fantastic. It's got so many great titles in it, and it's stuff like, I can't believe this didn't sell. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please. Working on the purple juice right now. I'm going to try to lay off the blue juice for a few days. I found out, which I think I already knew this, I think those things are pretty loaded with sugar. Like, I can get a lot of caffeine. I can get a lot of caffeine without sugar. And I was told, like, hey, I think those things, they put about this much, like, just straight sugar syrup in the bottom of them. I was like, wow, maybe that's probably why sometimes after I drink one, after the hype goes away, I do feel a little bit like I'm about to crash. So I'm going to try to go about a week without any blue juice, okay? But I still got my purple juice over here, which is like sugar-free. I'm going to see how that goes. We'll see what happens, okay? First thing we have is Bob Dylan, 35, Bob Dylan, 35, Rat, 25, Rat, 22, Rat, 30, Jason Boxell, first on Johnny Cash, Kelly Vladarchuk, second on Johnny Cash, Brian Owen, third on Johnny Cash, Michael Ruttman, fourth, Dan Moran, fifth. Kevin Boyer does get the Police, though. That's sold to Kevin Boyer. Kevin Boyer also gets the Hank Williams Sr. That is sold. And we have late, great Buddy Holly, $19.99. Yeah, I actually don't really drink a lot of sugary drinks, honestly. No Cokes, no, you know, nothing with sugar in it, really, as far as a drink. Now, I'll eat the heck out of a chocolate pie, but I try to wait for, you know, no, maybe a milkshake, you know, but yeah. Anyway, next thing is Buddy Holly. That's sold to Kelly Vladarchuk. And we have Don Henley, I Can't Stand Still, in shrink wrap with hop sticker, Dirty Laundry, $19.99. I'm sure the crew in the back's probably like, are you kidding me? No more blue juice? Sorry, Paul, Laura. And I just told my sister I'd get her into the rotation, too, to go get a blue juice every day, but I guess not. Okay. Coffee. I don't like coffee unless I put about that much sugar in it. Once again, I drink coffee about once a month at Waffle House, and it's like half sugar, half coffee. So, yeah, and I will drink sweet tea occasionally, yeah. Well, how about I go ahead and say this. I do drink a lot of sugary drinks, but how about I try to at least cut one out that's like really bad. Sweet tea to me is just like, it's like, man, this is like healthy, though. It's sweet tea. Okay, go back to the top. And we have Police, sorry. I got really distracted there. Bob Dylan has a new bid for $36. Now, the Standales did not get a bid. I'm going to go ahead and roll that for $5. That's a buy it now. Now, what about Rat here? R-A-T-T, R-A-T-T-T-T, Rat. And it looks like Rebecca had it for $30, and now it's a final call, okay? Rebecca has it for $30, and that's a final call. We're doing a buy it now best offer bin, okay? Next thing we have is Willie Nelson, All-Time Greatest Hits Volume 1. Willie is $14.99. All-Time Greatest Hits, $14.99. And Eraserhead, the original soundtrack recording, 2012, $99.99. Also, we have Carole King, Welcome Home, $14.99. Carole King, Welcome Home. Now, the current two auctions, or the only auction really left, is Bob Dylan, a Japanese pressing of Hard Rain. Randy Klein has that for $36. It's going once, going twice to him. Now, Andrew Shaw got the Standales for $5. Aaron Below was second. And we have Dan Moran on Willie Nelson. Dan Moran on Willie Nelson, $10. No lumberjack. How about this? I'll take a 3-day break from blue juice. We'll bring one out for Thursday Metal Night or whatever night, Friday, some kind of crazy night that I'm going to need like an extraordinary boost. But if you haven't told, this purple stuff over here I drink, it is pretty dang potent because it's already kicked in pretty good. I don't know what they put in it. I'm sure it's not healthy either. Anyway, here we go. Adam and the Ants, Dog Eat Dog, another UK single here. Really cool. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Willie Nelson sold for $10. And we have Ruby and the Romantics, $19.99 on that. Ruby and the Romantics, $19.99. Neil Young, this note's for you. Neil Young is $34.99. And the Kids from Fame, $19.99. That's a really clean copy there. Okay, now we have Rat. That's sold to Rebecca for $30. Who was the other bidder on Bob Dylan? The other bidder on Bob Dylan, I know Randy Klein has it, George H. George H., I guess Mr. George H. Let me know if you want back in. Mike Owens in on Don Henley for $18. Thank you, Mike Owen. That's sold to you for $18. And we have All in the Family's second album, $19.99. Joe Salomo on Ruby and the Romantics for $16. That's sold to Joe Salomo. We're going through a Bot Now Best Offer bin. How about Three Little Pigs, another Disney record? We had one just a second ago. That's a cool one I don't see as often, $19.99. And we have Cornerstone by Holly Dunn, $14.99. All right, Adam and the Ant. This Adam and the Ants, Dog Eat Dog, it definitely is a UK copy. The flip side is Physical, Your So, and that's a $5 star. Joe Willinger picking up the Disney record, Three Little Pigs, that's so to Joe Willinger. I think I have another backstage pass. Ooh, I do, and guess who? It's Kiss. Kiss, another backstage pass. I don't know. This came, it has a, I remember this collection. See here on the back. This is an original backstage pass issued to various blah, 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 blah. And it says, many times various shapes and themes of the artwork were also used. This pass has been laminated to preserve it. So this is Kiss. It's a backstage pass. It says access all areas. It has a sticker on the back saying this is an original. I don't know, but last time it sold for pretty good. No payment from the same person who bought the other three. That's now going up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. Next new bids is Susie was second on Three Little Pigs, and Rebecca is at 5 on Adam and the Ants. Ginger, All in the Family price. All in the Family. All in the Family's $19.99. No condition notes on that. All in the Family's $19.99. And we have the best of Arlo Guthrie. That's $19.99. Also, Weather Report, Sport and Life. Weather Report, $19.99. Adam Ant has a bid for 5. Kiss is a $10 start. And now Randy Klein, I'm going to go ahead and sell you this for $36. Randy Klein, you get the Bob Dylan for $36. Thank you. That's so to you. I lost George H. somewhere, I think. That's unfortunate, but now that's sold. Next thing we have is Asia self-titled, $19.99 for Asia self-titled. And Whitney Houston is $24.99. Whitney Houston, $24.99. Ginger Lynch, I'm going to sell you All in the Family's second album. And then somebody asked how much was Holly Dunn. Holly Dunn was $14.99. We also have Volume 2, 14 more. This is Volume 2 to whoever bought Volume 1 earlier of Hank Williams Sr.'s Greatest Hits, $24.99. Ben Doggart on Arlo Guthrie for $15. That's so to Ben Doggart. Also, Clint Eastwood's Every Which Way But Loose. That's $19.99. And King Edwards presents Ska-volution. Ska-volution, King Edwards, $19.99. All right, Rebecca, you were the only bidder on Adam and the Ants. That's sold to you for $5. As soon as I said that, Brian bid 7. That is very unfortunate for me, Brian, but not unfortunate for Rebecca. Sorry, I have already sold that. I thought there was only one interest of that. Here is the next one. Sorry about that, Brian. Next thing we have is the Dogs D'Amour Trail of Tears. This is going to go up for $5. It includes a poster bag. That's now up for a $5 start. Next is Holly Dunn. It's sold to Larry Smith for $10. And then next is Hank Williams Sr. 2, sold to Kevin Boyer. And Ska is sold to Aaron Below for $15. If anybody wants the Kiss Backstage Pass, it's a buy it now for $10. A Kiss Backstage Pass. Seems like that's a good deal. Only $10 on that. Another Hank Williams Sr. This is I Won't Be Home No More. A promo copy, too, from MGM. $29.99 on that. All right, let's jump over here and put up another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing I have is going to be one of our staples. If you don't have one, it's an incredible sounding record pressed in Japan. And this is Billy Joel, 52nd Street, $35 star. Chris Redlings, you were in on Dogs D'Amour for 5. Going once, going twice to you. There's the original on her sleeve. There's the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. Billy Joe, 52nd Street. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Next is Walt Disney's Pinocchio. That's $9.99. Weather Report is $12.99. And we have Yes songs. Look how nice the jacket is. Unusual for this record. Very unusual. Triple LP Live Yes Original, $44.99. Let's put up some new singles. I have another record over here that is sealed. It's Weezer. It's called Wave Break. Tell Me What You Want. It's new. It's sealed. It is going to go up for a $5 start. Weezer, $5 start on that. Classy Lonnie Metal wants the Kiss Backstage Pass. That's sold to Classy Lonnie Metal for $10. Thank you. Susie on Pinocchio and Brian Call on Weather Report for $7. That's sold to Brian Call for $7. Thank you. That's sold to you. Next in here is Sold Out, The Righteous Brothers, $9.99. Huey Lewis and the News 4, $19.99. Also, Emmylou Harris, Luxury Liner, $14.99. I wonder if Dan Moran's watching. Emmylou Harris is $14.99. And Triumvirate Waterfall, 12-inch single promo, $9.99. And Dolly's $24.99. Any Elvis or 50s Japanese? No Elvis Japanese, and I don't think I have anything as old as the 50s. No, I don't see much 50s Japanese. I wish, but no, not tonight, unfortunately. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. So here's where we're at, folks. We're selling records, if you hadn't already noticed. So, final call to get a bid on Billy Joe for $35. Stephen Riley's at $7 on Weezer. Rebecca, you're out. The Dogs D'Amour is sold just one bid for $5 to Chris Ridlings. We have an offer on Huey for $10. That one was $19.99. Michael, let's make that $14 and I'll sell it to you. Jason Boxel said Dolly $18. That's sold. I haven't seen any level 42. No. Here is a really cool Aerosmith single, Love and an Elevator. Or however Steven Tyler, Elevator, he says a lot cooler. That is a $7 start. Rebecca said she didn't bid on Weezer. Who bid? Natasha, sorry. Natasha 5, Steven 7, 9, 15, and Michael McCullen said sold on Huey Lewis for 14. Aerosmith 7, sorry. I thought I saw you bid, but you didn't. All right, that was a great buy now best offer bid, and we have about 3,000 more of those we could go through. However, we have, to run through this one more time, John just dropped off some new vintage arrivals. There's already a Paul crate up here. Paul and Laura's working on more pre-owned vintage, and that's where we're at, just so you'll know. Let's run through these one more time. Buy it now or best offer. Body Backroom Ballads, $14.99. Pat Travers, $19.99. By the way, Billy Joe did get a bid for $35. We have Baker Groove It's Army, as in Ginger Baker from Cream, $19.99. Thank God It's Friday, Triple LP, $29.99. Another Huey Lewis, this time Sports, for $19.99. A History of New Orleans Rhythm and Blues, $19.99. Dolly Parton, a UK Camden compilation. Dolly's $24.99. Billy Joe Interview, $29.99. 38 Special, $24.99. Does Yes Songs have the booklet? Let's take a look at this thing. It's a really nice copy, I know that. Let's see here. Booklet. Beautiful Roger Dean artwork. They've been stored in polyline bags. We're looking for the book, though. That's weird how somebody has packaged this, though. The discs are kind of crisscrossed. Oh, they've kind of tucked them inside here. There's one. There's two. There's three. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing a book. Oh, yep, it is. Nice. Yep, it's in there. Now, I will say this, though, Mike. It looks like the address label on this thing is the second label. It has a Rockefeller address, but boy, this is beautiful. It has a Rockefeller address, which 73, this should say 1841. But that is one of the nicer copies I've seen of that. And it does have the book with it. But yes, $44.99 on that. Aerosmith 8, we have an offer on Pat for $15. Has everybody hit the like button? That's sold to Jeff Malwitz for $15. Love in an Elevator has one bid for $8 with Rebecca. We're about to sell that. And then Weezer's at $15 with Kelly Vladerchek. We're about to roll those. Next is Weather Report Tail Spinning. That Weather Report's $12.99. Yes, it's sold to Mike Bartlett for $38. Also, Lionel Richie Can't Slow Down for $9.99. The Jaggers, we went to different schools together, $19.99. Eraserhead soundtrack, that's $99.99. 2012 Eraserhead. Carol King, Welcome Home, $14.99. Neil Young, This Note's for You, $34.99. The Kids from Fame is $19.99. Weather Report, Sport and Life is $19.99. And Asia Self-Titled. Let's pause there at $19.99. Let's sell Rebecca Aerosmith for $8, Kelly Weezer for $15, and we're going to go ahead and sell this Billy Joel for $35. And $35, this is sold for $35 to... what happened to his name? It is right here somewhere for $35. It's Aaron Below. This sold Aaron Below for $35. I'm going to go ahead and, by the way, whoever's watching, I am going to go ahead and try to re-sleeve most of these Japanese pressings tonight for you. So that's sold. And then the last few records in here. Whitney Houston, $24.99. Clint Eastwood's $19.99. Hank Williams is a promo, $29.99. The Righteous Brothers is $9.99. Emmylou Harris, $14.99. And Triumvirate, $9.99. Looks like we need new auctions, right, Paul? Certainly looks like it. And then we're going to go ahead and tag some a couple pre-orders. Who do we have here? Boy, there's some good-looking stuff in here. We have the Lords and Freaks. Sounds like New Orleans singles. This is a picture disc. The Lords, not of the new church, just the Lords. And this is Like a Virgin and Methods to Madness. It's a picture disc from the New Orleans collection, I believe. We really don't know at this point where some of these come from. They just appear. They spawn just everywhere. And then here's Freaks, Freak Out Song. And that's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? Randy, you did get the Bob Dylan for $36. Yes. I got you, and I must have lost the connection with George H. too, because he was bidding, and the reason you got it is I never did hear back from him. So I'm going to keep that crate over here, so I know I've gone through it, buy it now, best offer. If anybody changes their mind, they're like, you know what, Chad? I have changed my mind, and I do want everything that's left in that crate. I'll go, good golly, Miss Molly, and we'll go ahead and tag them all for you. Y'all have already got me out of breath today. All right, let's go ahead and knock this crate out. Unfortunately, we got a bunch of sing splits on pre-orders. It is very sad because I think some of this stuff might be limited edition, but let's see what we can make out of it. Lords and Freaks already has bids. Let's throw up another Japanese pressing right quick. And the next Japanese pressing for a $35 start. I was just watching the reaction channel Lost in Vegas last night. I was just watching them react to Bad Company for the first time. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, it's a YouTube channel. They react listening to music for the first time. I've been following them for like 6 years now. I'm on their Patreon, everything. Probably one of the few accounts that I interact in with the most. Bad Company. They never had heard Bad Company by Bad Company. I think they've only heard one other Bad Company song, Feel Like Making Love. So they greatly enjoyed Bad Company by Bad Company. Very cool here. $35 start. Bad Company. $35. It is a Japanese pressing. It's pristine. It just doesn't have the obi. $35 start. All right, let's go back to the top. So I left off with Lord 6, Lords 5, Freaks 5, Lord 7, Lords 9. Does the Eraserhead have the photo in it? Eraserhead has something in it because it's very heavy. It's a very heavy... There's stuff in here. Let's see what's all in here. Let's see. It has a book. It has a download card. It has a 45. And yes, it has photos. It has 3 photos and then an inner sleeve and the disc. Yep. So that's why I knew I felt some extra materials. So there's that. And is there something else in here? Oh, that's the... Oh, I grabbed the Freaks 45. Almost stuck the Freaks down in there. All right. Now, here's our first big pre-order. Let's go ahead and do this, and I'll see who's next in line and see if anybody might want a sing split copy in case we can't get others. If not, I'm going to go ahead and try to immediately send these back. And let's see what I have here. Let's see here. Let's type in. Let's go to the group. Let's get this pulled up. And then South Park, okay? So, first thing we have here is South Park, the 25th anniversary concert, 3LP, $54.99. Celebrating 25 years of South Park. Performances from Trey Parker, Matt Stone, of course, the creators of South Park, with Primus and Ween, Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson of Rush, and this is $54.99. $54.99. It comes out Friday. Now, as you see, we have about this many, and then we have this many that got seam split. Very bad, but hopefully we can get more. So here are the first ones that I'm going to tag for people. And that's the first people who pre-ordered. $54.99. If you know you want one, let me know right now so I can get you on a waiting list in order. Autumn Betts got one. There's one sold to Autumn Betts. There's one for Jeff Helton. And these ones that I'm tagging are nothing wrong with them. They're really nice. Hiram Aponte got one. Also, Jamie Diaz got one. There's one for Jamie Diaz. Also, we have one for Jerry Stone. Thank you, Jerry Stone. That was You Were Next. Then Kenny Cates Jr. Thank you, Kenny. And then Fred Cardinale. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. Also, Tony Barrara. There's one for Tony Barrara. And then we got one for Wayne Carr. There's one for Wayne Carr. And the last good one that I have goes to Troy Robinson. Okay? Now, I have 2 people left on the pre-order, Jeff Dedman and Paul Brothers. I have 2, 4, 5 copies left that are all seam split. And here's probably the best looking one I have. So I don't know if Paul or Jeff's watching, but that's the best right there. That's what the seam splits look like. So I'm not going to tag them unless they're watching and they say they're okay with a seam split. And then I'll try to order more. This is one of those deals where, will more of them ever come in? I hope so, because I'm at least going to order 2 more. And if anybody else wants a South Park 25th Anniversary 3LP, I would let me know right now. So tonight when I order more, they'll be in by the end of the week, okay? So there's that. Now, where are we on our 45 auctions? We have the Lords is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $11. And then Freaks, the last bit on this was with Robert. That sold to him for $7. And the Japanese Bad Company is tied. The Japanese Bad Company is tied. David V bid 35 and Kevin Boyer, you bid 35. So y'all are tied, okay? And then Jeff Dedman says he's okay with a seam split, all right? Let me give you the best looking one, which I think is this one right here. Yeah, this one right here. So that means we only need 1 for Paul Brothers. Paul, if you're watching, let me know. And if you're not okay with that, I'll go ahead and try to order one regardless. If anybody else wants one, because I had enough for like 3 extras. And as of right now, I don't know if just nobody maybe is bidding because you don't want a seam split or doesn't want on a waiting list. But if you do want one, I'll make sure a nice one. As long as they're still in stock, okay? As long as they're still in stock. And then we have a new bid at 38 and now 37. So we got about 3 different bidders now on Bad Company. Let's jump over here to some more 45s and see what we can put up next, okay? And those next ones are going to be what? This and this. Just like the South Park guy, okay? Or however he says that, okay. $5 start on this. Super Snaz, $5 start. Super Snaz and Black Halos, Homeless for Christmas. Super Snaz and Black Halos, $5 start. Now, let's go back to the top and see what else I had. I had what? Make sure I didn't miss any other questions. If I did, just send it to me again. I answered Chris Eraserhead. Chris, if you make a fair offer on Eraserhead, I'll sell it to you if you're interested. Just a fair offer, and it's sold to you. Totally up to you. And then Paul Brothers says he's good with a seam split. I'll give you the next best looking one, which is this one. He says he's okay. Now, everybody that pre-ordered got one. Hopefully more comes in, and if anybody wants on a waiting list, they're $54.99. It is a triple LP. It is a triple LP. Bad Company's at 38. Kevin Boyer, it goes back to you. And then here's another pre-order. Once again, showed up with seam splits. I know, very frustrating for all of us. We got to send them back. We got to work on the return, and then I hope that I can get more. But this is a new album from the Melvins. It is called Thunderball. This is $31.99. $31.99. It's on smoke colored vinyl, which is an indie exclusive. And the first person is Hiram Aponte. That's so to Hiram. Also, we got Russell Flynn and James Bragg. Russell Flynn and James Bragg on the Melvin. So there's 2 more sold. Fred Cardinale and Joshua Cross. There's 2 more sold. Fred Cardinale and Joshua Cross. Let me pause there and let me slide this off the table, and let me put this right there. Boy, that was heavy. And let's try to get another empty crate going. Is there any empty crates around here? Do we have any? Surely we have some empty crates. Yep, there's plenty of empty crates. I need an empty crate. Let's do this right here. Let's put up next. Okay. So we got Jen Cast on a Melvins, and we got Cameron Porter on a Melvins. There's 2 more Melvins sold. Jen Cast and Cameron Porter. And then we have Brian DeLeon, Jeremiah Stasich, and Robert Matthews. Now that works out good because those didn't have any damage. And now I have, here's what's left. Now these seam splits, the rest that I have are very light, like that. I know you can, they're technically split, but they're very light. They're especially that one and that one and that one. So anybody who's next, the pre-order was hit on the number. Those are seam split, okay? And if anybody else wants one live, I see Brian Call and I see Ryan Anderson. Let me know because they're going to be lightly split. If y'all want them, just say sold Brian and Ryan. Brian and Ryan. If y'all don't want them, just say pass, okay? Or you can say you can go on a list for a better one. They hopefully will be in this week unless they're sold out. If they're sold out, then I won't know till probably tomorrow or the next day. All right. Brian Call says he will take a lightly seam split, so let's give him one. He gets the next one there. Just has a little bit of a crackle on top. And now, Bad Company. So here was the last bid. Ron Phillips bid 38. Kevin Boyer said last bid at 39, which means, Ron, I think that means if you bid 40, you can get it. But if you don't want to bid 40, it's going to go to him. He said his last bid is $39. And then Super Snaz is the first record here. Super Snaz, that is Diode City. One bid for 5. And Black Halos. Black Halos is with Rod Bryan at 5. So Rod Bryan has Black Halos for 5. And did anybody bid on Super Snaz? Nobody's bid on Super Snaz. It's a $5 start. Rod's in on Black Halos at 5. And we have, this is right here. So there is the next lightly split Melvins being sold. Ron Phillips says he's in on Bad Company 40. So Kevin, I'm assuming you're done, but make sure by letting me know by saying out. So here's the deal. We had 2 big pre-orders come in. First is Melvins, Thunderball. Melvins has a light seam crackle here. I've got 4 left at $31.99. 4 left with light seam crackles at $31.99. I have 3 South Parks left with seam splits, crackle splits, $54.99, triple LP. Now, you can claim these as is. They're brand new. They come out Friday. Or if you want to go on a waiting list for a better one, that too. And that worked out pretty good. Everybody's okay that got one of a seam split. Everybody that pre-ordered got one. Now we just got to send these back. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, I'll probably go ahead and order a few more South Parks and a few more Melvins. And if you want one as soon as they come in, we'll tag you. Eraserhead is sold to Chris Ridlings for $70. See how easy that is? Bad Company is sold to Ron Phillips for $40. See how easy that is? Now both 45s have bids for 5, and we're about to sell them. Somebody asked earlier, how many Tracy Chapman orange did I get? 11. I ordered 200, and then I ordered 50 from another place at the last minute. The place I ordered 200 from, we got 11. The place I ordered 50 from at the last minute, we got 0. So Tracy Chapman's already been tagged and sent out. That was a couple weeks ago, actually. And the only thing I have left is black vinyl. I've got black vinyl left for $33.99. Orange has been discontinued. They're not going to make any more. I only have black, and it's $33.99. That's all I have left there for Tracy Chapman. All right. Looks like we need all new everything going up right now. New this, new that. I think it might be time for, I don't know, something. We're about to find out. Let's try to find something here to go through. Something here, something there. How about we go through another buy it now best offer bin right quick. Let's do another vintage discount bin right quick. And here we go. Let me put this right up here. And I need another drink of purple juice right quick. Okay. Charles, you did not get Bon Jovi. No, somebody outbid you. I called your name about 10 times, and I was like, well, we've lost Charles Siebert. You did not get the Bon Jovi pass. Nope, I tried every which way to make sure you were still watching, but then I had to go ahead and sell it. All right, so these are sold. Black Halo sold for $5. Super Snaz is sold to Aaron Below for $5. And now we need all new everything. I have a whole crate of Japanese stuff here behind me. I am working into the auctions. And first is one I don't see too often. Stevie Wonder. This is called Inner Visions. It's a Japanese pressing. We're going to put it up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP, Tom La Motown. There's the inner sleeve, or the insert, I mean. Nice gatefold. Just has a little bit of those humidity spots on the inside. Stevie Wonder, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. So far, no auctions left behind tonight. We're going through a pretty cool bin of 45s over here. And here's the next thing I have. Elvis 20 golden hits in full color sleeves. I think I've had this before. It's a really cool set. Whoop, that's not supposed to go in there. That's Bruce Springsteen. How about we put that up for a $5 start? Bruce Springsteen, 10th Avenue Freeze Out from Born to Run. It's a white label promo, $5 start. So here's this Elvis box set. This would have been hanging like in the store at like a Kmart or something back in the day, right on the shelf where you could have pulled it out. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Elvis picture sleeves, 20 songs front and back, all near mint, beautiful. Hit songs, Return to Cinder, In the Ghetto, Blue Suede Shoes, Heartbreak Hotel, Hound Dog. All this is sold together, one lot for a $10 start. Elvis, 20 golden hits in picture sleeves. That's now up for bid, okay? Here we go. So, first thing we have is this crate. Next thing we have is this crate. Buy it now, best offer. The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Gold Mine. You can go ahead and buy these or make an offer. The Doors is $34.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Ricky Van Shelton, Wild Eyed Dream. Ricky Van Shelton's in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $19.99, and original on her sleeve. The History of Country Music, Hank Williams Sr., Volume 2. That's pretty cool, $24.99. Brian calls in on Elvis at $25. Bruce is a $5 start. And then Stevie Wonder back there, we're looking for a $35 start. Merle Haggard, His Love Affair with Trains. Merle Haggard is $14.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. Marshall Tucker Band, A New Life, MTB Gatefold. Marshall Tucker is $14.99. Also, we have Don Williams, 20 of My Best, a 2-record set. Don Williams here is $19.99. Don Williams, again, this is an original album in shrink and hop. Cafe Carolina, $9.99 on that. And A Night in Bedlam, $19.99. Record number 5 in a series of wild party songs. That sounds wild. Wild party songs, $19.99. And then Hank Williams Jr., Bocephus, $24.99. And come on, Let's Live a Little. That's a soundtrack with music by Bobby V, Jackie DeShannon, etc., etc. $19.99 on that. And Chariots of Fire is $9.99. Final call on Elvis. Brian Call has this for $25. It's a final call to him for $25. Since then, there's been bids for $10, $10, and $12, but he still has it for $25. Final call. Kevin Boyer gets Merle Haggard for $15, and let's go ahead and sell that to him for $15. The Doors has no condition notes on it. No condition notes. I looked at disc 1. It looked like it was like EX or better. Yeah, these are no condition note crate. So far, that is. Next is Don Williams Best for $12. Let's sell that to Charles Siebert for $12. And then Elvis has a new bid for $30 with Buddy Johnsey. Paul Fritsch wants the Hank Williams. Now, I'm assuming Hank S for Hank Sr. So he's talking about this compilation right here. That's sold to Paul Fritsch. Nobody bid on Bruce Springsteen. That's a $5 buy it now. A promo of 10th Avenue Freeze Out. Brian Call, you have been outbid on the Elvis. That's now at $30 with Buddy Johnsey. Larry Smith on the soundtrack for $15. That's sold. And we have the soundtrack to Dr. Dolittle, $19.99 on that. Let's go ahead and make Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions, a beautiful Japanese pressing. Just a little bit of those humidity spots inside the gatefold. The vinyl is really nice, and it's going to go up for a $35 buy it now. That's called Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions. That's going to go up for a buy it now, and that is a $35 buy it now. Let's go back to the top. Elvis 30 sold, and then Hank Jr. for 20. Let's go ahead and sell that for 20 to Cody Wright. The Doors. Who asked first about the Doors? Ryan Eaton. We'll make sure Ryan Eaton doesn't want it, but right now we do have a pending offer for $24. Elvis is now at 35. Robert De Niro, The Deer Hunter soundtrack, $19.99. The Electric Horseman soundtrack, $19.99. And John Denver JD is $9.99. What year is A Night in Bedlam? This record here is probably like early 60s. This is probably like an early 60s, early mid 60s, probably at the latest. 1999, Endless Love, 1999, has Kiss on here. I Was Made for Loving You. Endless Love is 1999. All right, so the Doors, this sold to Ron Phillips for 24. Let's go ahead and get started. Somebody said Maggot Brain. I think we have one of those going up for auction right now. It will be up for auction probably in about an hour. Maybe less, maybe longer, but at least an hour. First, I've got our next Japanese pressing, which is going to go up right now. Journey Frontiers. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It is a near mint minus and pristine. Japanese pressing, Journey Frontiers, $35 start. There's the Japanese insert. There's the other Japanese insert and a beautiful cover and obi. Now Elvis is at 40 with Buddy Johnson. We have the best of Merle Haggard. That's $14.99. We're going through a buy it now best offer bin. Ragni Radio McDermott. Disinherited, $14.99. I've never really understood that record. It must have been popular back in the day because we have gotten quite a few of them. We have Bronco Billy, Merle Haggard, Ronnie Milsap, Bronco Billy soundtrack with Clint Eastwood, 1990, and Born Free is $14.99. Night in Bedlam, 60. I was about to say, yeah, those kind of records are typically early. Over here, we got The Cure, King Crimson. We have Coven, The Byrds, Rush, Bobby Bland. I mean, if y'all seen the hot picture, you know what's coming up for auction. Everything that was posted on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. We have a community section on our YouTube where you can see hot pictures over there too. At the latest, they're posted about 30 minutes before the show, but there is a community section, and everything that was posted, we haven't sold a single record out of there yet. We've been doing 45s in Japanese, and we still got several before we even get started on tonight's actually advertised auctions. We'll start rolling those in about 15 minutes, everything that was advertised. And then the heavy hitters, it will go up a little after 7, and then some of the biggest records will be put up around 8. That's usually how that goes. Now, some nights I don't have as many warm-up auctions like Japanese or just randomness. Some nights we go ahead and like immediately start showing stuff. But either way, the high-end stuff usually don't get shown up until at least, 7:30. Okay? Now, let's go back up to the top. And the first thing we have is Elvis at 40. We have The Cure, and we have Doors Request. First thing we have is the original soundtrack to The Beast, music by Mark Isham. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. Music from The Black Stallion, that's $19.99. Francis Ford Coppola, $19.99 on that. And then our next single here is Permanent Green Light. You and I are the Summertime and Street Love. Permanent Green Light, $5 start. Where are we on the Elvis box? Buddy Johnson has it for 40. Susie's out. No one is in on Journey yet. Final call for $35 start. Next is music from The Big Chill. More music from The Big Chill. That's a great compilation. $19.99 on that. And How to Keep Your Husband Happy, Debbie Drake. That's a sealed $24.99. Jeannie Wren, 45. Is that something I said? Jeannie Wren? Oh yeah, that was over here behind Elvis, wasn't it? Give me 1 second and I'll see if I can find that. Wherever that was, it was over here behind the Elvis 45. So give me 1 second. I'll try my best to locate that. First thing I have is this next record, which is The Space Age, The Age of Reliability. $19.99, even comes with a letter of some sort. Journey has a bid for 35. David V on Big Chill. And now we also have Scandalous John. That's a Disney soundtrack, $24.99 sealed. John Denver Autograph is $9.99. And Walt Disney In Search of the Castaways, two bizarre, a little bit more bizarre Disney records there. That's a storybook and record, $24.99. And if you're just getting on, this is a buy it now or best offer bin, just saying. Buddy Johnson, you get the Elvis box set here. All these singles together sold to Buddy Johnson for $40, which is a great deal because a lot of these individually, how many's in here? Like 10 of them? A lot of those individually we usually sell for as much as, 10, 15, sometimes 20. And pretty good price there at $4 a piece for all of them. Buddy, I'm going to put them back in here in this box. Try not to ding any corners or the flaps on the box. And I'm going to put this right in here for you. Let me get this flap tucked in here. There we have it. All right. That's sold to him. Now, next thing we have is Kelly Vladarchuk on Space Age. That's sold. Permanent Green Light, final call for 5. Journey, final call for 5. Peter Cottontail, $19.99. And Hansel and Gretel. 4 Disney records there. Hansel and Gretel is $19.99. Next Japanese record going up is Elvis Costello. This is called Goodbye Cruel World, $35 start. Goodbye Cruel World, $35 start, and there's the Japanese insert, there's the other Japanese insert, there's the cover and obi. Elvis Costello is now up for a $35 start. We have Singing Dogs. Yes, this is actually dogs barking. $19.99 for Singing Dogs. Chris Ridling's in on Journey at 36. Susie wants Hansel and Gretel. That's so to Susie. Next is Steve Warner in shrink wrap, $14.99 for Steve Warner. Steve Warner, that's now up for bid. Let's go ahead and grab our next auction right quick. And we have, here it is, Jeannie Wren, 2005. This is a really cool single here. Let's put it up for a $20 start. Paul McCartney, 7-inch colored vinyl, includes Jeannie Wren and the Summer of '59. That's a tougher one to get there. Very cool. Paul McCartney, it's on ruby red vinyl. It's all near mint and pristine looking. And Jeannie Wren's going to go up for a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have Walt Disney acting out the ABCs, $19.99. And Musical Kaleidoscope is $19.99. Musical Kaleidoscope, more children's records. Kansas, cool record here. Kansas Monolith is $19.99. Permanent Green Light is sold to 5 for Robert Warner. Who else was bidding on Journey? Michael Jacob. He says he's out, so this is sold to Chris Ridlings for $36. That is sold. Final call to get a bid in on Elvis Costello for $35. How much is Jailbreak? Technically, it's already sold. It's $34.99. We have a waiting list for those. That was laying on my table here when I started the show. So it's available for sale, but we have 20 more on the way. We have 11 people on a waiting list for this from last week, and there was more in stock, and I have them on the way. But if you want that, it's $36.99. We have 20 more on the way. And if anybody else wants to go ahead and get one, let me know because there's plenty of extras. I've rejuvenated the Thin Lizzy Jailbreak again. It's on orange vinyl, Vinyl Me Please exclusive. Susie Breelove on the ABCs. Paul McCartney has bids for 20, and then also maybe another 20. Larry, make sure you put a numerical, but that's up for bid for a $20 start. Natasha on Kansas for 15. We have Fame. That is $14.99 for Fame. And Flashdance soundtrack is $19.99. We're going through a buy it now or best offer bin. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing right quick. This is Berlin, Count 3 and Pray. Berlin is going to go up for a $35 start. Berlin, very nice Japanese pressing, $35 start. Extremely nice vinyl. This is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the original insert, and there's the cover and obi. Berlin, $35 start on that. Paul McCartney has bids for 20, now 23. Our next single going to go up right now. Let's grab another one here out of the Japanese box. It's called Fur, and Fur is going to go up for a $5 start. Whoop. Fur almost fell to the ground. It landed right on top of my trash can. I don't know if that's a good or bad sign. Sex Drive by Fur. Let me make sure everything's okay. I was trying to pull it out of the sleeve. It's good to go. These things are built like tanks. Fur, Sex Drive, and I'm Not Coming. That's going to go up for a $5 start, okay? And next thing we have is Joey Swords. Make sure Fame goes in for $14.99. Paul McCartney, 25, a Japanese rock set. I have not. I have in my mind a request list of Japanese records that's pretty insane. All in the Family's $19.99. And I always tell people this. In Japan, they don't have any problem selling records. They're kind of like us. They're out there looking for collections too, just like we are. All the Japanese dealers and all the good stuff, they don't have any problem selling it. We're really lucky sometimes to get what we get. So, but I have a mental list of like stuff that I'm always looking for. I actually just started talking to one over there directly because I'm trying to go over there. I've been saying that for like 2 years. And last night on my new fresh to-do list for this week, I actually reached back out to one of them and was like, hey, I'm seriously trying to think about coming out there this fall. So and maybe if I do, I can fill up like a shipping container full of records. But I've talked to those guys before via email and about collections. And the dealers in Japan are just like us. They're looking for Zeppelin and Pink Floyd and metal, and they have just as much time hard finding it as we do. So it's pretty amazing how much demand there is for like the same records here as it is in Japan. Paul McCartney was at 25. So Ride My 65 bid 25. Elvis Costello 35. Fur 5. How much was Singing Dogs? Singing Dogs was $19.99. Singing Dogs was $19.99. This is a buy it now best offer bin. Fur has a bid for 6. Elvis Costello is a final call to Fred for 35. And Berlin is a final call for 35. Next is Absolute Beginner soundtrack, $19.99. This has David Bowie on it. Nice with the original on her sleeve. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. Also, we have songs from the Kids from Fame. That one's $19.99. Music from the soundtrack Far From the Maddening Crowd, $14.99. A lot of soundtracks in here for sure. Fast Break soundtrack with Billy Preston and Sarita, $14.99. The Flamingo Kids soundtrack was $19.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on Absolute Beginners, that's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Neil Young, Comes a Time, sourced from the original analog tape. So this is an analog remaster for Neil Young, $34.99. We have Gandhi's soundtrack, $19.99, and Tom Jones's Greatest Hits. It's not unusual, $9.99. So Paul McCartney getting lots of bids, and so is Fur. Fur's now at 8. Fred Cardinale, you're out. Fred, though, I am going to go ahead and sell you Elvis Costello for 35, and McCartney has got a jump for 50. Now, the reason I started that one at 20, and the reason it's already at 50, Paul McCartney, because I had it sitting over here, that's one of those like later singles that I never see. And I went ahead and scanned it, and even at $50 right now, it is a great price. It's what I just seen from Discogs. So Larry is maybe not bidding 50 though. Well, it wouldn't be a bad price. It's at $32 right now. And we have, this is sold to Fred Cardinale for $35. Fred, you get that. Kelly Vlodarchek got Tom Jones, that's sold. Aaron Below got Neil Young for $29. And now Berlin, just with that one bid with Ron Phillips, and now I'm selling that to him for $35. Now, what has happened on McCartney? I'm kind of confused because I don't think he meant to bid 50, and then the other bidder said he's out. So who has the high bid right now? And let's go ahead and sell Fur to Brian Call for 8. So McCartney, Larry, what is your bid? Are you done at 32? If so, Ride My 65 has it for 32. Going once, going twice. Next thing I have is Waylon, Black on Black. Waylon's $24.99. And The Who Are You? $19.99. Craig Weatherford on the Gandhi soundtrack. Thank you, Craig. Mohandas. We have Sunfighter, Paul Cantor, Grace Slick, $14.99. And Katrina and the Waves, Walking on Sunshine, $24.99. Larry says 45. So I think he's bid 45 then. Is that right? 45 on the Jeannie Wren 45. 45 on the 45. That's going once, going twice. Here's a Japanese pressing that was unadvertised that may procure some interest here. John Coltrane Ballads. John Coltrane Quartet Ballads with McCoy Tyner, Jimmy Garrison, Elvin Jones. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It is a Japanese pressing of Ballads by the John Coltrane Quartet. Does have the insert. The vinyl's nice. Actually, a really nice cover front and back, and then there is some of those humidity spots. Very common with Japanese pressings. They just have a lot of high humidity over there, and it really ages these jackets. Sometimes you'll find them pristine, but a lot of these Japanese pressings do have those spots. But if you're in for the vinyl, it is absolutely beautiful. $35 start. Okay, so now Paul's a final call for 45. Cody said he would do 20 on the Waylon. That's sold. The Who is sold for 14 to Aaron Below, and now Coltrane has a bid for 35. KC and the Sunshine Band, $16.99. And Walt Disney's Merriest Songs. Very cool here from the Disneyland label. That is nice in shrink. And, of course, any kind of Disney record we put out, As y'all know, 9 out of 10 Disney records are usually unplayable, or they look like a kid has been eating donuts and he was playing his Disney records that morning. You know, or a little girl was playing with like Play-Doh and decided she wanted to listen to, you know, Cinderella that morning. And it's just like always yucky and destroyed records. So we try to put out the nice ones, okay? Here's our next single, James Williamson and Lisa Kuvala, I Got a Rye and Heavy Liquid. It's on yellow vinyl, $5 start on that. That's now up for bid. And then Walt Disney is sold to Kelly at sticker, Susie second. Brian Katrina was $24.99, Katrina and the Waves. Paul Cantor is sold to Kevin Boyer for $14, and Ryan Eaton on the Singing Dogs. That is going to be a very interesting record to listen to. It's going to be a bunch of dogs barking like songs. Sold for $15. And Carole King Thoroughbred, $14.99. And the Jackie Wilson Story is a 2 LP compilation, $34.99. Paul McCartney is sold for $45. That's a cool one there. Larry Warren gets Paul for $45. Jeannie Wren, and The Summer of '59. Next is Reba McEntire's Greatest Hits for $14.99, and War's Greatest Hits is $29.99. I'll do 18 on Katrina and the Waves, okay? This has a bid with Brian Call for $5, and Final Call on Coltrane for $35. Final Call on Coltrane for $35. All right, and let's go back up to the top. Here, click there. And give me 1 second. All right. And now our next single is going to go up right now. And let's go ahead and start pulling some stuff over here as well from the advertised auction bin. It's about that time. What is it? 6:37. Yeah. Here's our next single, Keith Richards. This is an original. Take It So Hard, 1988. Looks like it's German or UK. It's definitely made in German. Sometimes they're made in German and they're printed in Western German. Sometimes they're like made in Western Germany, but they're for UK releases or European. Either way, Keith Richards is a $5 start. Next is Brian Call says he's good on Katrina for 18. Craig got Reba at sticker. David got War for 25. And then we are going to go ahead and sell this to Brian Call for 5. Keith Richards is very nice, by the way, vinyl and sleeve. He's a $5 start, and we only had one bid, surprisingly, on Coltrane. That's sold to Michael McCullen for $35. All right, now we are ready for new auctions, but I'm going to go ahead and show a few more LPs in here. The next couple LPs I have is Rush, Grace Under Pressure for $34.99. We also have Kansas Audio Visions for $19.99. Steve Warner is $14.99. And the Anthology of Tom Waits. What an interesting record here. Anthology of Tom Waits on Asylum. Very cool. That would be like a hits comp or best of, $34.99. Our first record I'm going to pull from the stuff that like Laura tagged for auction is going to go up right now, and it's Taj Mahal. I know this was in the hot picture. This is a U.S. reissue. It's a 70s pressing. We really don't know the pressing plant or the exact year, but it's definitely a 70s Columbia Taj Mahal. Very nice, a $25 start. Keith Richards is at 10 with Carol Puckett, now 11 with Dr. Zebo, Taj Mahal, and this is going to go up for a $25 start, Taj Mahal. Very nice there. That's now for bid. Let's see here. Next is, what's the Steve Warner? I think it's self-titled. We have another one in the bin as well. Yeah, this one's self-titled, $14.99. Also, The Best of Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton. That's $14.99. And Aerosmith, Done with Mirrors. Original under sleeve, $29.99. Aerosmith, Done with Mirrors. How much was Tom Waits? $34.99. Dr. Zebo has Keith at now 11, and that's a final call. Songs on Kansas, Relentless, Anything for You, Hold On, Loner, Curtain of Iron, Got to Rock On, Don't Open Your Eyes, No One Together, No Room for a Stranger, and Back Door. Now, Natasha, if you let me know a Kansas song you're looking for, I can probably tell you which one it's on, or the next time one pops up, I'll be like, Natasha, this is the Kansas you're looking for. Most of the time, you're probably looking for Leftoverture. Most of the time, people's looking for Leftoverture. That's the one with all the hits. Here's our next single, Toilet Boys, Go to Hell. That's a picture disc, $5 start. Hard and Be a Man, $5 on that. How much is Taj Mahal? It has a bid for $25, another bid for $25, now a bid for $26. And then any other questions, we're good to go. And here's what I'm going to do. I have an idea for a bundle, not on everything in here, but including these, including even the TV record, like All in the Family. I am, let's see, let me try to get all the soundtracks, the actual truths. This thing is loaded with soundtracks. I was going to make a little soundtrack bundle here for somebody. There's just so many on here. Should be a great deal after I pull them all together. These are all soundtracks. And yeah. And I know people, now some of these are like score music and some of it's actual music. Like you got the Flamingo Kid, Fast Break, and then this is like score music, Far from the Maddening Crowd, Songs from Fame, All in the Family, which is a TV more so record, Flashdance, Black Stallion, The Beast, Marquis Jam, Born Free, Bronco Billy, Endless Love, which has a Kiss track on it, Willie Nelson, The Deer Hunter, Dr. Doolittle, Chariots of Fire. And I think that's most of, quote, the soundtracks that's in here. Some children's records. That is technically, that's a Disney record. I'm going to leave in there because I might bundle the rest of those together. So, yeah. So, we have, and of course, these are all variously priced. Anywhere from 14 to 19 or maybe even more. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 soundtracks there. I'm thinking if somebody wanted all of those for a bundle deal at $6 a piece, that would be $90. Just throwing that out there. I'm going to show those again last in case we sell them individually, but right now they're offered as a bundle. Those 15 soundtracks at $90. Just saying. Keith Richards is sold to Dr. Ebo for $11. No, there was a new bid for $13. We're not done yet. First thing is Taj Mahal was at $27. Rebecca offered $25 for Aerosmith. That sold to Rebecca. Taj Mahal $27. There was a bid on Keith Richards for $13. Taj Mahal $28. Toilet Boys $5. Taj Mahal $30. Cody offered $24 for both Steve Wariner. There's one. Sell those to Cody for $12 and $12. Nice pickup there. Taj Mahal $35. Brian Call says he'll take the bundle. So that was 15 records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's everything from Chariots to the Flamingo Kid to whoever's tagging. Those are all sold for $90. Jeff Coleman, I've already sold both Steve Warner's to someone else. The Rush album that was left was Grace Under Pressure. Awesome. $34.99. Boy, is this weird? It doesn't have track listings on the back. Is that my imagination, or is that not supposed to be like that? It's supposed to have the tracks on the back. This don't have any tracks written on the back. $34.99. Original under sleeve. Rush. Body. This is a beautiful copy too. Body Electric. I love Distant Early Warning. Red Sector A. $34. But correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to have some stuff written on the back. That one's kind of empty looking. $34.99. Taj Mahal, Toilet Boys. Stacy, invoices are out. So I'll ask Ed, or you can just go ahead and pop over and send him a message and he'll get with you tomorrow morning. Yeah, everybody who bought something last week should have got an invoice. Those are done and they've all been sent out. Yep. Those are done and they've all been sent out. Just saying. So if you haven't got one, then check your spam, check your junk, or it might have been some kind of miscue and he just didn't get it to you. I'm going to mute my mic for a second. All right, here we go. Now, taking those soundtracks out of there, this has been another great Buy It Now Best Offer. Let's read through these one more time. By the way, the Toilet Boys did get a new bid for $7. So, Brian Call, I was pausing to sell that, and you was at $5. Now it's at $7 with Susie. Now, did Charlie DeFrank bid again on Keith Richards? A Dr. Zebo bid $14. Charlie DeFrank, you're out. Waiting for your final call on that. And then Taj Mahal is at $36 with Randy Klein. Michael McCullen's now at $37. Randy Klein, you've been outbid. Toilet Boys is now at $8 with Brian. Susie, you've been outbid. Next auction's going up right now. It's Wham. This is Make It Big. Wake Me Up Before You Go. Careless Whisper. $35 start. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It includes a book. There's George Michael. Cover, Obi, shrink wrap, and hop sticker. $35 start. $35. My Tracy Chapman Black wasn't on today's invoice. Will be invoiced separately. No, if you didn't have one on there, then there must have been a miscue on you wanting black or not. That was last week's invoice. Wasn't Tracy Chapman's last week? Brian, you should have been billed for one of those 2 weeks ago. All right, Wham has a bid for 35. Making sure Randy Klein's done on Taj Mahal and Susie's done on Toilet Boys. He's still bidding on Keith Richards. One more read through here. Ricky Van Shelton, Wild Eyed Dream, Shrink and Hop Sticker, $19.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. Marshall Tucker, A New Life, Gatefold Original, $14.99. Don Williams Cafe Carolina, Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker, $9.99. John Denver JD, $9.99. I checked my copy. Tracks are top of the back. Yeah, it's supposed to have the tracks right here. I know. This one is a misprint. There's no tracks on the back of the cover. I knew. I mean, I know for sure. I've seen the tracks. They're kind of got little dashes between them. It's gone. 34. I don't know if anybody's interested in that, but that's a misprint Rush I've never seen before. A Night in Bedlam, $19.99. Volume 5, Wild Party Songs from 1960. The Best of Merle Haggard. This is a cool jacket here. It's a Unipack design. Opens up like that. Merle Haggard, $14.99. Taj Mahal has a new bid for $38. He's out on Keith Richards. Michael Peveler, you get Marshall Tucker for $10. Let's go ahead and sell Keith Richards to Dr. Ebo for $16. Susie's in on the picture disc at $10. Brian Call, you're out. Wham's at $35 with Philip Holt. And now we have a new bid on Taj Mahal. Michael McCullen, you're out. Ragnarado McDermott, Disinherited. Another interesting record here. It's actually a top loader. I don't know what that is really, but I see it quite often. $14.99. Debbie Drake, How to Keep Your Husband Happy, $24.99. Now to the Disney stuff. We got Scandalous John left. We also have the Castaways and Peter Cottontail. So I'll do all three of these for, see, what do we have on these? I'll do kind of like a buy one, get two free. $25 for these three. This is in shrink with the Disneyland Hop sticker, storybook and record, no condition notes, and this is sealed. 3 Disney if anybody wants those for $25. Now we have Chuck Haley on Bedlam. That's sold to Chuck Haley. 3 Disney for $25 if anybody wants those. John Denver Autograph is $9.99. Musical Kaleidoscope's $19.99. And KC is $16.99. Let's go ahead and sell Wham to Philip Holt for $35. And guess what? I've sold a lot of these since we have been dealing in Japanese vinyl, and I have more. I have one more if anybody else wants a Wham for $35. I just had my finger on it a second ago. I know I have at least one more, and I think that might be it. Boy, we got some cool Japanese stuff in here tonight. So on top of all the other stuff we have to auction. So there's another Wham if anybody wants it for $35. Susie gets the 3 Disney records. She was first on those for $25. Then Den Graham, then Joe Willinger. But yeah, Tim Graham, check not this invoice, but the last invoice. If you don't have a Tracy Chapman, then send Ed a message or let me know, and we'll get you billed this week or last week for this. Let's go ahead and sell this picture disc to Susie for $10. And let's go ahead and say Taj Mahal. I've lost Michael McCullen. This has been getting a lot of bids, but now it's stalled at $38 to Randy Klein, and we're about to sell it. Paul D. and John Autograph. So John D. So there's an album called John Denver and John Denver Autograph. I think Paul Fritsch is saying he wants both John Denvers. Those are sold to Paul Fritsch and Paul Fritsch. Carole King Thoroughbred is $14.99. The Jackie Wilson Story, Your Love Keeps Lifting Me Higher. Surely that's on here. It is. Gold Stamp Promo, 2 LP. Any of these records I'll sell for a fair offer. It's a discount bin. I'm here to make deals. Porter Wagner, Dolly Parton, $14.99. The Anthology of Tom Waits, I can't believe that's still there, $34. And Kansas for $19.99. Really surprising. We have almost sold everything in that crate. Pretty amazing. I'm going to go ahead and show something I hadn't stocked in a long time. Back in the day, we used to sell a bunch of these. It seems like it was forever ago. Let me go ahead and show you this right here. These are $39.99. I'm going to show you the first one of the night. I only have 2 of them, and we can do waiting list on these. They're called Rock. What are these actually called? They're called Axe Heaven. They're very high-quality replica miniature guitars, and I think some people watching have probably bought several. This one's probably one of our all-time best sellers. This is the Randy Rhoads Flying V. This is the Randy Rhoads Flying V guitar here. It is $39.99. It's his signature Jackson Flying V, Randy Rhoads. Very cool. And it comes with a stand. Comes with a stand. Perfect to set right next to your turntable, as long as they don't fall off because you're blasting your music. But I have 2 of Randy Rhoads. I've got some others tonight, but I think there's some people watching. I've probably sold a bunch of these too. I've sold some people like 20 of them, and they have them lined up like on a shelf, and they look amazing. A lot cheaper than trying to buy the real guitar or even a replica. I don't know, what would a real one like that cost? Several $1,000s probably. But I have 2 Randy Rhoads signature Flying V's from Jackson, $39.99. Let's sell one to Rebecca. I'll have them repackage this really nice. And I have one more Randy Rhoads if anybody else wants one. $39.99. Randy Rhoads signature white Flying V. Very well made. Has a stand with it, $39.99. I got one more if anybody else wants it. All right, Taj Mahal has a bid for $40. Michael, I don't think that ever popped up on my screen. He says he's at $40. What happened there? So, what happened here? 38, and then I thought I just saw that. Now it disappeared again. Who said they bid $40 on this? Michael McCullen, or did I dream that? Which, if I've dreamed that, then I'm not really awake right now, and this is all a dream. So what's going on? Michael, I may have you bid 40 one more time. For some reason, your comments aren't coming through. Okay, and then the next comment was David V wants a Randy Rhoads. So let's sell him a Randy Rhoads. Now, if anybody else wants one, like I said, the reason I stopped selling these is because it was kind of like puzzles. I had sold so many for so long. At one time, I had like 20, and we had to discount them. And then I was like, all right, the next time I order these, it'll be a while, and we'll start selling them again. So let's start a waiting list. I know I can get them, but it will be a waiting list, so no guarantees. But they're in stock, and they're currently in production. And I've got a few more tonight, different signature guitars. So those are sold to Rebecca and David V. Let's put Patrick on a waiting list if he's okay with that. Melanie Jennings wants that other Wham. Let me put that in a new sleeve for you. Melanie gets the other Wham, the classic Wham album, for $35. All right. And then Michael McCullen is in on Taj Mahal at $40. So Randy Klein, you've been outbid on Taj Mahal. Brian DeLeon also on a waiting list for the Randy Rhoads guitar. And then there was a claim. Tim Graham said, check my claim after Rebecca. All right, so here's the most recent comments. We pulled Paul Fritch's John Denver. Rebecca got a Randy Rhoads guitar. David V got a Randy Rhoads guitar. Wham is sold to Melanie Jennings. Patrick Smith on the Randy Rhoads waiting list. Michael McCullen bid $40 on Taj Mahal. Brian DeLeon on the Randy Rhoads waiting list. Check my claim after Rebecca. Tim, there might have been a glitch in Restream because I don't see any claims from you. And now Taj Mahal's at 41 with Randy Klein. Okay, so the only stuff left in here is Kansas, Tom Waits, Porter and Dolly, Jackie Wilson, Carole King, Casey and the Sunshine Band, Musical Kaleidoscope, Debbie Drake, Disinherited, Merle Haggard, Rush, Don Williams, and Ricky Van Shelton. Merle Haggard is $14.99. Unipack sleeve, the best of Merle Haggard, $14.99. We're about to go into new arrivals. I think I'll go ahead and go through this crate that Paul brought up here. We got 4 crates from John, 2 crates already up here from Paul, and they're in the back right now marking more. So should be a great night ahead. Now we're done on Taj Mahal. I'm not going to give it any more time. That was quite the battle, but that's sold to Randy Klein. Randy, that's sold to you for $41. The board is cleared. We're ready for all new auctions, okay? Now, Tim, if you need a claim, go ahead and send it again. And by the way, just let me know if you need a, on that, if you need a, I don't know if you heard what I said about Tracy Chapman, just let us know if you do end up needing one. Okay, so the next comment is Dan Moran on Hag for $10. The next comment is Tom Waits for $30 for Brian DeLeon. Kansas and Rush bundle, but first there's a question, is Rush a reissue? No, it's a U.S. original, but we got an issue here. This is a bizarre, there's no printing on the back, but someone just commented and said theirs didn't have any printing on the back either. So we really don't know, but no, that is an OG $34.99. No, Laura's here too. She's in the back working on crates as well. I did get that last week. That's what I thought. I know we sold like 100 of them, but I can almost tell you most people who bought one because I had to go through those lists about 3 times. And then Natasha, we'll see what Oso says on Rush. If I don't do a deal with him on Rush, then I'll give you a bundle price for both of those, okay? And then we have sold an offer on Jackie Wilson. I can't do, what was this, $34.99? Kevin, I can't do 15, but I'll do 25 on Jackie Wilson if you wanted. Great soul music there. Time for a new crate. We have wore that one out. Wow. I mean, everything in there that I thought would sell. So we have wore that one out. I'll make sure there's no other claims. I may bring them back over and try to bundle what's left there. Wow. Okay. That was pretty epic. Now, I have a whole crate. Let me show it to you, just so y'all know I'm not joking. Here's a whole crate of Japanese auctions, and I've been pulling out some warm-ups. There's some pretty cool stuff in here. Beatles, Robert Plant, more Billy Joel, Jay Giles, Firm, Elton John, Framptons, Duran Durans, Led Zeppelins are tucked away in here. Some really cool soundtracks, some Elton Johns I don't think I've had in a while. So very cool. That's all coming up. That crate's right here behind me. Let's go ahead and go through this first new arrivals crate. Looks like some very interesting stuff, and we need 3 and then 4 new auctions, okay? And then Kevin Boyer said he will take Jackie for 25. Rod said he would take it if he didn't. So here's the deal. We're going to sell this to Kevin Boyer for 25. We're going to sell Oso Rush at sticker. Natasha, if you want that Kansas album, I'll do it for $15. I'll do Kansas for $15 if you decide you want that. All righty. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put up new auctions. First, I'm going to grab one of those soundtracks I just looked at, which is a great soundtrack, more American Graffiti. Awesome track listing on this. It's a Japanese pressing 2 LP. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. There's 1 LP, 2 LP, Japanese booklet, $35 start, more American Graffiti. The obi is disconnected, but I think it was made that way. I think it never did really connect like that. Let me lay that down so that we can fix that dog ear. But awesome track listing on that, okay? All right. And then Natasha passes on Kansas. Brian said he would pay full price. How about we just go ahead and sell it to Brian for $15 then? Brian gets this for $15, okay? That's sold. I'm going to go ahead and take these two. One more look at Randy Rhoads. If anybody wants on a waiting list for $39.99. Very cool. I'm about to show some more. We got 2 people on a waiting list. I'm going to go ahead and take these in the operations room so they don't break and so they can wrap these back up carefully. And now I'm going to bundle those last handful of records that was left in that crate now that I've know that everybody's done buying out of there. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 records. 8. Let's see what's left here. Let me go ahead and show them to you. So the 8 that was left was Porter and Dolly, Carole King, KC, Musical Kaleidoscope, which is a compilation, the Debbie Drake, I think, like exercise record, Disinherited, Don Williams, and Ricky Van Shelton. There's 8 records there. I will do those for $35, a little over $4 a piece. $35, just a little over $4 a piece for what's left there. And how much was Porter and Dolly was marked $15 by itself. I think the sealed Debbie Drake was marked $24.99. Just to give you an idea, but that will completely clean out that vintage bin. Where should I lay those? Let's lay them right there. Hopefully somebody gets in on that deal. Now, let's get back to the 45s and see what happened. Who got the Randy Rhoads? The first 2 people who got the Randy Rhoads live was Rebecca Howitt and David V. The waiting list was Patrick Smith and Brian D. Leon. So, Susie, if you want one, I'll have to put you on a waiting list, okay? And next is Justin Deckelman also on the waiting list. So now that's 4 people, including Susie. And then we're good to go, right? Okay. What's the wait time on the guitars? If they're in stock, they'll be in this week. If they're not in stock, there's no guarantee when they'll be in. Waiting lists are always no guarantees that they'll actually come in. But if they do, it'll be this week because that distributor ships next day. Our next auction is going to be the Who Happy Jack. And this is a 1967 Pickneyville original with the company inner sleeve. EX edition, $35 start. I may have lost count, but I think that's now including Susie, 4 or 5 people on the Randy Rhoads waiting list. This has an original Decca inner sleeve. Very cool. Really early Who album here, or earlier Who album, 67. One that's not as easy to get, especially in higher grade. $35 start. That's the Who Happy Jack. He wasn't tall, but he wasn't fat. American Graffiti, awesome track listing, $35 start. To my knowledge, that didn't have a bid. And now the 45s before we go into this new arrivals bin, okay? And yeah, some of these guitars I think are going to be really popular. I ordered what I thought were the best ones that were in stock, but I know how it always goes. Some of the ones, there was one that was requested I didn't think anybody would want, and when I told somebody I could get it, we ended up selling like 10 of them. So I'm kind of just testing the waters with these, but we'll see what happens, okay? Here is our next single, Pink Cross, Big Beat, Jesus Cheat. $5 start on that. And the Stones, a record store day, got live if you want it. Sealed Rolling Stones record store day, $5 on that. All right, new arrivals. Nobody on the bundle for $35. That's okay. Let's go through these new arrivals. These are priced as marked. New stuff from Paul. This is bound to be a very interesting crate. The Zodiac Cosmic Sounds. VG, this is Mort Garson. VG condition, $9.99. Also, John Mayer, Paradise Valley. John Mayer, EX condition, $22.99 for John Mayer. I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. George Jones, Shine On, in shrink and hop sticker, EX, $12.99. And we have Cool and the Gang, In the Heart, VG Plus, $9.99. So it looks like this is a check condition bin. The Who's at $40, and that means Kevin Boyer, you're out. Brian Call has that for $40. And that is with the Who, and that's a 67 OG with the sleeve. And then Pink Cross has a bid for $5, and Aaron Below first on the Zodiac record. That sold. The Rush Pittman press does not have the tracks listed. Okay, that must be the version then. So they must have got blank jackets at the Pittman pressing plant. That's probably what happened back in the day. Chris Kirkley on Mayer. Chris Kirkley gets John Mayer. Rebecca was second on Zodiac. The Rolling Stones has a bid for $6, and Natasha on George Jones. Now we just need somebody balled in on Cool and the Gang, and now my crate's really full. Kevin Boyer, I'm going to let you know you are out on the Who. Let me go ahead and swap out this crate because it has filled up, and now we're ready for another. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Fred Carnell second on John Mayer, and the next record in here is Krupa and Rich. Very cool. This is an original, too. 1956 mono on Clef Records. VG, $24.99. Gene Krupa and Buddy Rich. The Stones has a new bid for $7. And Jets and Gilberto. Stan Jets, Joe, Gilberto, an early mono repress. It is VG minus $9.99. $9.99. Is anybody want, before I put this bundle away, I was at $35. I'll do it for $30. Last call. That's the cheapest I'm going to sell those. If not, I'll put them back into a half-off crate later, and that means they'll sell for more. But if anybody does want it, final call on those for $30. Pink Cross, just one bid. That's sold for $5. And Pink Cross is $5 to Brian Call. And then Kevin Boyer. So that Brian, that's sold to you. Kevin Boyer just came back in on the Who for $42. Brian Call says, you got it. He'll go ahead and take that bundle for $30. So that was everything from Ricky Van to Porter and Dolly and everything in between, whoever's tagging. So those are sold. Next is Jets to Gary Samuels. That's sold. Now the Who's at $43. Fred, you've been outbid, and let's go ahead and make the American Graffiti soundtrack a $35 buy now. American Graffiti soundtrack, $35. $35. If you've never even seen the movie, which I haven't, but I've listened to the soundtrack because when you look at it, it's like a best of the 60s, you know, just great listening. 2LP, $35. Let's not get on the movie discussion again. We went down the wrong rabbit hole the other night on movie discussions. It almost killed the entire show because I was telling people my lack of watching movies. And I still didn't get to watch any over the weekend because it was Masters time. What a great tournament, too. I was on the edge of my seat. I was so stressed for Roy McIlroy. I mean, my heart was beating. I was like, this guy, oh my gosh. I mean, I couldn't imagine what he was feeling because I was stressed out. I was exhausted. After it was over, I ate some food and I went straight to sleep. I mean, it physically drained me watching that Sunday. The Sound of Jazz. Count Basie, Billie Holiday, EX1799. If you don't think golf can be entertaining, first of all, you've got to actually be into it. But if you're into golf and you were watching Sunday, you were probably like, oh my gosh, what is this guy doing? What is going to happen? But man, that's probably top 5 greatest Masters of all time. So I didn't miss a shot. I watched about 5 hours of coverage and I don't think I missed a shot, especially when he hit it in the water on 13. I was like, oh my gosh, Rory, what are you doing? Yes, this is Fragile. EX, $12.99. The Stones is at 8 with Fred Cardinale. Charlie DeFrank, you're out. And then Boyer, you're out on the Who. Brian Call has it for 43. Next auction is going to go up right now, and we had a request for Duran Duran Japanese, so let's put it up. This is 7 in the Ragged Tiger. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Duran Duran, 7 and the Ragged Tiger. $35 start on Duran Duran. It has the original inner sleeve, cover, and obi. I was texting people. They was like, Chad, are you watching this? I was like, are you crazy? This is the biggest week of the year for me. I was like, I told everybody, it's like, all right, the Masters is coming on. I'm awake. I can't take calls. If I'm texting you, it's only about the Masters. I'm watching, and this is it. Whew, man. All right. I want to rewatch it. I think tonight when I'm working, I'm going to put it on and rewatch it and probably get stressed again. Jason Hughes gets yes. The Stones is at 10. And we have Axe, Randy Bachman, VG plus $14.99. Axe, Randy Bachman. We have Tony Mottola joins the Guitar Underground. That's a pretty cool cover. 69 US, VG plus $9.99. Laura just dropped off a Laura crate. Duran Duran is a $35 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. We got to go ahead and sell the Who to Brian Call. Brian, that's sold to you for $43. Thank you. That is sold for $43. $43. $43 to Brian Call. Thank you. Next is Them Changes, Buddy Miles, VG $9.99. There is some cover damage right here and some cover damage over here. VG $9.99. And Flood, FLUDD, a 1971 white label promo. Always interesting stuff Paul's putting out. EX $12.99. Are we done on the Stones? That's up to Fred Cardinale. Now Justin's in on Duran Duran. Yeah, the Japanese stuff, unless I say otherwise, it is near mint minus and pristine. Let's go ahead and put up this Otis Redding. This is a 2009 US, and this is 180 grams, still in shrink, EX edition, a $15 start. This is Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart. 2009, we're going to go ahead and start it for just $15. It is in shrink, and that's now up for bid. Aaron Below on Flood, that is sold to Aaron Below. Gary Samuels gets the Buddy Guy. Great stuff coming out of this bin, as usual. Bon Iver, 22 a million. That's an EX edition, $22.99. Still got Tony Mottola there. Not Tony Montana, Tony Mottola. Teos, this is EX $17.99. This is a 1970 U.S. original. It's a psych country rock album. EX $17.99. Charlie DeFrank, you're out on the Stones at 11. Final call on Duran Duran for 35. I'm going to put up a new 45 and show y'all the next guitar. And the next 45 I have is the Stiffs. This is from the New Orleans collection, the Stiffs. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. That's now up for bid. So, Charlie, you're out on the Stones. Otis is a $15 start. Not Tanner's Dog. That's Mr. Otis Redding, Pain in My Heart. All right, here's the next guitar. It's also $39.99. I'm going to open it up so y'all can see it. And then if you're a fan of this band, or maybe if you're even a fan of metal, you'll probably be interested in this. Sorry, let me show you how they package this, and we'll put it all... we'll put it all back together as well. I may need a box cutter. They package these very delicately because they are very delicate. Just FYI. Let me get it ripped open here and then they'll put it back together. But man, this is cool. I think I've had this one before. I'm going to leave the headstock cover on, but this is Dimebag Darrell's Custom Far Beyond Driven, $39.99. Let me see if I can get this off. I'll just leave it on there to protect that. Well, maybe I can slide it down. There we go. I don't want to mess up. All this stuff right here is so delicate. So $39.99. There's Dimebag Darrell. We might need to pop that off and put it back on there. But yeah, very cool. That's his custom Far Beyond Driven. Even has a little whammy bar here that's movable. But yeah, all this stuff in here is very delicate, okay? I mean, it's really well made, but it's a very delicate item. $39.99. That is the Far Beyond Driven. So those are $39.99. If anybody decides you want one, just let me know. I've got 2 on hand, and then we'll start a waiting list just like Randy Rhodes, okay? We'll start a waiting list, and I got 2 dime bags on hand. 2 dime bags on hand. Now, if somebody just tuned in, they would be like, what is this dude selling? We have 2 dime bags on hand. So those are $39.99. Let me put those right over there. Let me get caught up in the comments. The Stones was at 11. It went back to Charlie. Aaron Below got Teos. Natasha got Bon Iver. The Stiffs 5. Stones 12. And then Rebecca got a Dimebag Darrell. Susie got a Dimebag Darrell. So there's 2 sold. Rolling Stones has a new bid for 15. Now let's start a waiting list. They don't come with case. Well, yeah, they kind of do come with a case. The box is a case. The box kind of looks like a guitar case, but they come with a stand, which is very cool. They're adjustable. You can put them in a stand. It comes with a stand. Hiram Aponte, first on the waiting list. And we have Brian DeLeon, second on the waiting list, okay? I think there are prints, but they're always out of stock. Some of them are always out of stock, and I guess I got to go through and back order. But there's some really cool ones that's always out of stock, like Prince and the Cheap Trick. But I'll try to get what I can now that I see that there's interest. So 2 people so far on a waiting list. I'm going to leave that over here for one more second before I take it to the back. Now, we can go ahead and sell Justin Deckelman Duran for $35. This is sold to Justin Deckelman for $35. Otis Redding did not get a bid. Just a $15 buy now on that 2009 press. Great price on that. It's a no bid for $15 on that. Patrick C. Smith also on Dimebag Darrell waiting list. Patrick and Justin Deckelman both on the waiting list there. And then what happened on Stones? Stones is sold to Fred Cardinale for $15. Fred Cardinale for $15, or not sold. He has it. Charlie DeFrank just went out. The Stiffs is, the songs on here are Blown Away Baby and Work, ... And Brian Call has that for $7. The first bidder was Fred Cardinale at $6. So 7 with Brian Call, 15 on the Stones, all final calls. Otis Redding is sold to Robert Lee Bunch for $15. Great new arrivals been here. We're also ready for new LPs. However, there's a lot of activity. I'm showing guitars. I'm showing 45s. I'm showing auctions. I'm showing new arrivals from Paul, sticker price. This is Miriam Makeba, EX Edition, $12.99. Sangoma, Miriam Makeba, EX, $12.99. A MoFi copy. Steve Bach, Holiday. I've never seen that one before. It's a smooth jazz record from MoFi. EX, just $12.99. That's probably one of the more affordable MoFi records you can get. ZZ Top, Deguelo, EX, $27.99. And we have David Bowie, Diamond Dogs, a 1974 US VG condition, Diamond Dogs, $19.99. Oso Adventure needs to put back the Rush album. Who was back up on Rush? Do y'all still want it? If not, I better go dig it out and try to figure out who was next. The Stiffs just got a new bid for $8. Fred, you do get the Stone for $15. Brian Call, you've been outbid. Now Bowie is sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Okay, so let's show Dimebag one more time. We have several people on a waiting list. $39.99, the Far Beyond Driven custom guitar there from Dimebag Darrell from Pantera. I'm going to go ahead and put these over here in the operations room. All right, Sorry, I had to clear some space there because we're about to sell. We've got 2 more guitars to show, and I think the next 2 will be probably the most popular of them. So we'll see what happens, though. Bob Riger on ZZ Top, Kevin second on Bowie, Robert third on Bowie, Philip on Bowie, and now we have the Stiffs that sold to Fred Cardinale for 8. All right, back to the bin. We have the incredible string band, the Hangman's Beautiful Daughter. First label. It is VG minus, though, $9.99, okay? Now, the next thing I have up for bid right now, let's go ahead and grab a new tagged auction and then more Japanese. Here's U2's Rattle and Hum. This is an 88 U.S. Specialty original with the original inner sleeve. Nice gatefold 2 LP. A tougher to get U2 album just because it's 88. Both discs are nice at EX. It has both original inner sleeves, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. That is U2 Rattle and Hum. Kind of a hybrid record. Some live, some new stuff. $35 start on that. Slicker on Incredible String Band. That is sold. Next is John Prine, Bruised Orange. It has a promo sticker on the front. It is a stock copy. VG Plus on John Prine. $29.99. Bruised Orange with that really cool orange inner sleeve. $29.99 on John Prine. And Frank Zappa, Broadway the Hard Way. I don't see that one as often. There he is holding a cool pink radio with insert EX condition, $32.99 on Zappa. Our next 45s are going to go up for auction right now, and those are $5 starts and $5 starts. First thing we have is Charlie Sexton, Beat So Lonely. Charlie Sexton is a $5 start, and we have the Cars, Sad Songs. And the Cars, Sad Songs, see if I can get this old retail sticker off of this. Make it look a lot better if I can. Yeah, this is pretty fresh sticker, so that just peeled right off. The Cars, Sad Song. This is also going to go up for a $5 start. That looks fairly new. What is that from, 2011? Yeah, $5 start there on the Cars. So those are now up for bid, okay? U2 already has bids for 35, now 38. Nick Bergeron on John Prine, that's sold. Kevin Boyer on Zappa, that's sold. Charlie Sexton with bids for 5 and now 6. Next LP in here is the Cannonball Adderley Quintet in San Francisco. That is a strong VG. It's an original 60 stereo copy, $19.99 on that. Our next Japanese pressing, one of my favorites here, Wings Greatest Hits. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Paul McCartney and Wings Greatest Hits. The vinyl is exactly what you would expect, near mint minus and pristine. It does have the obi, and it's got some cool inserts with it. First of all, it has the original inner sleeve, it has the Japanese insert, and it has the poster. And it has the poster there. There's Denny Lane, there's Linda, and behind that other flap is Sir Paul McCartney. $35 start on Wings. Another Day, Silly Love Songs, Live and Let Die, Junior's Farm, Band on the Run, etc., etc., etc. 35 on that. All right, so we left off with the following. We had Charlie Sexton at 5, 6, 5, 7, 7, 9. U2 has a new bid for 40, and Charlie Sexton 8. Natasha Pickett, are you still watching? Natasha Pickett, do you want the Rush? Oh So Adventure needs to put it back, and let me know if you're still watching. If not, I'll have to go dig it out and see if we can sell it to the next person. Grover Washington Jr., come morning. Grover is VG $9.99. The Allman Brothers, Idlewild South, VG Plus $19.99. Classic album here. Great stuff. Has the original version of Midnight Rider. Some great songs on here. Revival. I love that one. VG Plus $19.99. Sexton 11. The Cars doesn't have a bid. We're looking for a $5 start on the Cars. No bid yet. Wings is a $35 start. Now U2's at $42. Nice. Creamed Israeli Gears. VG Condition $19.99. A 67 Terre Haute on the very first label, $19.99. So OG on that one. And the Muppet Movie is VG $12.99. So from earlier, we had a Rush album sold to Oh So Adventure. Make sure we change that to Natasha Pickett, please. Natasha said she will take that. No problem. Thank you. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. Great listening there on the Allman Brothers. Their first few albums are just classics. Just great music, lyrics, Greg Allman's vocals, just amazing stuff there. All right, so we got that. Now the Cars has a bid for 6. Slicker takes the Almonds. Can't go wrong there. Wings does have a bid for 35. Travis Wade on Muppet. Surely somebody needs some Sunshine of Your Love. Tracy second on Muppet. Tony Lewis third on Muppet. One more record here. Aerosmith, self-titled, EX $22.99. Dream On EX 22.99. This may be the most popular of the guitars we show tonight. Let me go ahead and get this sucker open, and let's see what we got here. And I have had this man's guitars before, but I don't think I've had this one. Let me go ahead and open it up before I bring it over here. That way we can see it. I can go ahead and show it. And I've got 2 on hand, and then we'll start, of course, a waiting list, all right? Because I know we're going to sell more than 2. If we sold more of the others, we'll sell more of these. So there's this, and this is here. Now, this guy here, he had several what I consider custom guitars. This is one of them here with his name on the neck, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's a $35 start, and that's a Hamilton. That's a Hamilton guitar. Stevie Ray Vaughan. And what did I just say? $35? It's $39.99. I'm thinking I'm putting it up for auction. I probably could put it up for auction, but it's $39.99 just like the others. I've got 2 on hand, and then we'll start a waiting list. Stevie Ray Vaughan custom there. I don't know the whole history. Of course, I know that one that's kind of really ragged looking, and it has the SRV stickers. I think I can get that one too, but they're out of stock, and I didn't even try to back order them. You never know about stuff like that if it's ever going to come in. So I've got 2 of those, and I have a feeling we're going to sell several. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. They're $39.99, just like the others, okay? So let me pause there, and let's update the auctions and everything on the table, really. So I remember saying Don Cav had the cars for $6. That's a final call. Kevin Boyer had wings for $35. That's a final call. The U2 got up to $50. That's a final call. But what about Charlie Sexton? This is with Rebecca for $11. Wanata Gagne, you were next, and she said she's out. Then we sold the Muppet, then another Muppet, then another Muppet. And then we had a question, does Cream have the original on her sleeve? Cream does not have a company in her sleeve. And then Rick Hall first on Aerosmith, then Kelly. Carol, you were third. And then the first 2 guitars are sold to Brian D. Leon and Susie Breedlove. So guitar sold, guitar sold. Tommy Vaughn first on the waiting list. Wings does have the poster. So only one person on the Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list right now, which is Tommy Call. Wings has the inner sleeve, the poster, the Japanese insert, okay? And now let's sell Don Cav the cars for $6. Let's go ahead and say U2 once again is a final call. And somebody wants to know the info. U2 Ride on Hum is an 88 US specialty original. 2 LPs with the original on her sleeve. High bid's $50. Wings has got a new bid for $36. And Charlie Sexton, Beat So Lonely and Attractions. That has a final call to Rebecca Howitt for $11. We're about to sell that, okay? And then Cannonball Adderley is still in here. This is the Cannonball Adderley Quintet in San Francisco featuring Nat Adderley. It's a strong VG. That means it's pretty close, conservatively, to being a VG+. It's on the Black River side. $19.99. U2 has a new bid for $52. Next is Naz. We sold a bunch of Naz the other night. This is VG Plus $19.99. VG Plus $19.99. Tommy Call says put him on a waiting list for the other Stevie Ray Vaughan as well. U2 55 new bigs on Wings. Here's our next single. This is the Yo-Yos. That's a cool name, the Yo-Yos. And the Yo-Yos is on yellow vinyl. It says made in the UK. It's on Sub Pop too. Wow, Sub Pop. $5 start, same label like Nirvana was on. $5 start there on the Yo-Yos. Naz is sold to Aaron Below. Let's look at that Stevie Ray Vaughan one more time. I think we got one person on the waiting list. We've sold 2, and I'm about to take those to the back so we can show the 4th and final one. Christopher Dean said he will take Cannonball Adderley. I still can't believe no one's got Cream yet. That's surprising. How about Madonna, self-titled? That's her debut album. VG condition on that for $14.99. Aaron Below got Naz. I've already pulled that. Zappa, this is VG Plus, $34.99. An original 81 Santa Maria. You are what you is. Now, we got a U2 battle, and we got a Wings battle, but Chris just set out. Carol just set out, but U2 still down to 2 people. Charlie Sexton sold to Rebecca for $11. The Yo-Yos is a $5 star, and Tom Waits, the heart of Saturday Night. Tom Waits is an original 74 Terre Haute VG condition, $19.99. We're going through a new arrivals Paul crate here, priced as marked. John Prine, Diamonds in the Rough, VG, $14.99, a mid-70s repress. How much is Cream? And then a claim for Cream. Cream is VG condition, $19.99. It is OG, first label, 67. And we have Bill Samus, then Mike Bartlett. Also, U2 with a new bid for 60. Troy Robinson on Madonna. Aaron Below on Tom Waits. I thought I heard Paul sneaking up on me. Aaron Below on John Prine. He just delivered another crate. And I see ZZ Top. That's going to be good, right? Oh, yeah. And we have Led Zeppelin. We have a new auction going up as soon as I hadn't sold Wings yet. Wings is a final call to Kevin Boyer for $38. And I think I can see Paul sneaking out. Yeah, right through this little porthole I have. Thank you, Paul, as always. He'll be back on Wednesday. And boy, am I going to let him have it. Next on cream is Mike Bartlett. That is sold to him, and then Dan Moran, you were next, okay? Yo-Yo's has bids for 5 and 5. Next is John Hurley delivers one more hallelujah. This is EX $9.99, and we have Harper and Rowe VG $9.99. Always cool and interesting stuff Paul puts out in these bins. Let's go ahead and add a new 45 up for auction. Oh, I forgot I had cassettes over here too. I found a pretty good batch of cassettes the other night. How about I go ahead and grab one of those and put it up for bin? Holy moly, or up for auction. Some of these are in plastic sleeves. That means somebody really cared about them. This is a sealed copy of Prince Graffiti Bridge. It has a sticker, language which contains language which may be unsuitable for some listeners. I'm assuming everybody watching is at least 18 years old, so we're good to go. That's going to go up. It's a sealed Prince cassette. It's even been stored in a plastic baggie. $5 start on Prince. That's now up for bid. We have not sold Elton John yet. Boy, I was about to sell Wings so we could put up a new auction, and now there's a new bid. But we're done on U2. Let's go ahead and roll U2 to Kathy for $60 then, okay? So we'll go ahead and sell that. That way we can put up a new one. But yeah, late Saturday night, I was digging around trying to find some stuff, and I found 2 boxes of killer 45s and cassettes I didn't know I have. So they're sealed Prints, $5 start. The Yo-Yos are still tied. So Robert bid 5 and Rod, you bid 5. And now, Rod Bryan, you're out. Wings has a new bid for $39. The Chick Corea Bill Evans session, Stan Getz, that's EX $17.99. The next auction I had in my hand from the Japanese bin is Led Zeppelin. The Song Remains the Same, which is a really nice Japanese pressing here. This one always does well. I tell the same story on these when I sell them. For some reason, U.S. pressings are just always beat up. I think it was the material of the jacket, and the vinyl's always pretty well worn too, just like most Zeppelin albums. But these Japanese pressings, as usual, are really nice. No Obi, but this is going to go up for a $45 start. It does have the insert there. Let's see, it should have maybe something else. Oh, it's right here. Yep, so here is the lyric insert, and then there's the book. So this is complete except for the Obi. Led Zeppelin's a beautiful Japanese pressing, $45 start. Now Wings is at $40, and now Prince and Yo-Yo has new bids. Let's go ahead and finish up the Paul crate here. About 5 records left. A MoFi pressing of Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. It is VG Plus, but it's an original MoFi. VG Plus $29.99. We have The Highwayman. That's VG Plus. That's an original $14.99. And a profile of Gary Mulligan. This is VG Plus $12.99 in mono, Gary Mulligan. And another Zappa, Chunga's Revenge, EX edition, $27.99. Wow, we're off to a busy start tonight for sure. All right, that's EX, and that's up for bid, or excuse me, that's up for grabs, $27.99 on that. So let's figure out where we left off. Wings got a new bid for $40. Now it's back to Don Cav. He says he's out. Prince got bids for $5.5, and then Tony Lewis bid $6. Led Zeppelin at $45. Led Zeppelin 46. Kevin LeBeatty on high for Highwaymen. Tony LeBeatty second. Kevin first. Then Christopher S. Then Drum Boy Jones. All right, so that means the Yo-Yos, what happened here? Rod Bryan bid 6. Robert Warner, you got outbid. He says he's out. So that's sold to Rod Bryan for 6. The Prince cassette is with Tony at 6. Joey Sorge, let me know if you want back in. Randy, everything in here is sticker price. These are new arrivals that just got put out. And because he went ahead and went out on Wings, we'll sell that to Kevin Boyer for 40. Kevin, that's sold to you. All right, he's out on Prince. So the only thing we're down to with multiple bids now is Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin, which is the other bidder hadn't set out yet. I'm not for sure who's high on it right now, but it's already 7:30, and I feel like we hadn't even made a dent over here in tonight's new auction. So if you are if you are tuned in tonight to see some of the keynote auctions, we really hadn't hardly sold anything out of there yet. We're about to get rolling with those right now. Heath said he had Madonna. I think somebody bought it before you. Madonna was sold to Troy Robinson, and then you claimed it almost 2 minutes later, Heath. So your bid came in late on Madonna. That's already sold. Now Zeppelin's at 47, and our first sealed cassette of the night is sold for $6, and that's sold to Tony Lewis on the Prince cassette here, okay? Now, let's run through these again. And let's put up all new auctions. I did have a request for an Elton John Blue Moves Japanese pressing. Let's go ahead and put this up for a $35 start. Elton John Blue Moves. Whoops, sorry, I bumped the camera. Anytime that happens, it's going to look like an earthquake. Here is LP number 1. Both discs are exactly what you would expect. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressings. There's one inner sleeve. There's the second disc. There's the other inner sleeve. There's the actual Japanese booklet. There's the gatefold cover. Nice. There's Sir Elton John. Just a little bit of humidity damage on the obi right here. Just that right there. Other than that, it's a really nice copy. $35 start on that. Now Zeppelin's at 50. And now what is our next auction here? Sieg Sputnik. Sieg Sputnik is going to go up for a $5 start. I'm going to put the Stevie Ray Vaughan guitars away, and let's put up some new auctions, okay? Let me put away Stevie Ray Vaughan right quick. And since we're in a transition mode, let's go ahead and show the last guitar. And this is the last one I have to offer tonight. And I need to show some of these Funkos around here. I've had Funkos that I've shown late at night that I've been wanting to show at normal times. That way I could go ahead and show them. And if they don't sell, we can take them up front because we sell the heck out of them here in the store. Our actual storefront here. I'll walk in and I'll see like big holes in the wall or on our shelves. And I'm like, what happened here? And my mom's like, somebody come in here and bought like 20 Funkos. I'm like, wow, I guess I need to put more of them out. So, all right, this one's, I've never seen this before in stock, and that's why I grabbed it. Let me see if I can show it right here. And let me give you the exact, this is Lemmy, as in Lemmy Kilmister for Motorhead, his signature carved bass. Lemmy with his signature carved bass, $39.99. I've got 2 of them, Lemmy's carved bass. They're brand new. I've got the headstock covered, but everything's nice. New Lemmy, $39.99. I've got 2 Lemmys, and I can get more. Lemmy's carved bass. I've got 2 of those, $39.99. All right, so here's what's happened. We had Zeppelin at 50. Dave Seretna, you're out. Dan Moran has it for 50. Elton John, 35. Craig bid 5 on Sputnik. Rod bid 5 on Sputnik. And now, let's run through these one more time. Cool on the Gang, In the Heart, VG Plus, $9.99. Gene Krupa and Buddy Rich, VG Condition, $24.99. The Sound of Jazz, that's a compilation. 58 Mono, EX Condition, $17.99. With Count Basie, Billie Holiday, a Columbia 6i, $17.99. Axe by Randy Bachman. You may know him from Bachman Turner Overdrive. VG Plus $14.99. Tony Mottola joins the Guitar Underground. VG Plus $9.99. Miriam Makeba is EX $12.99. And Steve Bach Holiday Smooth Jazz from MoFi EX $12.99. So Rebecca on a Lemmy. Can I sell one more Lemmy and then we'll say we've sold every guitar? They're only $39.99. Rod, you're out on Sieg Sputnik. I'm about to sell it to Craig for $5. Elton John just has 1 bid for $35. I still haven't heard back from Dave Seretna, but I'm going to have to go ahead and sell Led Zeppelin pretty soon to Dan for $50. Dan, no Stevie Ray Vaughan left. It's a waiting list only. Next is Grover Washington Jr., Come Morning, VG Condition, $9.99. Frank Zappa, You Are What You Is, VG Plus, $34.99. John Hurley Delivers, One More Hallelujah, EX $9.99, Covers and Shrink. Harper and Row is VG $9.99. New bid on Sieg Sputnik for $6. I think it's actually supposed to go like that. And that is, this is EX. This is $17.99. Also, Al Stewart MoFi, VG Plus, $29.99. Just a 78 MoFi, VG Plus, $29.99. Also, a profile of Gary Mulligan, Mono, VG Plus, $12.99. And another Zappa, Chunga's Revenge, EX $27.99. All right, so let's go ahead and go down the row. The first thing is, would I take 30 for Stevie Wonder Intervisions? I will. I like 30 better than $29.99. That lets us know that it was an offer. So, Joey, we'll go ahead and put a 30 price on that. That's sold to you for 30. And then out on Zeppelin, out on Led Zeppelin. So that means the high bid was with Dan Moran. And now we have Sputnik at 7. Elton has a new bid for 36. Bill Samus wants Chungus Revenge. And Justin Deckelman wants to see Motorhead again. Here's Lemmy's signature carved bass. That's $39.99. I have one left. We've sold one, and we have one left. So, Dan Moran, you get the Japanese Zeppelin for 50, and let's put that in a new sleeve. And now we're ready for an all-new crate. Great crate there from Paul. I've got a tough decision to make on what crate to go through next. There's so many great new pre-owned and vintage records laying around here. So, let me put that in here. And now, Christopher Dean, you have been outbid on Elton John. All right, and then Kevin Boyer wants the other Zappa. He wants You Are What You Is. That's so. Joey says he's good for the Stevie Wonder at 30, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and take these right over here and take them to the operations room in 1 second, the Motorheads. Okay. Now, Funkadelic's not sold. Now that's it. 40. I haven't heard back from Rod Bryan on Sputnik. I'm about to sell it to Craig for 7. Anybody else? If not, let's go through some more new stuff, okay? That was an eventful first crate from Paul. It's usually like that. Let's see what else we can find. Plus, we've been selling all kinds of 45s and miscellaneouses and thises and that's, and I'm out of breath. Luckily, I'm not hungry or we'd have a major problem. John's always got us a great check condition bin. I usually try to do that pretty early in the show. None of the big auctions have been sold, including Funkadelic. I also hadn't even looked at it, so I don't know what pressing it is or anything, but we're definitely about to find out, okay? There's this, and this, and this, and this. All right, make sure I've got all these separated, and we got a great looking first check condition crate here to go through. So you know what? Let's go through it. That's all we can do. That's all we can do, all right? New bid on Elton John for 40. I don't know who the other bidder was, but we hadn't heard back from him. Chris Ridlings, you're out. And now we have Seed Sputnik. That's sold to Craig Thomas for 7. And now we're just down to Elton John, okay? So let's go ahead and put up our next auction here, which is the Byrds, Sweetheart of the Rodeo. The Byrds is a 1968 U.S. Pittman original. It does have the company inner sleeve. It has a promo stamp on the back cover. This is always a desirable Byrds album, especially the first press. It's the Columbia 2i label. We've graded it VG++, and boy, to me, it looks nice. So that's pretty close to being EX. It has the original correct inner sleeve. It also has a promotion record, not for sale stamp on the back. $40 start there on the Byrds. Christopher Dean, speaking of 40, you get Elton John. That's sold to Christopher Dean for 40. I'm going to go ahead and slip that into a new sleeve. And we have only one custom guitar left, Lemmy. I was hoping somebody'd go ahead and buy that. Then we can say we had a clean sweep on that. But let me go ahead and put this in here. The Byrds has already got a bid for 40, and another 40, and another 40, and another 40. Wow. And we have a request for Funkadelic. It's almost time. It's almost 8 o'clock. I don't even know, where's that at? Where is that at in here? Do we have pressing details on it? Funkadelic is a 71 OG. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and it's EX. We'll save that one for 8 o'clock. That will be the record of the night. I hope everybody's ready to bid. There will be some absolute haymakers on that. You may even see blood on the auction block. Oh my goodness. Here's our next cassette. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Looks like somebody's got it sealed in a baggie here. Is it sealed? Wow, this is a original sealed? That's pretty cool. Promise, it's sealed. Pork soda. Sealed Promise. I don't know if that's an old sticker or a new sticker. Somebody had it marked $15.98. How about a $7 start on Promise? That is sealed. Byrds is like a 5-way tie at 40. Nick Bargeron was first. Chad, what is the Steve Bach jazz record in the previous bin? Before I get started, let's pull that right quick so I can show it because I'm about to get very fast. This is Steve Bach. Craig Weatherford, it's a smooth jazz. It's a MoFi title. EX edition, $12.99. EX, $12.99. We'll run Funkadelic at 8 o'clock. That way everybody knows. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And this one is going to go up right now for a $35 start, and it's the Beatles Love Songs. This is always an awesome compilation, especially after you see the track listing. It is a really nice looking copy too. Both LPs are near mint minus and pristine. There's one LP, there's two LPs, there's the textured cover, there's the Obi, there's the book, the lyric book with all these amazing Lennon, McCartney, Harrison, and even Ringo Starr lyrics. $35 start on that. Now, Birds 45, Primus 7. Susie gets the last guitar. There we go. So Susie gets the last Lemmy guitar. If anybody wants on a waiting list, they may or may not be in this week. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put these over here before I drop them, and we have a natural disaster and a physical disaster. Let me go ahead and put these right over here. All right. There's that, and there's that. Looks like Jack got all the ABC done. Jack, I don't get to mention his name too often. Jack, I meant to say something here when he was leaving. Y'all don't hear me say Jack too much. Jack comes in and pretty much works here and does nothing but puts records in ABC order. And that's what my sister was doing this morning too. If y'all don't know, we have to hire full-time people basically to put all of y'all's purchases in ABC order. The quantity is insane every week because of y'all, which is a big thank you. I also took some pictures of some mail this morning, and I'm going to take what they packaged today so y'all can see how many packages have went out the last 48 hours. I was going to do a big thank you post, but we had a pretty great week, a pretty good week, being that I wasn't here for 2 nights. And but if y'all don't know, we basically have full-time employees that come in and do nothing but put records in alphabetical order that we've sold. That way, when we go to pull y'all's orders, like it's all together. So we can go, let's say Chad Williams bought this many records. We have them on shelving where we can go find them. So when you pay, we can pull them off. Otherwise, we'd be flipping through thousands of records we've sold this week trying to find y'all's orders. So basically, we group everything together. So as soon as you pay, we can pull it off and ship it. And, with that being said, there's like throughout Monday and Tuesday, there's usually like full-time people here sorting and then pulling and then reorganizing and purging and doing everything like that. So a lot of behind the scenes that y'all don't see. You see us selling everything, but it's incredible what they come in and do on Mondays and Tuesdays after all this stuff is invoiced to get it all packed. So it is incredible. I'm just glad I have a great staff here. I show up and sell the stuff. They take care of everything else. All right, so this is sold to Craig Weatherford. Craig got the Steve Bach. That's sold to Craig Weatherford. Now, an update on everything. Since the Birds has been up, 3 people have asked, what is the Birds? The Birds is Sweetheart of the Rodeo, a 68 U.S. Pittman original. With the original inner sleeve, it has a promo stamp on the back, VG++. The high bid on this is $45 with Nick Bargeron, a final call. A $45 bid with Nick Bargeron, a final call. OG and nice. We have a beautiful Beatles Love Songs Japanese pressing. The last bid was $35, $35, and $35. Christopher Dean has it. If you're not Christopher Dean, you don't have the high bid. We have 2 people wanting the Steve Bach record. Craig Weatherford was first. Slicker, you were second. We got a sealed original Primus Pork Soda cassette. The high bid is Philip Hope at 12. Now, here we go. Who keeps track of what buys who? Oh, several people do that. G, Rebecca, my sister Jill. Sometimes Tanner watches the sales. But yeah, so there's about 4 different people that have to watch all this to tag it all accurately. Now, I've had a crate of new arrivals here that I haven't shown a single record from. New vintage arrivals, check condition. ZZ Top DeGuelo, VG Plus, $24.99. New arrivals, check condition, ZZ Top. Has everybody hit the like button on both Facebook and YouTube? ZZ Top. Jerry Lee Lewis, Rockin' Rhythm and Blues, EX condition, $9.99. A white label promo from Sun. Wow. EX, $9.99 on Jerry Lee Lewis, Rockin' Rhythm and Blues. EX, $9.99. Also, Eddie Money, Playing for Keeps, VG Plus, $9.99. We have the Birds at 52, the Birds at 55. Big Brother and the Holding Company is VG, $14.99. Troy Overmeyer, first on ZZ Top. Now the Birds get new bids. We're still tied on the Beatles. I haven't heard back from the other two people who tied Christopher. So Christopher, you're about to get it for $35. I haven't heard back from Kevin Boyer, and there was one other people. Next thing we have is Jeff Beck, Group, Rough and Ready, VG Condition, $9.99. ZZ Top Afterburner, not After Turner, Afterburner, ZZ Top's VG, $14.99. So ZZ Top was sold to Troy Overmeyer. Next is Jason Short on ZZ Top, Kevin Boyer on Jerry Lee Lewis, and then we have Blood Rock 2, VG Plus, $14.99. I'm about to sell Primus. I haven't heard back from anybody else. And John Entwistle is EX, $17.99. Rigor mortis set in. That is John Entwistle. Let's go ahead and grab another 45. We've grabbed a big batch over here. Some really cool stuff. Here's Laura. I didn't even know she had left. She is very quiet. John called her a cat burglar the other day. He said Laura you could be at your kitchen table eating dinner and Laura could rob you blind. We have Zodiac Mind Warp. She is quiet. She has literally left the store and come back, and I didn't even know it. I was in the back giving praise to everybody, and she's not even here. Zodiac Mind Warp and the Love Reaction. $5 start on Zodiac Mind Warp. She is very quiet. Next is Mike Bartlett on Cheap Thrills. Can't go wrong there with Janis Joplin. Now there's a last-second bid on Primus. $13 with Jim B. Philip Holt, you're out. Philip says he's done. Deep Purple, VG, $16.99. Next is White Witch, VG Plus, $19.99 on White Witch, and BG's Cucumber Castle. BG's is EX Edition, $17.99. BG's Cucumber Castle and Boston, Don't Look Back, VG Plus, $24.99. All right, The Birds is at $55 with Nick Bargeron. I have not heard back from Jason Short. How much is price on Entwistle? Entwistle was EX, $17.99. And the Beatles, what a bizarre auction, a three-way tie, and no one ever bid again. So this is sold to Christopher Dean for $35. Sometimes those are bizarre. I don't know if I lose people or they're misunderstanding or maybe they just don't want to bid again. Either way, Christopher, that's sold to you for $35. Primus is out, so we're about to sell that. Next, we have a new bid on the Birds at $57. We're not done yet. Also, we have White Witch sold to JK. Great new check condition stuff here. Heath Norman on Boston, Don't Look Back. The day is breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. Zodiac Mind Warp is Planet Girl and Dogface Driver. Next is Fred Carnell on Zodiac for $5, and Brian Call said sold on Entwistle. Brandon Lex said it's Jim B's bidding. It must be worth $100. We know the drill. He's got a great deal on it. Jim B's probably like, please be quiet, Chad. We have Richard Pryor. This is VG Plus, $16.99. Richard Pryor, VG Plus, $16.99. No hits, 4 errors, the best of Martin Mull. Back-to-back comedy records there. That's VG Plus, $9.99. And Eddie Money, Live for the Taking, VG Plus, $9.99. All righty, and let's see what's going on here with our next auction. 747. Let's make another pull out of the bin over here. And the next pull out of the bin is MoFi Alan Parsons Project. Alan Parsons Project, a 1982 U.S. reissue. MoFi with insert VG++ minus VG++ EX. So MoFi Alan Parsons, $25 start. Very classic album. If I had a mind too, I wouldn't want to be like you. MoFi Alan Parsons. So we've graded it VG++/EX, $25 start. Zodiac, one bid with Fred, final call. Primus was at $13. Now it's at $14 with Brandon Lack. $14 on Primus Pork Soda. I think Brandon was going to bid on that anyways. Now the Birds is at $60. And the Birds is a 68 U.S. Pittman original, promo stamp on the back cover. Tougher one to get there. We're going through a great new check condition bin. We're about to sell a $3,000 Primus cassette for $14 if no one else bids again. Brandon Lack has it for $14. 10 years after, Alvin Lee and Company, VG condition, $9.99. Also, we have the Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, VG Plus $9.99. Blood Rock Passage is EX $17.99. And Steve Martin, A Wild and Crazy Guy, VG Plus $9.99. The Birds is in VG++ condition. That's conservative too. Now Jim B's at $15 on Primus. Final call to get a bid on Alan Parsons for $25. Sitting on a Park Bench, Jethro Tull, Aqualung, VG Plus $14.99. Cross-Eyed Mary's on here. That's a great one. VG Plus $14.99. Van Morrison Wavelength, EX $32.99. Ooh, we had a copy of this the other night. Such a great album. David Crosby, if I could only remember my name. It does have some scuffing. That's why we graded it VG. It's only $19.99. Zodiac, just one bid to Fred Cardinal for $5. Alan Parsons does have a bid for $25. And the BGs is VG plus $14.99. Brandon Lack, Jim B already bid 15 on Primus, so it would take 16 or more. The bid's already 15 with him. He bid $14.99. That is actually a bid that I will round up because there's no such thing as 99-cent bids. So if you bid $14.01, I'll automatically say 15. So make sure you actually bid what you want to bid. And we have Sister Double Happiness. This is a Sub Pop record. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Sister Double Happiness, $5 start. No one else has bid on the Birds. I'm about to sell it for $60 to Nick Bergeron. The bidder before him was Christopher S. Christopher, I haven't heard back from you. Trina Long gets the BGs. Next is Patty Smith Group Easter. Patty Smith is VG condition, $12.99. Lou Reed Street Hassle, VG plus $24.99. Sister Double Happiness already has bids for $6. Now Alan Parsons has 2 more $25 bids. So we hadn't moved. We just got 3 people now in at $25. Now the Birds is at $62. Nick Bergeron's out. And Scott D. Roche's out because Christopher S. already bid right here where my finger's going up and down. Already bid $65. And yes, album. If I had $1 for every time I've listened to this, I would have a bunch of dollars. The Yes album, that's OG2 Gatefold, just $9.99. So, Brandon Lack, let me know if you want backing on Primus for more than $15. Final call to Jim B. Now the Birds is at $65. Now Sister Double Happiness is at $8. Now the Birds is at $65. Rod Bryan and whoever else was first, you've both been outbid by Carol Puckett on Alan Parsons for $35. Fred, you're already out on Sister. The bid's already at $8. Now the Birds is at $68. That was a great check condition, Ben. I think we're ready to go through those one more time. As soon as Chad takes a drink of water here. Give me 1 second. Or purple juice, actually. All right. So, first new comment is out, 10, yes, 7, yes. So, first thing is Promise is sold to Jim B for $15. That's sold to Jim B for $15. It looks like that's what somebody had it priced at one point, possibly recently in a store. That's sold to Jim B. First on yes was Wanata Gagney. No, Jason Hughes was second. The high bid on Sister Double Happiness has been at $8 with JK for almost 3 minutes. Since then, there's been bids for 6 and 7, and now we're at 11 with Fred Cardinal. Now we're back on pace. Final call on Alan Parsons to Fred Cardinal for $35. They're still bidding on the Birds, Sweetheart of the Rodeo. The last bid on the Birds was Nick Bergeron at $68. Everybody else is out. The Birds is a 1968 U.S. Pittman original. It does have the Columbia inner sleeve. This is the real deal. This is the one everybody wants. This is the most of the desirable Birds albums. It's the first label. It's really nice too. VG++, conservatively graded. It's OG. It has a promo stamp on the back. That's the one you're wanting. If you've been wanting a Bird, Sweetheart of the Rodeo, that would be the one you should be bidding on right now. Unless you just want a dead mint one. That would probably cost well over $100. And now, Sister Double Happiness at $15. We're ready for more new auctions. Let's do at least one more something over here. What do we have in the cassette department again? We have Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. This thing may be sealed original too. Yngwie is going to go up right now. It's another sealed original. Yep. Has the Sound Saver sticker. Yngwie is sealed. How about a $7 start? Now the Birds is at $70. And now let's read through this bin one more time. Great new check condition stuff here. If anybody decides you want anything, one more read through. I'm going to go ahead and go through a Laura crate next, a Paul crate after that, then another John crate. We have about 300 auctions to run through. Sisters tied again at 15. We have 2 people now tied again. Fred Cardinale, you're out. Eddie Money, VG plus $9.99. Jeff Beck Group, VG $9.99. ZZ Top, VG $14.99. Blood Rock 2, this has the song DOA on it. The cover does have some damage, VG plus $14.99. Also, Deep Purple Machine Head, their classic album, Smoke on the Water. It has the poster with it. I didn't even mention that. It looks like there's some staining on it. Highway Star, Black Knight, classic rock album. Deep Purple is VG, just $16.99. Next is BG's Cucumber Castle, EX $17.99. Richard Pryor, VG plus $16.99. And Martin Mull is VG plus $9.99. Fred Cardinale, you get Alan Parsons for $35. Thank you. Next is Eddie Money, VG plus $9.99. Another Eddie Money. And Alvin Lee from 10 Years After, VG $9.99. Looks like there's some writing there on the cover. Let's go ahead and throw up another Japanese pressing. Boy, this one's really cool here. Elton John's debut. It's probably definitely a later press with this rock greatest, but still his debut album with Your Song on it and Border Song, very nice, near mint minus and pristine. Either way, I don't get this one as often. Elton John, I love the gatefold here. I love the song Border Song almost as much as Your Song. It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. It's Your Song, Elton John, self-titled debut, $45 start on that. The Ingve, I thought I had it for $35. Did I say 25? What did I say, 35? This is supposed to be sold to Fred Cardinale, or excuse me, Carol, who did I say? Carol Puckett got this for $35. Carol Puckett. I may have said the wrong price or the wrong person. It's definitely 100% Carol Puckett's, $35. That was probably just a slip up on my part. Now, nobody bid on Ingve, right? $7. It's a buy it now. Sealed Ingve. That's an original sealed Ingve Momstein cassette. $7 buy it now on that. It's over here. And then we have Sister Double Happiness. This is at 20 with JK. Fred Cardinale's out. So Rebecca, it goes back to you. Jim B gets Ingve for $7. He gets another $3,000 cassette for just $7. Y'all are letting those slip through. And now the Birds. The Birds is at 75 with Nick Bargeron. Chris Knapp's out. Final call on the Birds. Next is the Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, VG plus $9.99. Blood Rock Passage is EX $17.99. Steve Martin is VG plus $9.99. Also, Jethro Tull, VG plus $14.99. Aqualung, Van Morrison, EX $32.99. We have David Crosby, VG $19.99. Patti Smith Group, VG $12.99, and Lou Reed, VG plus $12.99. Sorry, I feel like I've said Fred Cardinale already about 100 times this week, or 100 times tonight. Fred has been on most auctions, and he's bought a lot, so I've got Fred's name is getting mentioned quite often. Elton John, 45. We have the Birds has a new bid for 80, and we have Chris Sheridan on JT, and that is for Jethro Tull. Okay, good deal. Now, Rebecca, do you want back in on Sister Double Happiness? JK has it for 20, a Sub Pop record, a final call. Now we're ready for a new record from the New Orleans collection, Rose Tattoo, a picture disc. Rose Tattoo, it's going to work itself out, and Fighting Sons. It's in the original plastic, $5 star. Nick Bargeron, you're out again on the Birds, and Elton John has one bid for $45. It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. It's a little bit funny that Chad needs some more energy drinks. Let's go through this lower crate. We've done back-to-back new vintage arrivals, not including the new pre-order, which if you missed the 2 big pre-orders that came in, I'm going to remind you of those right now. We've went through back-to-back buy it now check condition bins, or buy it now best offer bins, and we pretty much sold out of those. And then we went through a Paul crate, a John crate, and now here's the first Laura crate with the first Laura crate sticker of the night. We got a very cool Laura crate sticker there. First one of the night. And Nick Bargeron, you're out on the Birds. We're about to sell Elton John. Rose Tattoo doesn't have a bid yet. And definitely about to sell Sister Double Happiness. Very cool. So the 2 new pre-orders that came in are right here. And everybody that got one? or excuse me, everyone that pre-ordered one got one, and everybody live. I have extras, but they're scene split. I have the new Melvins album. This is a new Melvins, comes out Friday, Thunderball, smoke-colored vinyl. They have very light scene splits. Melvins, $31.99. And then the new South Park anniversary concert, triple LP, $54.99. These also have scene splits. So here's the deal. You can buy these at sticker. No guarantee that I can get more, but if you want to go on a waiting list for a perfect one with no scene splits, hopefully they'll be in this week. So Melvins and South Park. If not, then you don't have to buy them. Okay, Sister Double Happiness. This is sold to JK, and JK got this for $20. And Elton John, surprisingly, just one bid for Christopher Dean for $45. Christopher Dean, $45. I unfortunately lost Nick Bargeron on the birds, and he just set out. Okay, I was worried. So this is sold to Christopher S. for $80. Christopher, thank you. JK says he'll take a Melvins with a light seam crackle. JK for Melvins, I'll give you the next best one in the crate right here. That leaves me with a few more. And now, Rose Tattoo didn't get a bid. It's a buy it now for $5. That way the board's clean, and we're ready to go ahead and show some records here in this lower crate. Let me show two, then all new auctions. Emerson, Lake & Palmer, VG Plus $12.99, Trilogy, and Mott the Hoople, VG Plus $12.99. Guess what? It's 8 o'clock on the dot. As promised, here we go. Holy moly. This is a 1971 U.S. Pittman original pressing. Now, while this is up, as people get back on the chat, they will be asking, what is the deal with the Funkadelic? If you're talking about a grail of a record, this is definitely going to be on the top 100. A 1971 U.S. original EX condition Funkadelic Maggot Brain. EX for this grade is wild. That is a very high grade for this record. We have sold these things cracked before, and people still want them. Funkadelic Maggot Brain. EX. Some of this particular pressing have sold for over $400 before. This is going to go up for a $175 start. Maggot Brain. Now the jacket, it looks like somebody has touched it up a little bit right here with some black Sharpie. It is, of course, a Unipack design. The jacket's not bad, though. I mean, far as like visual ring wear, VG Plus at minimum, because there's nothing really showing. And there's just a little bit of touch-up right here. Somebody took a Sharpie and which they did a pretty good job, but you can see it. And maybe right in here too. But the cover, just because of that, it's VG Plus. The vinyl is EX. And of course, y'all know we grade that stuff conservatively. We already have a bid for $250. First thing we have is Emerson, Lake & Palmer. That's sold to Trina Long. Fred Cardinale wants Rose Tattoo for $5. And now Funkadelic's at $275 already. Also, that means the Emerson, Lake & Palmer record, that means Trina, you get the lower crate hop sticker. Thank you. Funkadelic already has taken off. That's unusual to see that in that grade. That should do very well. Let's go ahead and grab another Japanese pressing. And this is the Firm, self-titled, Radioactive, Jimmy Page, Paul Rogers, and a superb copy here. $35 start. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. There's the other insert. $35 start on the Firm. Back to the bin. New arrivals here. New York Dolls. It's a 2008 reissue. It is VG Plus. $17.99 for New York Dolls. We have Classic Yes, EX $24.99 with the insert, EX $24.99. It's a Pittman, 1971 U.S. Pittman. Jeff Beck is VG $9.99. And we have Silver Rails, Jack Bruce. Wow, I've never seen that Jack Bruce before. VG Plus $19.99. Funkadelic's now at $300. It is a 1971 U.S. Pittman original. It's at $300. The Firm's a $35 start. Let's step over here and grab our next 45s that we're going to auction right now. The next one is the Charlatans. And let's grab another 45. I got some cool cassettes to do too. We'll start putting those up in just a second. First, though, is the Charlatans. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Can't get out of bed, $5 start on the Charlatans. And we also have Big Chief, one born every minute. Big Chief is going to go up for a $5 start as well. That's on Sub Pop, another Sub Pop record. Big Chief, $5 start on that. All right, now let's see what we have here. First question or claim is New York Dolls. Philip, it was a 2008 VG Plus, $17.99. $17.99 on that. 2008 U.S. reissue. Willie and the Red Rubber Band. That's EX edition, $14.99. Orange RCA label, EX $14.99. Once again, another great crate here. Wet Willie's EX $17.99. Wet Willie 2. And we have Jim Capaldi, Fierce Heart. Jim Capaldi's EX $12.99. The Charlatans is at $9. Funkadelic is at $335. Now, Philip asked first on New York Dolls. He said he'll take it. Chris, you were second. The Firm does have a bid for $35. And we have Harvey Mandel, The Snake. That's EX $17.99. Harvey Mandel, The Snake. One more. I'm going to run up front and get a bottle of water. The Doors, 13. The 13 by The Doors is VG $14.99. You step up here, Chad. It's quite parched. A purple juice will do the deal, but it'll also make you very thirsty. All right, water time. All right. That was much needed. Back to the action here. I have the Who. Who's next? VG Plus $14.99. Nice on the Decca label. There is several in here I can't believe already hadn't sold yet. Everybody may have eyes on Funkadelic. Hope you're not being distracted by the bin or by the auctions. This usually happens when we have an insane auction up. Seems like there's some like buy it now records that get overlooked. I'm like, oh no, everybody's looking at Funkadelic bids and not at the great records that's being flipped through here. Final call on Big Chief, no bid for $5. Final call on the Firm for $35. And now the Charlatans, the final call to Craig for $11. Jason Hughes gets the Who. We won't get fooled again. James Gang passing through. This is in Shrink, EX edition, $17.99 on that. Also, Louis Paul, Reflections of the Way It Really Is. Never seen this record before. It's definitely an older record on the Enterprise label. VG Plus $12.99. Christopher Dean second on the Who. The Outsiders, Time Won't Let Me. That's not too easy to get. It is VG minus, but always a desirable 60s record from the Outsiders. $9.99 on that. And we have Heavy Heads. That's EX edition, $17.99. That's a blues comp with Muddy Waters and Sonny Boy Williamson, Howlin' Wolf, Bo Diddley. Look at the cover. Heavy Heads, EX $17.99. So Big Chief has bids for $5, and now another bid for $5. Kevin Boyer, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Firm for $35. Now Big Chief is tied for $5 and $5. And now we have an out on Funkadelic. So if somebody was waiting for somebody to get out, one's out, but we have somebody back in. We're tied at Funkadelic, $365 and $365. The Charlatans is sold to Craig Thomas for $11. Next is Klaatu. Awesome. VG Plus, $12.99 on Klaatu. We also have Psychedelic Lollipop by Blues Magoos. It's a U.S. reissue. EX $22.99. Looks like it's hard to tell. We don't really know. She says likely a modern reissue based on what we're looking like here. Yeah, it's probably like it could be late 70s, but it could be modern too. EX $22.99. So Big Chief, Rod Bryan, you're out. Ivan R. bid first, so let me know if you want back in. The Doobie Brothers is VG Plus $14.99, and the Human Beings, oh, this is cool. A 68 US Jacksonville, Nobody But Me. That's a tough one to get. EX $27.99. And we have Sopwith Campbell, Miraculous Hump Returns from the Moon. This is VG Plus $19.99. A 73 USOG Psych Prog album, $19.99. Wow, there's some great stuff in here. Now, Philip Holt's out on Funkadelic. Chase Arnold has it for $365. We're about to sell it. And now we have our next auction going up right now, The Cure. The Cure is a 1982 US EMW original, EX condition, the Cure pornography, OG copy, a $45 start. A $45 start for the Cure pornography, EX condition, a $45 start. That's now up for bid. There it is. How much was Klaatu? Klaatu is VG Plus, $12.99. Jason Hughes on Camel. And then we have what Big Chief songs? Boy, I was about to sell that again. This is Lot Lizard and One Born Every Minute. That's been stalled at 5 for about 5 minutes. I was about to sell to Ivan because Rod says he's out. Let me know if you want to bid. The inner sleeve on the Cure. I have just a generic inner sleeve here with the Cure. I don't know if that's original, but that's just what came with it when we got it. Rebecca said sold on Klaatu. Samuel Kopage on Human Beings. Now some stuff out of here selling. Y'all was starting to concern me. And now the big Funkadelic is about to be sold to Chase for $375. And one more reminder, it is a 71 Pittman EX. I don't know if y'all know, but if you start looking, most of these are not high grade. Rare and high grade. That's one of those records where it's a tough record to get. It's really tough to get EX or better. The Cure already has a bid for $45. And then Farmer, if you say pass on Big Chief, I'm going to go ahead and sell it for $5. I've almost sold it for $5 about 5 times now. But it definitely has some interest. We just haven't had too many people pull the trigger yet. I need some people to pull the trigger. Go ahead. It's easy. Just hit send. You'll thank me later. Next auction from Geffen Records, the Throbs. Geffen Records, the Throbs. $5 start. Does the Cure have an R at the bottom of the label? The Cure is a 1982 US EMW OG. It has a B at the bottom of the label and a B at the bottom of the label next to, that might be B, that's not for B-side, that's just B. I don't see an R. It's an EMW, a 1982 original. 1982 original. The Cure pornography. 1982 EMW original. 1982 original. Can I hop back in? No. After you say out, I can't let you bid again. I would love to, but that would break a coveted rule here. 71 US Pittman original. And the Cure is a... What happened to the sticky note? I've already lost it. Here it is. I don't want to lose this because I have a feeling I'm going to be asked a bunch more. 82 US EMW original. Okay. Now, so the last thing I pulled was Human Being, Cure 45. The Camel album's already sold, unless you're the one that bought it. No, Bob, the Camel album's already sold. Cure has a new bid for 50. Cure has a new bid for 60. Big Chief has a new bid for 6. The Throbs has a bid for 5. Okay. Ivan R., you've been outbid on Big Chief. It's now at $6 with Farmer Redman. I'm going to show 2 more records and I'm selling Funkadelic. There's some people already having second thoughts. San Francisco Medicine Ball. Slow Boat to China. VG condition, $9.99. And EX, $9.99. WFIL Pop Oldies Volume 3. EX, $9.99. The full name on the Campbell album was The Miraculous Hump Returns from the Moon. Funkadelic is sold. $375 to Chase Arnold. It's sold. I had a feeling to do well. I wouldn't have been surprised if we actually would have blown an air horn on that one. Ivan R., let me know if you want back in on Big Chief. I feel like by now this should be at like $30. The Throbs is a final call for 5. And the high bid on the Cure is 60, Rebecca Howitt. Big purchase there. Thank you, Chase, as always. Craig Weatherford on Pop Oldies. Now Ivan's at 8 on Chief. Next is the 5-man electrical band, white label promo, EX, $17.99. The 5-man electrical band. Boy, I don't know if I've seen that one. Sweet Paradise. And it's a white label promo. EX, $17.99. Chase says he's logging off for the month. No, don't do that. I need you on here tonight, tomorrow, and the next night as well. Bidding and buying. Bidding and buying. Everybody should be ready for the whole week to bid, buy, bid, and buy. Buy and bid. Bid, buy. Buy, bid, buy. Y'all know the drill. Bid and buy. If you're not bidding, then you're not buying. I need you on here bidding and buying. I told y'all I had some great cassettes coming up. Ever heard of Alice in Chains? Alice in Chains is going to go up Jar of Flies for a $7 start. Original cassette, Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, and it's nice. All right. Next is Lovecraft, Valley of the Moon, a 1970 U.S. Santa Maria original, a folk psych album, EX 22.99. Farmer Redman, you're out on the Chief. Now, the Throbs has 3 $5 bids, 5, 5, and 5, and now 9, now 15, now 12, and Coliseum, The Grass is Greener, VG Plus, $14.99. Now, let me clarify, we have 4 auctions up. I'm going to update right now at 8:14 Central Time what they are and who has the high bidding, okay? The Cure Pornography is we'll start back here with the only album. This is a 1982 U.S. EMW original. The vinyl's nice EX, jacket VG Plus, just one little stress crease there. And this has been a final call to Rebecca for $60, Rebecca Howitt, okay? Here is an original Alice in Chains Jar of Fly cassette. That's our most recent. Josh Diamond has that for $20. The 245s, the Throbs, Come Down Sister, and Ocean of Love. The high bid on the Throbs is $5 with Classy Lonnie Metal. He's had that for 4 minutes. I've got to sell it very soon. Fred, you tied him, and then somebody else tied him. Big Chief, One Born Every Minute, and Lot Lizard. That's on Sub Pop. And the last bid on that was Fred Cardinale at 9. That's the high bids, and everything's a final call. We're about to sell everything to those high bidders. Now Alice in Chains at 21. Fred Cardinale wants Lovecraft. That's sold to Fred Cardinale. Also, we have Tonto's Expanding Headband, Zero Time. EX 32.99, a 1971 U.S. Specialty Original. EX 32.99, and we have Heavy Heads Voyage 2. We just had Heavy Heads Voyage 1. These are awesome promo copy. This is a promo copy, DJ promo. This is awesome blues compilation, VG 12.99. All right. So first thing we have is Jason says, what is the Cure? The Cure is a 1982 U.S. OG EMW. I was literally pausing to sell it to Rebecca for the 3rd time. And now this is a final call again to Rebecca for $60. She's about to throw something at me if I don't sell it. That's why I left the sticky note handy, because I knew as long as it's up here, if there's not bidding going on, it would be asked about, because that's like Funkadelic. This is like on a scale of 1 to 10, it's not necessarily rare, but desirability, an OG Cure album, 9.5. It's like something, if somebody tells me they've got collections with OG Cure albums, I'm going to tell Paul Boat, go buy their collection. They've got the Cure discography OG, go buy their collection. It's at $60. We're about to sell it. She's had it for 7 minutes now. She's probably about to throw something at me. Jason says he's out. And then Chief. This is sold to Fred Cardinale for $9. That's sold to Fred Cardinale for $9. Alice in Chains is now at 27. And the Throbs is at 6. Classy Lonnie Metal, you're out. Okay? Classy Lonnie Metal, you're out. Next thing is the last check condition. The last non-check. No, it's the first non-check condition. This is Strawberry Alarm Clock, The World in a Seashell. A 1968 U.S. original, $49.99. Wow, we don't get that one very often. The World in a Seashell, Strawberry Alarm Clock, $49.99. The Cure has a new bid for $65. Now it has a new bid for $70. Now Alice in Chains is at $28. And now the Throbs is sold to Fred Cardinale for $6. Lot of activity tonight on the auction block. Lot of great new arrivals. We've somehow managed to fill up another crate, so I'm going to go ahead and swap these out right quick. Thanks, everybody, for watching on a Monday night. Like I put in the hot post, we've got new collections in. We just bought 6,000 new albums locally. Probably next week, Paul's about to go on another buying trip. Josh Diamond, if you want to bid on the Cure, I'm going to put it on a 60-second timer. Rebecca has it for $70. I'm about to sell it. Now, Allison Chains is at 28. The next question was Tonto's Expanding Headband. This was a 71 U.S. Specialty Original. EX Condition, $32.99. And then one more record, the Savage 7. Awesome soundtrack here. Sealed, cream, iron butterfly, and original sealed, $24.99. Next auction is going up right now. It's a Japanese pressing of the Beatles' Magical Mystery Tour. Really cool here. UK Flag Series number 24. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. A $45 start. Japanese press, US Flag Series number 24. It has the book, and the book is actually attached. It's barely hanging on, but it is attached, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. And Oscar Twilight Asylum, sealed for $9.99. The Allison Chains is at 30 with Jim B and a little bit of soul. That's an awesome Music Explosion. That is a great classic 60s album. No condition notes, just $19.99. Just $19.99. I'd like to welcome anybody new that's watching. I think Josh is a first-time buyer. If you're new, all you got to do is bid, and then we'll get you registered, okay? But I've got to go ahead and sell the Cure. I unfortunately lost Josh Diamond. He never did bid again. Rebecca, you've had this for 2 minutes now. I actually set a 60-second timer. So this is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $70. Now, if you're new, all you got to do is bid in the comments. But also make sure if you're done bidding, you say out. That way we can expedite auctions. We can go through a lot. And at long last, the Cure is sold to Rebecca for $70. Wow. I knew that was going to be hot and heavy like Funkadelic. It was hot and heavy. The most recent comment on Allison Chains is $30. That's a final call to Jim B. Brian DeYon got a little bit of soul. The Beatles is a $45 start. Anybody out there new, you don't have to be registered to buy, but make sure if you're bidding, you say out, you say done. And if you buy something out of the bin, I'll probably recognize you're a first-time buyer, and we'll get you registered, okay? Here's our next auction. This is a 1980 U.S. MoFi pressing. It's now up for bid. Steely Dan Aja. $75 start. $75 start. A MoFi near mint minus. Aja. $75 start. It's got all the cool MoFi original stuff. It has an insert. It has the lyric insert with liner notes. It has the Super Disc, MoFi insert, gatefold, $75 start. Who was the other bidder on Allison Chains? It was Brandon Lack. I've lost Brandon somewhere. Next is Pink Fairies, Kings of Oblivion. A U.S. reissue, $24.99. And 17 Pygmies. A 1987 U.S. alternate rock. That's $19.99. Also, we have a 1980 U.S. original experimental psych avant-garde fusion album, $49.99, no condition notes. It's called YR, Steve Tibbetts, I think is what it says. $49.99. Allison Chains has a new bid. Magical Mystery Tour info, condition on Strawberry Alarm Clock. Fred Cardinal also wants PF, Pink Fairies. And then we got Ivan Second, Jason Forterat on Pygmies. Magical Mystery Tour is a U.S. Flag Series, near mint minus, pristine, Japanese pressing. We're looking for a $45 start. It's perfect. It's a Japanese U.S. Flag Series number 24. Japanese pressing. Steely Dan's a 1980 original MoFi pressing, looking for a $75 start. Allison Chains has a new bid for $31. Next auction is going to go up right now. Let's do a 45 pull from over here. And the next 45 pull I have is, I have no idea, Neon, what's this say? Neon Leon on Big Deal Records, $5 start. Allison Chains, 32. Back to Brandon. Brandon, you're out. Now Allison Chains is at 32. We have the Shock and Blue with Venus, $24.99. We have YR, sold to Fred Cardinal, are my heavy claims coming through. And then also somebody wanted to know the condition of Strawberry Alarm Clock. Samuel Kopich, Strawberry Alarm Clock. Has no condition notes. It's a 1968 U.S. original. No condition notes. I can't believe somebody hadn't already bought that. Now, that back up to the top, what are the sock records that was in the bin? I think they've all been claimed. And then there was one other question, are my claims? Well, I thought you were making offers, so I skipped over your comments. If you want them both for sticker, let me know. We got Heavy Heads, Volume 1 and Volume 2. They are EX17 and VG1299. Rod, let me know if you want them. I thought you were making offers. Brandon's out on Allison Chains. That's sold to Jim B for $32. Thank you, Jim. That's sold to you. Brian Augers, I believe in Express. That's $24.99. Samuel Kopich does want Strawberry Alarm Clock. That was technically a sock record, too. Also, we have, check out this Savoy Brown. You won't see that one as often. Savoy Brown, Shakedown Blues Band, a 67 UK original, $64.99. A 67 UK original, $64.99. And we have Jethro Tull Stormwatch, the Steven Wilson remix. That one's not in print anymore, $29.99. Unbelievably, nobody bid on the Japanese Magical Mystery Tour. It's going to be a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. Fred asked again for the info. Fred, you must have missed it the first time. It's a near mint minus and pristine U.S. Flag Series number 24. $45 buy it now. Rod Bryan wants the $12.99 one. The $12.99. He wants Voyage Volume 2. Does anybody want Voyage Volume 1? Brent Robley on Savoy Brown. That's sold to Brent Robley. Fred does want the Beatles for $45. That is sold. The YR Steve Tibbetts. Yep, that's already sold. Nobody bid on Neon Leon. He's a $5 buy it now. And unbelievably, nobody bid on Steely Dan Mo-Fi Asia for a $75 buy it now. Wow. Some couple no bids there at great prices. Beatles Japanese, Steely Dan at $75, a Mo-Fi copy. One more record, Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark, unopened, RTI pressing. That's going to sound good, $29.99. All right, we've had a lot of requests for this. Oh boy, here we go. I have one in my personal collection. It's a pretty desirable record here. Let's go ahead and see what goes on with this one. Some of these have sold for well over $250. Oh man, talk about a bizarre record. This is Witchcraft by Coven, a white label promo. EX++, a $95 start. A $95 start, Witchcraft Coven. So let me remind you the condition, EX++. That's a hair from being near mint minus, and we grade conservatively on these auctions, of course, as you should. This is a $95 start. I think it literally has, there's the gatefold. I think one side is literally a black mass. I think it's the entire side B, or there's a track on here. I think it's this right here. It's like literally a black mass. And the originals did come with a poster. Unfortunately, we don't have one. It is a promo copy. I'm assuming promos came with posters too. I have seen promos with missing inserts before, just saying. Next thing we have is Brent Robley on AS. And I think he wanted SD for Steely Dan, right, Brent? That's sold to you for $75. Neon Leon is sold to William Drugovich for $5. Which Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark, sealed RTI pressing for $29.99. And now Coven already has bids for $95 and now $100. Wow. Interesting record there. I picked, when I was on a vacation several years ago down in Florida, I bought one in a record shop down there. And I think they had a white label promo with poster that was pristine. And I think I paid $249. It was up on the record wall. It's down in Jacksonville. And I think I paid $249.99 for it. It was pristine with a poster. And I think that's what I paid for mine. So that price isn't out of range. This one doesn't have a poster, but just saying, I think mine does, best I remember, because that's why I went ahead and bought it. And I still have it. It's a very desirable record. Okay, let's go over here and pull another cassette. Y'all ever heard of Ozzy Osbourne? This is Blizzard of Oz. Boy, what a nice... It looks like some of these are in either brand new jewel cases, or if these are the original jewel cases, these are beautiful. Wow, look how nice these are. Beautiful Ozzy cassette here. $7 start on that. And we have Kings of the Boogie, canned heat. This is $24.99 for canned heat. Also, Billy Preston, $14.99. Music is My Life, The Fifth Beatle, Billy Preston. The Best of Otis Redding on clear vinyl. This is $34.99. Rod Bryan says, I was about to say, if you're going to buy Volume 2, you got to get Volume 1, right? That's so to Rod Bryan. Now we have Tommy James, Christian of the World, sealed $19.99 with Dragging the Line. Hype sticker that has Dragging the Line on it. And Roxy Music Siren, $24.99. Aussie Cassettes, a $7 start. Beautiful condition. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. And that's Hall & Oates Private Eyes, a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Hall & Oates Private Eyes. Beautiful copy here. $35 star. We got Coven already with lots of bidding. Susie first on Tommy James, and that was an incredible Laura crate. I think it's worthy of another fast read-through because there's some stuff in here, as usual. Quote, I can't believe it didn't sell. And also just some interesting stuff. Maybe you've one more read. Maybe you've had time to research it. And here we go. I'm going to mute my mic. I need some water. Much better. All right, let's go ahead and grab another 45 auction then. So I did tell y'all the other night, I was like, man, where are the rest of our New Orleans records? And luckily, Paul, Sunday, for the Sunday show, he found another box. I was like, I know somewhere we've got at least four or five more good boxes of New Orleans records. And then there's possibly more around here. And of course, we got all kinds of other stuff, but just like great auction top 45s like these. And then we did find the other ones before the show. That's why I was a few minutes late. Here's another Adamant. So we got at least, as far as New Orleans inventory, that I know where they're at inside this building. We got at least 5 more boxes full. Now, after that, we'll have to do some digging and hunting, and I can say we're probably officially getting low where I know where they're at, and then we're going to have to do some digging. Total 45s we still have here, thousands. A lot of top 40. John's like, man, we got so many, like, Chubby Checker and Ray Charles and, you know, stuff in the 60s that they made millions of. Some are in good shape, some are in bad shape. And I was like, well, we'll start putting them up for auctions. Or I'm thinking about transition over to some CDs maybe this month. I'm thinking about transition into the CDs where we can keep at least a couple CDs up for auction. Because some of them are going to be really good, like $100 CDs, and we're going to do them just like the 45s. Could be $20 CDs, could be $10 CDs. Last thing I had was Coven at $125. This particular record has sold for as much as $250 on Discogs. Pretty sure that's what I paid for mine. And then Susie got Tommy James. Tyler was second. Travis is out on Coven. Hall & Oates got a bid for $35. Trina asked the starting bid $35. Another $35 bid. And then Rod Bryan, I think I already pulled you the other heavy heads, didn't I? Rod, I've already pulled it for you. And then Adam 5, Jim B says he'll take Joni Mitchell. All right, very quickly, let's read through these one more time. Next is Mott the Hoople Mott, VG Plus $12.99. Yes, classic yes. EX condition $24.99. And it has the 7-inch that came with it. So quick read through these again. Michael Lingen on Coven. It is a EX++ white label promo. Jeff Beck, VG $9.99. Now Coven's at $140. Now John Neeks is in on Mott the Hoople. Now we have Silver Rails by Jack Bruce. VG Plus $19.99. Ozzy is a final call, just one bid for $10, and that $10 bid is with Ryan Eaton, Blizzard of Oz cassette. Next is Willie and the Red Rubber Band, EX $14.99. Also, we have Wet Willie 2, EX $17.99. The bids on Hall & Oates was Derek Howell at $35, Joe Salamo at $35. Technically, you still have it at $35, Derek Howell. Everybody else is out. You still have it at $35. Samuel Kopich wants yes. Great decision there. Adam and the Ants, Michael Ling has that for $10. Everybody else is out. We have Jim Capaldi, Fierce Heart, EX edition $12.99. Harvey Mandel, The Snake, EX $17.99. We have The Doors 13, VG $14.99. James Gang Passing Through, EX $17.99. Now Hall & Oates is technically at $40 with Trina Long. Now, Derek, I guess technically that's kind of bizarre how that just happened, but I guess You had it, and then now it's at 40. So I guess we need somebody to break the $40 bid. We have a tie at 40. And now Coven, we all of a sudden are throwing punches on Coven. We have Lewis Paul, VG plus $12.99. The Outsiders, Time Won't Let Me. VG minus $9.99. Time Won't Let Me. Psychedelic Lollipop, EX $22.99. A vintage reissue. It may be modern. We really can't tell by the matrix. The Doobie Brothers is VG plus $14.99. And San Francisco Medicine Ball, VG $9.99. Ryan Eaton, you get Ozzy for $10. The 5-Man Electrical Bands, a white label promo, EX $17.99. Coliseum, The Grass is Greener with a promo sticker, VG plus $14.99. Now Coven's hit $200. Hall & Oates is at $41. Hall & Oates $42. Tonto's Expanding Headband, EX $32.99. Hall & Oates $45. Michael Lynn gets Adam and the Ants for $10. The Savage 7 soundtrack with Cream and Iron Butterfly, sealed, an original 60s record, $24.99. Oscar, Twilight Asylum, that is sealed for $9.99. And the Shock and Blue, Venus, $24.99. It's actually self-titled, but that has their big hit song on it, Venus. I'm your something, Venus. And then here is our next cassette. Oh, man, I like the sound of this. This should have been brought out maybe on Thursday Night Metal Night, even though we've also already sold an Ozzy Osbourne tonight. Here's Bullet Boys Freak Show. Bullet Boys cassette is going to go up for a $7 start. Bullet Boys Freak Show, that's up for $7. Coven's at $240. Hall & Oates is at $45 with Derek Howe. Brian Auger's Oblivion Express is $24.99. The Steven Wilson remix of Jethro Tull, Stormwatch is $29. Canned Heat, $24.99. Billy Preston, $14.99. The Best of Otis Redding on clear vinyl, $34.99. And Roxy Music Siren, $24.99. Looks like we need a new 45. If anybody decides you do want something in there, or if you're feeling really frisky and you're like, you know what, Chad? Go ahead and just give me everything in there. We can do that too. And we'll be like, sure thing. Congratulations. You just got everything left in the box. The crate. I'm over here looking for the next. But to do that, you got to get a little frisky. Okay? Here's our next single. I'm trying to figure out why there's some sort of Spider-Man thing in here. That's just for cardboard protection. All right, here's the Flying Lizards TV. The Flying Lizards TV, that's going to go up for a $5 start. Here is where we're at. Coven, $2.25. Coven, $2.50. Coven, $2.60. Hall & Oates, $46. Coven, $2.70. Coven, $2.85. Chris Ridling's on Coliseum. Chris Ridling's on Coliseum. Bullet Boys, $7. Coven, $2.90. And out on Hall & Oates. Hall & Oates is a final call to Trina for $46. Coven, $300. Flying Lizards, $5. Final call on Bullet Boys for $7. So, we're ready for a crate change. We're ready for a crate change. And I think Paul is next in line. There's 2 more Paul crates over here. That was Laura. We're ready for a Paul crate. Then I'll do a John crate. Then probably by then another Laura crate will be up here. And as usual, it looks like Paul's marked some really cool stuff, some really good stuff. And this is a non-check condition bin. Wow, so it looks like he's marked some really cool stuff and some really good stuff. We have not sold the 13.4 elevators. How about we do that right now? Let's go ahead and sell the Bullet Boys. Let's go ahead and sell the Bullet Boys for $7. Now Coven's at $3.15. And now Hall & Oates is sold. And Hall & Oates is sold to who and where? Trina Long for $46. That is sold. Coven's at $3.15. And now, let me put this in a new sleeve. And let's keep going. Okay? And we have a request for 13.4 elevator. Some pretty cool auctions tonight. Here it is. This, I kind of like the cover. It's got darker covers, but it is from 1981. It's a 1981 Grease reissue. It is from 1981. It's a Grease reissue. The 13.4 elevators. The psychedelic sounds of the 13.4 elevators. 1981. 1981. I've never seen this particular pressing. I kind of like the cover. It's got a darker green to it. $35 start on that. The 13.4 elevator, Psychedelic Sounds. That is now up for bids. An 81 grease pressing. Coven is getting lots of bids. No bids yet on the Flying Lizards. Let's go ahead and make that a final call for $5. And let's grab another cassette. And that next cassette is Ziggy Stardust. Is this a foreign press? I've never seen one with this green-looking background. David Bowie. I guess so. Very cool. RCA, of course. Ziggy Stardust, $7 start. A classic rock album. A classic album in general. All right, let me jump over here. And I've already got the 45s. I do have a box over here of Buy It Nows that John has gotten ready for tonight, but here we go. First thing we have is Sweet Comfort Band. This is $14.99. Hearts on Fire. Sweet Comfort Band, Hearts on Fire, $14.99. Condition notes, near mint minus and pristine. The name is Bootsy, baby. Bootsy Collins is $24.99. Actually, I think it's billed as Bootsy's Rubber Band, $24.99 on Bootsy. Chick Corea and Return to Forever, Light as a Feather, $19.99 on Chick Corea, $19.99. And Cherry People is a 68 US. What a nice cover. No condition notes, the Cherry People, $19.99. So Coven, $333, $340, $345, $350, $355, $360. The Lizards is at $5. David Bowie's at $7. And the 13.4 elevators is at $35. Yeah, no condition notes on it. It is near mint minus. It's very nice. Nice jacket, too. Okay, so what's happening? Lots of bidding activity. Coven is lots of bids. 13.4 elevators got new bids. Flying Lizards, let's go ahead and sell that to Craig for $5. And now David Bowie's at $7 with Jim B going once, going twice. Next is Who and What? What does this say? It's a 2005 U.S. disco glam record, $14.99. IKO. It's IKO. That's why I had trouble with it. Tom Petty, Southern Accents in shrink wrap. Original inner sleeve. Superb copy. $34.99. Tom Petty. Also, Bob Dylan and the Band. Before the Flood. 2 LP, no condition notes. $24.99. And the 20th anniversary, a complete collection. The Kinks, $19.99. The Kinks, a complete collection. $19.99. And Fleetwood Mac, Tusk. $29.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk. No condition notes on that. $29.99. All right, let's grab a new 45 for auction then. Next 45 I have here. Let's pull one right here out of the very back. I feel like we just had this guy not too long ago. Neon Leon. Here's another Neon Leon. It's going out for it's going up for, ooh, this one might have some stuff wrong with it. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm going to wait on that one. It's got some marks. I try to peek at them, you know, all these New Orleans singles, but if I look at one right quick and it looks like it's got an imperfection, I'll go ahead and pass on it. We got 10,000 more, you know, we can put up. So here we go. Izzy Stradlin. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Izzy Stradlin, UK, Geffen Records, $5 start. Pressure Drop. Now, the most recent bid on Coven was $370, and that's with Tyler Hubery. Michael Ling says he's done. Final call. White label promo. EX++ destroys the minds and reaps souls. Michael saying, say your prayers. I would be very careful when you're listening to that black mass that a hole doesn't open up and you fall down into a pit for eternity. That sounds very bad. 13.4 elevators is at $43. David Bowie is now at $9, and Easy's at $5 and $7. Right now, we're going through a new arrivals bin, some stuff Paul's marked. And if you hadn't noticed, it's all really nice, really clean stuff, and great titles. And so far, nothing's been picked out of here. And here's some stuff that's been looked over. Fleetwood Mac, The Kinks, Bob Dylan, Tom Petty, IKO, Cherry People, Chick Corea, Bootsy Collins, and Sweet Comfort Band. That's the first records I've read, and they're all remaining. In Flight, George Benson, $14.99. In Flight, George Benson. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, More Than Ever, a white label promo. Very clean, $14.99. Bootsy's rubber band. This boot is made for funkin'. And this has the book, and there's no condition notes. $29.99. $29.99. And Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. Unfortunately, no poster, but a really nice copy. Original company sleeve. Smash Hits by Mr. Hendrix. $34.99 on that. Easy has lots of bids. 13 still getting bids. David Bowie still getting bids. And we have Massachusetts by the Beach Boys. That's a 73 UK, $19.99. Jason on Bootsy's rubber band. I'm assuming you want the one I just showed. Ron Bird's on Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And Tyler, I'm trying to grab Coven so I can end the bidding for you. And this is sold to Tyler Ubry, $370. That was a great auction. And also, I could have seen it bringing even more. A white label promo, high grade. Very, very cool. Well, I don't have those too often. I don't have it in general, much less a promo copy. That is sold to Tyler. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that. And everybody else that was bidding. Now, 13.4 Elevators is at 46. It's a 1981 grease pressing. They're still bidding on David Bowie. And Tyler says, I'm done for a while. That's two people who have bought a Grail record and they said, okay, I'm done. I don't like that. I need y'all staying on. That's it. I also try to make sure we put up the Grails like later at night. That way people have other opportunities to see other records. Because some people's like, all right, I got to get off. I've bought my $400 record. I've got to get off. So, and then here we go. Michael, I was waiting for Michael Ling's wife to start bidding against him. I love when that happens. I love it when wife and husband start bidding against each other. That's like the ultimate. It's going to the same house, but they've got to find who's truly the owner of it. Okay? What's next? Cherry People. Cherry People was $19.99. Cherry People, $19.99. Boy, I was about to say, we finally broke the ice here in Paul's Crate. There's still way too many great, nice records left. Here's Michael Nesbitt. This is Loose Salute, Shrink and Hop sticker, $14.99 on Loose Salute. That is available. Also, we have Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska, VG Plus, $19.99, and Early Steppenwolf, live at the Matrix in San Francisco, $14.99. David Bowie is sold to Jim B for $11. Thank you, Jim B. And now, Easy. Where are we at on Easy? The last bid on Easy here was, I think, still with Sean Holford for $12, and I'm about to sell it. Did Gregory Roberts go out? Gregory, I just want to let you know you are out on that. Cherry People is sold to Trina Long, Aaron Below on Bruce Springsteen. Those are sold. And now we have Wheeler Nelson. It's called Half Nelson. It's songs where he's doing duets. VG Plus, $14.99. How about we throw up another LP? I still got killer Japanese stuff here, but man, there's some great auctions over here. I mean, there's a lot of stuff over here we hadn't touched on yet, like ZZ Top. Here's one we never see. 1990, that's why. 1990, a U.S. original. This is ZZ Top Recycler. I'm at 10 on Easy. Okay, Sean Holford after that bid $12. So Sean Holford bid 12 on Easy over on Facebook. So he's had it for 12. Yeah, so it's back to you. And now the 13.4 Elevators is at 52. And now here's ZZ Top. Yeah, 1990, near mint minus. The note from Laura is super clean. A $75 start. ZZ Top Recycler. $75 start. There's the original inner sleeve, and there's the cover. Very cool. $75 start on ZZ Top. Now Easy's at 15. Back to the bin. Babe Ruth, the legend comes to life. Babe Ruth is EX edition, $12.99. Go get 'em Braves. A Miller High Life Braves promotional record. This is VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. ZZ Top already has a bid for $75. The Kinks, one for the road. VG Plus, $14.99. The Kinks is a Gatefold 2 LP. $14.99 for the Kinks, one for the road. Easy's out with Sean. Leo Kottke Greenhouse is EX $12.99. So Easy is sold to Gregory Roberts for $15. Jason has ZZ Top for $75. And now Jason Short has the 13.4 Elevators for $52. Going once, going twice. One more look at this. It's a 1981 Greece reissue. The vinyl is very nice. Made in Greece. It is near mint minus. Near mint minus. And that has a final call. 81 pressing. $52. Aaron Below on the Kinks. Don Cav on the Braves. Juju Hands album. Well, I don't know if I've ever had an original. I've had that. I think that's in print with music on vinyl. I think MOV has those in print, but if you want a new one, we might have to wait a little bit longer. Oh, man. What do I have here? Spoon Man. Black Hole Sun. Soundgarden. Super Unknown. A $7 start. Original cassette. Soundgarden. Super Unknown. Spoon Man. Next thing is Eagles, their greatest hits. VG Plus, $19.99. We're also about to sell ZZ Top. This particular pressing has sold for as much as $150. We have one bid at $75. Final call. Focus. In and out of focus. VG Plus, $14.99. And Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon. Joni Mitchell is VG condition, $9.99. And Jefferson Airplane, Surlistic Pillow, VG condition, $14.99 on Jefferson Airplane. All right, final call to get a bid on Soundgarden and ZZ Top. Let's go ahead and sell this to Jason Short for $52. Really cool pressing of 13.4 elevators. All right, there's that. And now, let's go ahead and put up another. Let's jump back over to our Japanese batch for tonight. Still got some really cool Japanese pressings over here we hadn't ran. And I think we might have had one of these earlier, but here's another chance. This is a beautiful, near mint minus and pristine Journey Frontiers for a $35 start. Journey Frontiers. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has a Japanese insert. It has another Japanese insert. Cover and obi. $35 start. The Joni Mitchell album is sold to Natasha Pickett. Thank you. Soundgarden has a bid for $7. Going once, going twice. Also, Quincy Jones, the dude, with Shrink and Hop sticker, VG Plus $9.99, and ELO, a new world record. Electrolyte Orchestra, this is VG Plus $26.99. VG Plus $26.99, and Dr. John, the Night Tripper, VG $19.99. Dr. John, the Night Tripper. All right, Jason, surprisingly, you're the only bidder on ZZ Top, and that's sold to you for $75. Now Journey has a bid for $35. I will make a note to look up Easy Stradlin. Of course, Easy of GNR. I have not checked on that in a while, but they will please make me a note, and I'll check on that tonight, because tonight I'm going to be ordering a lot more new vinyl again. First, we got some jazz albums to start putting up for auction. There's Journey. So we got Journey. Now we need jazz. We have a 65 U.S. original, John Coltrane. We still got some. I'm about to read through the auction bin over here, by the way. Bahia. John Coltrane, Bahia. This is a 65 original U.S. on the Prestige label. VG, a $35 start. VG, a $35 start. John Coltrane, Bahia. $35 start. And Scratch Acid Berserker, an 87 US VG $22.99, and ELO EX $36.99. Electrolytes. I need some of those. Electrolytes Orchestra. I actually could use some of those right now. All right, let's grab a new 45 for auction as well. Here we go. Joan Jett, do you want to touch me? Oh, yeah. Joan Jett's going to go up for a $5 start. Joan Jett, $5 start. Final call on Journey for $35. Live electronic music improvised. A 1970 US VG Plus $74.99. Live electronic music improvised. VG Plus $74.99. And Trampled by Turtles live at First Avenue. A 2013 US. Unfortunately, no DVD. That's VG Plus $49.99. And we have Aaron Below on Lou Reed. Scratch Acid, so to Rod Bryan. Coltrane is in stereo. Coltrane is in stereo. Joan Jett's a $5 start. And Linda Cohen. EX has a complimentary sticker on the back. EX $17.99. Ooh, that's on the Poppy label. That's the same label Towns Van Zant's on. $17.99. And Keith Jarrett, My Song. That's VG Plus, $12.99. All right, Soundgarden's at 9. Greg Gallagher, you're out. Trina Long, you do get the Journey for $35. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and roll that to you. And now I'm going to read everything that's left in the auction bin, not counting Japanese pressings, okay? Howie Hisner is in on the Joan Jett at 5. He's in on the Joan Jett at 5. And no one's been on Coltrane. That's a final call. I've got Miles Davis, King Crimson, Computilatin Blues, Rush, which is Grace Under Pressure, sealed, I believe. I have Plan 9, Bobby Bland, Dave Brubeck, Miles Davis, The Sons of Champlin, John Coltrane, Miles Davis, Bob Dylan, The Rolling Stones. I think I'm going to put that up right now. The Doors. And somebody asked for that a long time ago. I wish they would have reminded me. Captain Beefheart, David Bowie, Leonard Skinner, The Seeds, Lightning Hopkins, Bo Diddley, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Pop Electric Experimental Band, Robert Fripp, Peter Murphy, The Eagles, The Ruddles, James Brown, and Martha and the Vandellas. That's from, that's one that I pulled. And the Monkees. That's some stuff I pulled out of a John crate to auction. All right, here is the Rolling Stones. Oh boy, this is pretty cool. So a 64 US OG mono of the first album, England's Newest Hitmakers. And it's on the very desirable red label for the desirable mono pressing. The Rolling Stones, awesome. VG, a $25 start. This is kind of like the Beatles. It's like their first few albums. It's really before they started putting their own pen to the music. There's only one Jagger's Richard song on here. A lot of it's a really cool blues covers. The Rolling Stones, $25 start on that, okay? Now, I left off by saying Joan Jett 5, Joan Jett 5, Joan Jett 6, Coltrane 35, 35, 37. And then we have a request for Lightning Hopkins, a request for Peter Murphy, a Stones bid for 25 and now 30. And now I lost somebody on Soundgarden, but we got to go ahead and sell it. I never did hear back from Greg Gallagher. Always make sure if you're done on an auction, say out. That way we can go ahead and sell it and roll on to something else. This is sold to William Dragovich for 9. Howie Hisner, you get Joan Jett for 5. Oh, was there a new bid? Hold on a second. He bid 7. Oh, Don Cav bid 6, okay. Don Cav bid 6, now Howie's at 7. The Stones is at 25, the Stones is at 30, and now Coltrane's at 38. Some of the upcoming auctions, who did Peter Murphy? The Peter Murphy we're going to be selling is called Should the World Fail to Fall Apart? And then what was the other question? Jason Wellman, just tuned in. What is the Lightning Hopkins? We're going to be selling a Lightning Hopkins at some point tonight. It's in the auction bin. Blue Lightning. Blue Lightning. That's everything I just read off. If you just hopped on right in the middle of me reading all those titles, that's stuff that's going to be sold at auction in the next 3 hours. Most of it in the next 2 hours, but a lot of it in the next 3, okay? And we've got plenty of new arrivals. We have Leonard Skinner, Give Me Back My Bullets. EX edition, $27.99. Leonard Skinner, Give Me Back My Bullets. Boogaloo Joe Jones, a 1971 U.S. Soul Jazz album. VG Plus, $49.99. VG Plus, $49.99. Janis Joplin in concert, VG, $16.99. Also, ZZ Top, Tres Hombres, EX condition, $32.99. EX condition, $32.99. Okay, so Joan Jett got a bunch of new bids, and then we have an out. So that's sold to Autumn Betts for $9. Let me see what else is going on here. Okay, Coltrane is between Neil Rigler and maybe Donna and maybe one other person. Right now, the high bid's with Donna at $42. This is a stereo OG VG. And then the Stones got 2 quick bids and then no other activity. This is a 64 mono copy. Robert's out. Von Stom has this for $30. England's Newest Hitmakers. What a cool record. Legendary Rolling Stones. And then which Ruddles? Meet the Ruddles. Which James Brown? Sing Out of Sight. which Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul, I believe. The Stevie Ray Vaughan in here. Double, yeah, Soul to Soul. Double, I almost said Double Trouble. D Kong on LS. Is Janis a double album? Yes, it is. Janis Joplin's a gatefold 2 LP, VG condition, $16.99. Boo. Boo is a VG Plus copy. Donna, you've been outbid on John Coltrane. Is Tres Hombres London. Yes, gatefold, EX, Blue London, Bell Sound, and the details, Terre Haute. EX $32.99. That should be OG. All righty. Now, that was a fantastic crate. We're about to go through another one. And another one. And then another one. And then another one. And then another one. Okay, and then we have Mike Bartlett says, I'll take it. And he asked about Janis Joplin. Yes, this is sold to Mike Bartlett. New bid on Coltrane at 45. First thing, I'm going to show a few more records in here, then we're about to move on. Sweet Comfort Band, Hearts of Fire, $14.99. Another water delivery. I'm going to need that. I'm also have already drunk way too many fluids tonight, but it's probably a good thing. All right, so $14.99. Sweet Comfort Band, Hearts of Fire. In the name of Bootsy. Bootsy's Rubber Band, no condition notes, $24.99. Chick Corea, Light as a Feather, $19.99. IKO, $14.99. Tom Petty, Southern Accent, Shrink Wrap, $34.99. Bob Dylan Band, $24. What is the Stones? It's at $30. It's a VG OG Red Label 64. Final call for $30. Now Coltrane has a new bid for $46. Does Boo have Van Gelder stamp? VG Plus $49.99. Van Gelder, yes. Van Gelder stamped. Green Prestige. Van Gelder stamp. Coltrane out with Donna. Final call for $46. The Kinks $19.99. Also Fleetwood Mac Tuss $29.99. Jason Jones on Tres Hombres. That's so to Jason Jones. Thank you. In Flight George Benson $14.99. Jimi Hendrix is $34.99. And Massachusetts, the Bee Gees, $19.99. Von Stom, you've been outbid on the Stones at possibly the most last possible second. You have been outbid. Oh boy, Iggy Pop surprise and Ozzy going up for auction. Also, we had just sold a Soundgarden cassette for $9. I have one more. This appears to be a club copy. I've got one more for $9 if anybody wants Soundgarden. Our next two auctions is Iggy Pop. This is 5'1" and Pretty Flamingo. It's a picture disc. $5 start on Iggy Pop. It's in the original plastic. And a beautiful Ozzy Diary of a Madman. It looks like they put it in a new jewel case, which is a good thing. It's beautiful. Nice. Ozzy, $7 star. Flying High again. New bid on Stones. Tommy Call out. We also have Michael Nesmith, $14.99. He's from the Monkees, one of his solo albums. Early Steppenwolf is VG Plus $14.99. Willie Nelson, VG Plus $14.99. Babe Ruth, that's a spoken word record about his life. EX $32.99. Leo Kotke's EX $12.99. The Eagles is VG Plus $19.99. Their greatest hits. Focus, In and Out of Focus, VG Plus $14.99. Jefferson Airplane, Don't You Want Somebody to Love, White Rabbit, Orange Label, VG $14.99. Let's pause at Quincy Jones and Shrink and Hop, VG Plus $9.99. Iggy Pop's at $5. Ozzy's a $7 start. Coltrane is sold to Neil Reigler for $46. And since Tommy's out on the Stones, Von Stom, I'm not going to spend any more time on it. It's sold to you for $34. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. You can't kill rock and roll. Believer. Next auction is Lightning Hopkins, Blue Lightning. Lightning is a U.S. reissue. The date is technically unknown, but it's got to be at least 1980 or later just because of the barcode. It is really nice, though, at EX, and Lightning Hopkins is going to go up for a $25 start. It is on the Jewel label, $25 start on that. New LP coming up as soon as I finish this bin. ELO, a new world record. Wow. I love this stuff here. VG Plus $26.99. Information on Jefferson Airplane Starship. Which one? Jefferson Airplane. one of their best, Surlistic Pillow, VG. That's a psychedelic essential, $14.99. Dr. John, the Night Tripper, VG, $19.99. Probably one of the most mainstream psychedelic records you can get, especially with Somebody to Love on there. Live Electronic Music Improvised, VG Plus, $74.99. Trampled by Turtles, live at First Avenue, VG Plus, $49.99. Linda Cohen, EX, $17.99. And Keith Jarrett, VG Plus, $12.99. Ozzy has one bid for $7, final call. Iggy's a final call for $5. Lightning has bids for $25 and $25. If anybody else wants anything in there, just let me know. These are going to be right here behind me. I'm also going to condense the first 2 crates. So everything left from the first couple crates, including the Paul, and I think the other lower crate is now going in right here. Fantastic. And I have a new empty crate. And if you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, I actually do need everything left in there. We can take care of you, okay? Ozzy's now at 8. We have a tie on Lightning Hopkins. Our next auction is going up right now, The Doors. And this is a white label promo, a promo copy, an 88 US Specialty Original, near mint minus, with the company sleeve, a $25 start on The Doors, live at the Hollywood Bowl. Could you please read a few of the songs on that album? White Rabbit, Somebody to Love. That should just sell it right there. But give me 1 second, I'll read you the entire track listing. What's the other one? Something Airplane, or no, that's the name of that. That's the name of the group. Hold on a minute. I could probably tell you, if I think about it, I probably could name you a few more from memory. All right, let's see what else I have. Let's see. We need another crate. Let me grab, what is this one right here? All right, time for more new arrivals. Auctions, everything coming up right now. I like it when John, Paul, and Laura's here. When John, Paul, and Laura's here, we have plenty of new. I don't even need new vinyl on nights like this. Actually, I do, but there should be a lot more showing up tomorrow. But nights like tonight, they're all here pricing records. Paul's been here all day pricing records. Laura's still marking records. John has marked plenty of records, plus got plenty of 45s ready. So I'm flipping through the crate right now, and there's some cool stuff in here. So let's get to it. All right. Now, here's where we left off. We had Lightning at 25. Lightning at 25. And then Rod has bid 26. Brandon Lack, you're out on Lightning Hopkins. Ozzy's at 8. Ozzy's at 8. Iggy's at 6. Ron Cantrell says he will take the Jefferson Airplane. What's that other one I'm looking for? Hold on a minute. She Has Funny Cars. Embryonic Journey. That's a Coming Back to Me. So you're Coming Back to Me. Embryonic Journey is like a instrumental type deal. She Has Funny Cars. Those are all great songs. That's sold to Ron Cantrell. Lightning Hopkins 26. Iggy 7. Iggy 8. Out on Ozzy. Out on Iggy. The Doors is a white label promo. Hollywood Bowl. The Hype Sticker, specially priced EP featuring previously unreleased live performances, pressed on high-quality audiophile grade vinyl. It's a white label promo, and it's nice. And right now, with the original electro sleeve, as of right now, no bid, a $25 start. Lightning Hopkins at 27. Rod Bryan, you're out. Ozzy is at 8 with Tony Lewis. Greg Gallier, you're out again on that one. Iggy is sold to Teresa for $8. All righty. That's where we're at. And now we have a new arrivals bin to go through. Hope everybody's ready. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Has everybody made sure you followed us on all platforms? I think Chad's about ready to go up front and get a V8 energy drink, and maybe even a bag of crab chips. I'm already ready for a snack early. I didn't eat before the sale because I ate earlier today, earlier than normal. Had a weird morning/day last night with the Masters coverage. It threw me off. So Chad's almost ready for a snack before I finish the rest of the sale tonight. First thing, I'm going to go ahead and get through this crate, though. We have the Green Tambourine by the Lemon Poppers. I feel like John's marked this extremely fair at just $19.99. Wow, that's a beautiful copy, too, for Let Me Play You My Green Tambourine. $19.99. Jethro Tull, thick as a brick, $29.99 with the original cover. This is a non-check condition bin. Jethro Tull's $29.99. That is Melanie, one I don't see as often. That is $19.99. I forgot what it's even called, but it's definitely Melanie. It's got a wild fold-open top jacket. Let me go ahead and give you a sample. It's a gigantic Melanie. Yeah, it's got like a C. I think you put it together. It's got a lot of stuff with it. I forgot exactly how this works. But there's a lot going on there with that Melanie jacket. $19.99 on that. Now the doors, $25.25. Now $26. I never did hear back from Greg Gallier on Aussie. He did say out. Okay. He did say out. So this sold to Tony Lewis for $8. That is sold. Sounds like we need a lot more likes over on YouTube. We have Tony Lewis on Green Tambourine. That's sold to Tony Lewis on Green Tambourine. Phantom Canuck on Melanie. Still got Jethro Tull. Now, this usually is what sells this album. When I open it up and show the newspaper cover, how this folds open, and it literally makes a newspaper, that's the original gimmick cover. There's a lot going on here. I've never really took time to really see what's going on, but it's got like a crossword puzzle and everything. So Jethro Tull, thick as a brick. It looks like a newspaper. $29.99 on that. Now Rick Hall's in on the doors at $33. Let's go ahead and sell that Lightning Hopkins for $28 to Rod Bryan, and let's get some new auctions going. New auctions are going up righty now, and let's do this righty now. Looks like we need more 45s and cassettes too. More. Everything. We have Peter Murphy. I already moved it up front because somebody asked what it was. It's a 68 US reissue with alternate cover art, VG++ EX, just a $15 start on Peter Murphy. And once again, that one's called Should the World Fail to Fall Apart. $15 start on that. Ron Burns on Jethro Tull, George Samberes second. And then we have Moody Blues, 7th Sojourn, $14.99. Moody Blues, 7th Sojourn, $14.99 on that. And we also have What and Who's Next. This is the Laugh In 69 record, the original cast album, $19.99. More. That's the Andrea True connection. Y'all know that, I guess it's technically classified as a disco song, Andrea True connection. More. We have Richard Pryor, L.A. Jail. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Richard Pryor, $19.99. And there was a Richard Pryor early that didn't... I definitely put the tag for James Brown on Peter Murphy. Okay. I was about to say, this didn't make sense to me, did it? Okay. I was about to say 68. Hold on a minute. Let's redo these. I just went with a flow there, but I was like, am I crazy or is that like well before Peter Murphy here? Okay, so what's happened? Is this the right tag on James Brown? Hold on a second. We have, Laura, I'll let you confirm, or if you just want to come back up here and grab these. So this is a 68. That would be right for this one because Peter Murphy's 86. I'll just set these aside, and if you need to come grab them and redo them, that will be fine. I'll go ahead and grab something else. I will go ahead and grab a Coltrane. And John Coltrane here is a 75. This is a 75 U.S. Presswell. Whoops, I've already dropped the sticky note. Coltrane is a 75 U.S. Presswell reissue with the company inner sleeve. EX edition, a $35 start. $35 start, a beautiful John Coltrane. Coltrane sound, Atlantic inner sleeve. John Coltrane, Coltrane sound, a $35 start. All right, there's that. And then first thing we have is the Doors at 33. Ron Burns got Jethro Tull, George Samberes. They're right there. And then I think at least one of the tags may be right. And then we have Doors out. And Shane Devers on Richard Pryor. And Chris X was second. Okay, the very best of the Marx Brothers. Marx Brothers is $26.99. Chris X second on Richard Pryor. Steve Martin, Comedy is Not Pretty. Looks like John's gotten to some of our comedy stats again. $14.99. I'm really curious on who's the high bidder on the Doors because Greg Beddinger went out. Joshua, Rick Hall, I think it's yours for $33. I'm about to sell it to you. There's our nightly copy of Sports, Huey Lewis. Original sleeve. That one's nice. $19.99 on Huey Lewis. And Head East is $19.99. Also, Dave Clark 5, More Greatest Hits, $9.99 on Dave Clark 5. And All in the Family with the insert, All in the Family, $19.99. All in the Family, $19.99. Okay, now our next auctions are going to go up right now. Still got some cool sets over here. And let's grab, let's grab this one. And let's see, let's do 2 cassette auctions because we're chipping away. I don't have many over here, so we might go ahead and finish them off tonight. We're definitely chipping away fast at them. Let's do Black Sabbath. We sold our soul for rock and roll. An awesome Black Sabbath compilation. Nice and clean. $7 start on that. And how about Public Enemy? An original, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back. Public Enemy, $7 start. Now, that's a prime example of an album that when it was originally out, it was intended to be probably sold on cassette or CD, but probably cassette. Because as y'all know, that's a pretty tougher to get album, and that probably sold originally very popular on cassette there. Now, back up at the top, Coltrane's a final call for 35. Susie Breedlove on Dave Clark 5. Chris X on Huey Lewis. Coltrane has a new bid for 37, and now Sabbath and Public Enemy both have bids. Now we can go ahead and roll the doors to Rick Hall for 35. We're closing the doors, and that's sold to Rick Hall for 33, 35, 33. 33 for the 33 and a third. That is sold to Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick Hall. All right, there's those 2 new cassette auctions. Let's go ahead and grab another auction, and the next auction is going to be, let's move over here to Mr. Skinnerd. Oh, man, this is a very desirable press. This is the 73 true OG first pressing of Lynyrd Skynyrd's first album. So a 1973 Gloversville original, first label, pronounced Lynyrd Skynyrd. I love that. Thank you for putting the phonics, even though I don't have any problem saying that, Lynyrd Skynyrd. This is a VG Plus, a $35 start, first label, $35 start. I almost just said $45, maybe even $55. I hope that we get there, but this is VG Plus, a $35 start, pronounced Lynyrd Skynyrd. So MCA had a subsidiary called Sounds of the South. They only had about 3 releases on there, and 2 of them was Lynyrd Skynyrd. And then they just went mainstream on their big MCA label. Obviously, Lynyrd Skynyrd was a huge success, so they went mainstream on their big main MCA label. The rest was history. Now up for bid, a $35 start. Awesome track listing. You got to have that one. Black Sabbath's now at 10. Public Enemy's at 10. Coltrane's been at 37. I haven't heard back from Chris X. Chris, Donna bid 37 on Coltrane over on Facebook. So just FYI, you've been outbid. Nice. Another comedy classic. Saturday Night Live with Belushi, Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd. That's $19.99. Got some cool stuff in here. How about the best of Peter, Paul, and Mary? The best of 10 years together, $12.99. You got Leaving on a Jet Plane. You got Puff, the Magic Dragon. You got Lemon Tree, $12.99. Cool stuff there. Folk music. Belafonte, The Warm Touch. Oh, Harry there is $9.99. Pete Townsend from The Who, his solo album, White City, $14.99. Bee Gees, Spirits Haven't Flown. Bee Gees is $9.99. Jimmy Buffett, Havana Daydreamin'. Jimmy Buffett's $19.99. Havana Daydreamin'. Also, Thank You, Pretty Baby, Nat King Cole, $9.99. Tony Lewis on Peter, Paul, and Mary. That is sold to Tony Lewis. Coltrane's now at 40. Public Enemy's at 12. And what about Black Sabbath? Shane has Black Sabbath at 10. William Dragovich out. Wow, no bid on Lynyrd Skynyrd. Final call for the OG pronounced Lynyrd Skynyrd back there. I'm going to try to finish off this bottle of water. All right, I'm back. All right, so Skynyrd does have a bid for 35. Now another bid for 35. And let's get going right here with more Belafonte by request, $9.99. Looks like Shane Devers is going to be getting both cassettes for 12 and 10. Earlier, we had a Steven Wilson remix of Jethro Tull. Here's the actual original of Stormwatch, $19.99. What kind? This is a non-check condition bin. Everything I've seen in here is all EX Plus or better. Yeah. Very nice record there. Jimmy Buffett, $19.99. Very clean. Elton John, with all the inserts. Captain Fantastic and the Brown Dirt Cowboy. Beautiful vinyl, too. $34.99. $34.99. I always check, but if it's on brown vinyl, it's going to be autographed. So if you ever have a copy on brown vinyl, set it aside, send me a video or send me a picture, and I want to buy it from you. So Black Sabbath has a new bid for $12. Shane Devers, you've been outbid. Jethro Tull sold to Joe Salamo. Chris X is out on John Coltrane. Let's go ahead and sell that to Donna for $40. $40 on that. Leonard Skinner has a new bid for $38. And just to think, I was about to start that at $55, and we're only at $38, and it's creeping along. Now, Shane, I am going to go ahead and sell you Public Enemy, though. Public Enemy is sold to you for $12. However, you have been outbid on Black Sabbath. It's now at $12. You was at $10. Christine McVie is $26.99. And the Rollers Elevator. The Rollers is $9.99. And Aretha Franklin, Soft and Beautiful. Boy, I never see that one. $24.99. Aretha Franklin. Now Skinner's at $38. Now Skinner's at $44. And now Laura has brought us the Peter Murphy and James Brown back. Here we go. A6 UK original. This is the Peter Murphy. I was about to say 68, 86. We got it fixed, though. That's Laura's first mistake ever. It really wasn't a mistake. It was just a slip up on sticky notes. An 86 UK original on her sleeve. That is a $20 start, a gatefold. Peter Murphy, $20 start, $20 start. Michael Peveler says, what was the Head East? The Head East is called Head East. Head East is called Head East. It's $19.99. I haven't seen a copy of Flat as a Pancake in months, which has their big hit song, Never Been Any Reason. And then there's an original pressing of that that's pretty scarce. I've only ever had one that come through here, and I kept it. All right, Public Enemy got a late bid for $20. Unfortunately, I've already sold it. Now Leonard Skinner's at $48. Now Peter Murphy has a bid for $25. And now Black Sabbath is at $13, which means, JK, you're out. Next thing I have is Queen, A Day at the Races. Queen is $34.99. Original on her sleeve. A Day at the Races. Queen, $34.99. Very nice, very clean. Also, we have The Doors' Greatest Hits. It's nice. It's near mint minus. It has the original on her sleeve. $34.99. Oh, wait a minute. He might be bidding on Peter Murphy. He is. PM. I thought, for some reason, I thought that was Public Enemy. My bad. My bad. Oh, leg cramp. I'm stretching. Hold on a second. Flat as a Pancake. Flat as a Pancake's first press. You won't be seeing that every weekend. It's on a label called, I think, Pyramid. I think it's called Pyramid. It's the first press. Head East. It's got a completely different cover, too. Flat as a Pancake. Well, it's got a slightly different cover. That's what it looks like there. Let's see here. I think that's it there. Yeah, there's none for sale. Last one sold 150, but there's none for sale. That's what it looks like. That's a tough record to find. Flat as a Pancake. But of course, here's what the more common version looks like, which has their big hit song, Never Been Any Reason. So, but I still had, we get Head East every night, but not that album. That seems to be the one everybody wants, but I haven't had one come through in a while. All right, so first thing I have here is Leonard Skinner 45, Peter Murphy 28, Leonard Skinner 54, Black Sabbath 15, Peter Murphy 35, Teresa got The Doors, Bill Samus put B, and Bill Samus B was for what? And now we have Shane, you've been outbid on Black Sabbath. He says he's got to buy fast. He's at the lake with no phone charger. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And then Peter Murphy, 40, 42, 45. Shane, I saw that gigantic fish you caught. What is that, a marlin? It's some kind of gigantic fish you caught. We have the Who's Odds and Sods, $24.99. I don't think those are around here locally, I don't think, whatever you caught. $24.99. Quicksilver is $19.99. And Blow Is the Colt This is Fire of an Unknown Origin. Nice. I'm Burning for You, $24.99. Now, Peter Murphy's at 48, and Leonard Skinnard is at 64 with George Sambares. And the last bidder was Jeff H. So, Jeff H., you are out. We have December's Children, the Rolling Stones. December's Children is $34.99. Blue London label, $34.99 on December's Children. And another Aretha. I've never seen that one either. Wow, 2 Aretha Franklin albums in here that I've never had before. That's pretty incredible by itself. In Shrink with a hop sticker, $24.99. How interesting. 24. A spoonbill. Okay, I know what a spoonbill is. Yeah. Okay, Quicksilver Anthology, 2 LP, $34.99. Susie got Quicksilver. That is sold to Susie. And now Peter Murphy's at 53. And by the way, Shane, the Black Sabbath is back to you. The high bid is with JK for $15. And then the high bid is with JK at $15. He's out on Skinnard. So we got an OG Leonard Skinnard Sounds of the South here. Original label, a nicer VG Plus copy. And we're about to sell it to George Sambares. And he's going to be a simple kind of man for $54. It's a final call. All right. Next, we have Brent on Arethas. Now, I'm assuming you want both, or did you want that most recent? Here's 2 Arethas. I don't think I've ever had come through here, and they're beautiful. I'm assuming you want both, Brent, but if you, the other one was, they're both $24.99. Your pick, Peter Murphy, 55. Now Black Sabbath, 16. Now Peter Murphy, 57. Now we need a new auction. Right after I show you Joe Walsh. This is interesting here. It's on a UK label, Probe, $24.99. Check that out. Beautiful Joe Walsh, $24.99. Let's throw up another auction. We hadn't done a 45 in a while, but I was trying to chip away at these cassettes because there are some good ones in here. And it's everybody's favorite, the legendary, oh my gosh, Milli Vanilli. Girl, you know it's true. Milli Vanilli is going to go up for a $5 start. Milli Vanilli. All right. Next is Susie on QS. Another Quicksilver for Susie. And then JK's out on Black Sabbath. Thank you for letting me know promptly. So that's sold to Shane Devers for 16. Next is the latest edition, John Mayall, $26.99. Very clean copy. Peter Murphy is at 57 with Mike Owen. Michael Snared, it's back to you. We have Hall & Oates H2O for $19.99. And the Bee Gees, Turn Around, Look at Me. Bee Gees, $9.99, Turn Around, Look at Me. And another Jimmy Buffett, Tokenut. How about, instead of Tokenut Telegraph, we have Coconut Telegraph. Wow, and it's a, well, is it supposed to be on a white label? That might just be standard, but it's a white label. Anytime I see white label, I think promo, $19.99. Okay, Leonard Skinnard is sold to George Sambares. We got plenty of other stuff to put up for auction, and this is sold to George Sambares for $54. Michael Snared, the Peter Murphy goes back to you, it looks like, and that is with Mike Owen at 57. Milli Vanilli's at 7. And next is James Brown. This is a 68 U.S. reissue of alternate. Yeah, so that tag went with James Brown. A 68 U.S. reissue, alternate cover art, Sings Out of Sight, VG++ EX. So still not bad for James Brown. $15 start. James Brown, $15 start. Gatefold, it has a Unipack design. $15 start. There's a Head East on eBay for $333.83. I think when I had ours, I think John priced, the one I kept from the store, I'm pretty sure John had sticker priced at $249.99 and just like had it in a bin. And I was going through a bin one night before I brought it over and I was like, whoa! Because it's just a highly rare collectible record. And I was like, whoa, what's that doing in there? But yeah, I think he was going to mark it like $250. So it's not too easy to get. It's definitely minimum $100 record in low grade. But yeah, I'd say if they're nice, they can get up there pretty high, I'd say. All right, Larry Smith got the Bee Gees. That's sold to Larry Smith. And we have Tina Marie, It Must Be Magic, $19.99. We have Milli Vanilli, So to Brandon Lack for $7. Jackson Brown's $14.99. And the very best of Johnny Rivers, $9.99. Peter Murphy, So to Mike Owen for $57. James Brown is just a $15 start. Sings Out of Sight. The Godfather of Soul. James Brown, $15 start. Next is Music for a Striptease Party, $14.99, a home entertainment program. I don't know what kind of home you live in, but there is a striptease, $14.99. Also, we have Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul. Boy, I like these words. Super Clean and OG, Original Gangster and Super Clean. Soul to Soul, a $35 start. Beautiful copy. That's now up for bid. Larry Smith on JR for Johnny Rivers. Sold to Larry Smith. And Fats Domino Sings, a 64 million record hits, $26.99. James Brown does have a bid for $15. How about we revisit some more cassettes? And the next cassettes I have are right here. Uh-oh, I'm getting to a new layer. Oh, no. What do I have here? Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Huh. Well. Okay. Here is Naughty by Nature, Craziest. Naughty by Nature, $7 start. And Mr. Big, lean into it. This might be sealed. I think if this guy kept them in baggies, they were sealed. Sealed, $7. A&M reissue of a different cover. Yeah, so the most common version is on A&M Records, and it's the main release. And yes, there are promo copies of that too. I think that's the version I had pulled up here on Discogs. So yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like. And there are promo copies. I think I have one of those too. So yeah, that's what it commonly looks like. It's just a great album. Never Been Any Reason is a great song. It's one of those classic radio hits from back in the day. All right. There's our next two cassettes. And yeah, this is a sealed original Mr. Big. And Naughty by Nature is a $7 start for Craziest. I just found a whole new layer of great looking cassettes. Don't let me forget about 45s either. But we have more rock and 60s. Great compilations these are. $12.99. We got Talk Talk, The Music Machine, Give Me Some Lovin', Stand, Slide, Nobody But Me, The Outsiders, The Strange Loves, The Monkees, Love and Spoonful, Chad Has Something in His Eye and It's Absolutely Killing Him, Lou Reed, New Sensations. Lou Reed is $34.99. New Sensations for Lou Reed. Great new arrivals here. We're about to go through a Paul crate next. Golden Earrings Switch. Golden Earrings $24.99. And Glenn Fry, the All-Nighter, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. James Brown, just one bid with Dr. Zebo for $15. However, Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $35 with Chris X. That's also a final call. It's a super clean OG, near mint minus, and we're about to sell it for $35. Here is our next auction, Plan 9. Plan 9 is a 1984 USOG. It's been out of print ever since this release. It's never been pressed again. It's a Garage Psych album, still in shrink wrap. We had quite a battle for this the other night. Plan 9 is a $25 start. Dealing with the Dead, that's now up for bid. Next record in here is Yes, Yesterdays. Yes, this is Yes, and it's called Yesterdays, $19.99. Also, Patti Smith Group Wave, $24.99. LRB, Playing to Win, Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. And The Police, Synchronicity, on purple vinyl, $29.99. I'm holding it up to the light, and when I hold it up to the light, it turns purple vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. All right, so there we have it. Chris X, you're still, whoa. Shane Devers is on the board at $36. Chris X, you've been outbid. And now we have Susie on PS, and PS was for Patti Smith. Plan 9, we're looking for a $25 start. Head is Pancake on A&M Records, 75 first pressing. That's the first pressing on A&M Records. There's a pressing before that on a private label called Pyramid. That's the rare one I'm talking about. There's a private press before that one that they did. Low pressing. They were on like a private label, not mainstream. Okay, so can't believe I'm doing this, but they didn't get bids. So Naughty by Nature is a $7 buy it now. The sealed Mr. Big's a $7 buy it now. And we're about to read through this bin again, right after I take this stack of cassettes that's already sold in here to the operations room. There's the sold cassettes from earlier. And I'm about to take the 45s in here too, but give me 1 second. Alrighty. So, Plan 9 has bids for $25.25, and Eden Riviera wants MB. MB was Mr. Big for $7, right? Mr. Big, that was sold for $7. You got it? Still got Naughty by Nature. Okay, now, Chris X is back on Stevie Ray Vaughan at 37. Shane Devers, you've been outbid. Now we need more miscellaneous for auction. Let's grab a couple of new 45s. We're almost done with this box here. I think Paul started it yesterday, and maybe by tonight we might have them all done. Here's another Zodiac Mind Warp. Zodiac Mind Warp and the Love Reaction Prime Mover. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And Trick Babies, Last Chance Man and Hideout. That's a $5 start. So all of a sudden, Plan 9 getting new bids. All of a sudden, Stevie Ray Vaughan getting new bids. This was a new arrivals bin. I'm just going to read the titles one more time, and then I'm going to grab this other crate from Paul. Don't forget, there's 2 other crates back here from John, and I think Laura's in the process of marking more stuff too. Should be very interesting. Next thing I have is Moody Blue, 7 Sojourn, $14.99. Laugh In was $19.99. Best of Marks was $26. Steve Martin, All in the Family, Saturday Night Live still available, $19.99. Harry Belafonte, Pete Townsend, Bee Gees, Nat King Cole, Harry Belafonte. Jimmy Buffett was asked about. He's still available. Unbelievably, the Complete and OG has all the inserts with it, $34.99. If you've never seen what all comes with this, pretty incredible. It has a scrapbook, a lyric book, and a very, very cool poster. Elton John, Captain Fantastic, and the Brown Dirt Cowboy. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 37, now 38. Plan 9's at 35. There is one more insert that sometimes it's with it, sometimes it's not. And that's a merch insert. Sometimes I have a merch insert with these, sometimes not. A truly complete copy has a merch insert. But that is pretty nice. Has those 3 inserts. The inner sleeve and the vinyl's nice. That is sold to Holden. I figured showing that might do the deal. These are $5 starts here. 1 bid on Trick Baby for $5. Zodiac doesn't have a bid. We have Kristen McVie for $26.99. Also the Rollers. There's Head East self-titled. Queen is surprisingly still available, and it's nice. Original inner sleeve, $34.99. That's an OG Queen, A Day at the Races. That is now up for grabs, $34.99. Don't You Want Somebody to Love? That is on there. Also, we have the Who Odds and Sods. Blue Oyster Cult, surprisingly still available. I'm Burning for You. Fire of an Unknown Origin, original inner sleeve. That's $24.99. The Rolling Stones, December's Children, also surprisingly still available. A beautiful blue label stereo copy, $24.99. Chris X wants the Police, Synchronicity. That's sold to Chris X. Mike Torrey's picking up Queen. That's sold to Mike Torrey's. And now Trick Babies is sold to Robert for $5. Zodiac's a $5 buy it now if anybody wants it. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $38. Chris X, you've been outbid. And Shane Devers, Kenny Cates bidding against Shane Devers. This could get interesting. And then Plan 9's at 35 with JK, which means Teresa, you've been outbid. Next is Joe Walsh. This was an Italian pressing, and this is on the pink probe label, $24.99 on that one. Does Plan 9 have a booklet? Laura didn't make a note of that, so no booklet. No booklet on that one. Dr. Zebo picking up the very nice Rolling Stones December's Children. That is sold. Also, John Mayall, very clean gatefold, $26.99. Hall & Oates H2O, Tina Marie, another Jimmy Buffett. Jackson Brown, Striptease, Fats Domino. Nobody bought in on this great compilation. You'll be very happy with it. $12.99 for the 60s comp. Lou Reed, golden earring switch. That's surprising for a golden earring to be left behind. And it's a German press, $29.99. It's got that original intended artwork, $29.99. Also, we have Glenn Fry, LRB, and Yes Yesterdays. All right, so Stevie Ray Vaughan, Chris is out. I hadn't heard back from Shane. Kenny's about to get it for $38. Rebecca said she will take the Striptease. Hall & Oates H2O was $19.99. Now, I didn't read everything in there, but if you need a price, let me know. They're just going to go right here behind me. They're very accessible. I'm going to put them right here behind me. That way we can go ahead and go through this next Paul's crate, okay? He says, let Kenny have it. The other bidder said out, so Kenny gets that for $38. Plan 9's out with Teresa. Plan 9 is sold for $35 to JK over on YouTube. Craig is going to take my recommendation on the 60s comp, and Chris Smith said he will take Hall & Oates. So we got this sold right here to Craig Honeycutt. That's sold to Chris Smith. And we need new auctions before I even swap out crates. I have, let's chip away. Let's do Dave Brubeck here. Dave Brubeck Quartet, Jazz, Red Hot and Cool. And this is a 55 US mono original, in mono, and it's original, and it's a 6-eye label, and it's from 1955. It is in VG condition. This is Dave Brubeck, $15 start. $15 start on Mr. Brubeck there. Let's lay him right back there. He's all red hot and cool. And then our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is the Eagles, Long Road out of Eden. The Eagles is a 2021 press with the original on her sleeve, just a $20 start on that. The Eagles. All right, I'm taking this off. The next crate in rotation is Mr. Paul. So let's see what Mr. Paul has over here for us. He's already gone for the day. He's went ahead and priced all these for us, though. And let's see what we got. There's no telling with these. Y'all know how these crates are. These are always interesting. Let's grab more cassettes, 45s. I think I can get through one more crate. I'm dying for a bag of crab chips up there. Crab chips. And a nice ice-cold, tasty, crisp V8 energy drink. That would be pretty epic, too. Oh, man, look at some of these cassettes I just found. I'm trying to tear down this next Vaseline. Is that a single or a... Oh, that's like an EP. Oh, that might be pretty good. Fat Boys. Danger, Danger. That's a cool cassette. Man, we got some cool cassettes tonight. All right, let's put these up for $7 starts. I got Stone Temple Pilots, a UK cassette Vaseline. $7 start. Check that out. STP, an original Vaseline. STP. $7 start. And Danger, Danger. Original cassette here. Very cool. That's one of those records, again, one of those glam metal that was probably intended to be sold on cassette. That's why we never can find the vinyl. Dave's at 15. Eagles is at 20. There's our next couple auctions. And if I can get these records to stand up, we're about to go through them. I'm sure there's some interesting stuff in here. Here we go. Leonard Skinnard's Greatest Hits. It's called Skinnard's Innards. $24.99. Very clean copy. $24 on old Leonard. This is the John Hall Band, sealed for $9.99. Hydra, Rock the World. Hydra's $19.99. We're about to sell Brubeck for $15. We're about to sell the Eagles for $20. I also have the Incredible String Band. This is $29.99. This is a original 1970 UK. There is a little of cover damage on it, $29.99. Susie wants to put back Patti Smith Group. If anybody wants Patti, she is $24.99. Patti Smith Group Wave. $24.99. It's back available. Jackson Highway is sealed, produced by the Jimmy Johnson from his collection. It's not from his collection, I don't think, but just so you know. Wagnita Gagney, first on Leonard Skinnard. Brubeck has a new bid for $17. Donna, you've been outbid. Tavares is $9.99. STP's at $15. No bid on Danger, Danger, looking for a $7 start. We have The Power of Joe Simon. Joe Simon's $14.99, and the monitors Grazing in the Grass, a 1990 US Disco $9.99. No one bid against you on the Eagles, Robert. Nice pickup there for $20. Now Dave Brubeck's at $18. Now STP's at $16. Shane's out. And we have Nature's Divine in the Beginning, a 1979 disco funk album, $24.99, and Aaron Neville, Orchid in the Storm, an 85 US, $9.99 on Aaron Neville. Let's go ahead and grab our next auction, and that next auction is going to be the Seeds. And this is a 67 US original, a tougher record to get here, Future the Seeds. It's in VG condition. It's going to go up for a $25 start, a 67 US original, $25 start. Gatefold, very nice, a $25 start. Dave Brubeck 21, Dave Brubeck 22, and now no bids on Danger Danger. It's a $7 buy it now. STP still getting bids. Brian Friel, Ashes and Matchsticks, a 75 promo, $9.99. And Neil Young Reactor, an 81 US original sealed copy of Neil Young, does have a saw markup at the top right, does have the original target price tag, $9.99. Our next auction is Rachel Sweet, I Go to Pieces on Stiff Records. Rachel Sweet, she was on a Seinfeld episode. Rachel Sweet, Who Does Lisa Like? That's going to go up for a $5 start. Next pull from the New Orleans collection. Dave Brubeck's now at 27. The Seeds is a $25 start. Dave Brubeck's now at 30. We have Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man. Ram Jam. Ram Jam's a gold stamp promo, white label promo. Ram Jam, $19.99. The Seeds does have a bid for $25. Thompson Twins, Here's to Future Days. Thompson Twins, $19.99 for the Thompson Twins. Also, Sonny Rollins, Love at First Sight. Sonny Rollins is $14.99. Purple Rain, a 1984 Winchester, no poster, $29.99. And we have Paul Oakley on the Seeds at $25. Rebecca Howard on Ram Jam, that's sold. Mike Owen on Thompson Twins, that's sold. Rachel Sweet has a bid for $5. And then where did we get to on STP? Shane has it for $25. Brandon Lack, you're out. Now Dave Brubeck's at $30. Duran Duran is at an OG cassette. It should be. I can probably check it really quick. It definitely looks like it. It's definitely correct. It's got a barcode on the back, which is okay. It's supposed to have a barcode. And yeah, it's a 1989 US Dolby original cassette. Yes, and it's super clean. $7. Very nice. So we bought these from somebody, and there was like a sticky note on it. What did I do with it? Somebody had a sticky note, and it said $11.99. Which is probably pretty accurate, but $7 on that. And then Sonny Donna Turner on Sonny Rollins, that's sold. Brandon's out on STP. What Seeds? Future. Seeds is up for bid. It is a 1967 US original. It is in VG condition. That's a tougher record to get, and that's a final call for $25. Romulu's out on Brubeck, so we're about to sell that to Donna for $30. Rachel Sweet's a final call for $5. He's out on STP. We're about to sell that to Shane. Jason Jones says he'll take Danger Danger for $7. Thank you. That's sold to you for $7. Next is Charlie Rich, a 73 white label promo, $14.99. Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages, a rare club reissue. This is already a tougher album to get any vintage copy of. A classic country album by Willie Nelson. His first two albums on Atlantic are his true first outlaw albums. He left RCA Records after almost like a dispute with his creativity. He went outlaw, and his first two were on Atlantic. That's one of them right there, $24.99. We have The Best of Alan Parsons Project, $14.99. I don't know if that was actually a dispute with RCA, but I think RCA wanted him to go straight clean country, and I think Willie wanted to start going outlaw. And so when he left RCA, you got Shotgun Willie and you got Phases and Stages. That was the first two there. Great stuff there. Now, Rachel Sweet, that's sold to Robert Warner for $5. Now let's end some other auctions. Brubeck is sold to Donna Turner for $30. I have filled up another crate. I'm about to do a swap. I don't know the exact history there of how that happened with Willie, but that's a rough estimate, a rough guide of what happened. Mike Barley got Alan Parsons Project. And now, before I put another record in here, I'm going to swap out crates after I sell this STP cassette to Shane Devers for $25. There's that. Now we have managed to fill up another crate. Managed to do that. Yeah, I think RCA wanted him to stay with the Nashville sound, you know, that Chet Atkins string, classic country sound. I think Willie was ready to get a little wild. I think he was ready to grow his hair out. I think he's ready to smoke a little devil's lettuce. He's ready for his new beginnings. And he never looked back. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We got cassettes. We got 45s. We got art. I got paintings. I got everything. All right. We have heavy stereo. Heavy stereos on yellow vinyl, says made in the UK, $5 start, and Red Hot Chili Peppers, Blood Sugar Sex Magic, $7 start, original cassette, Blood Sugar Sex Magic, $7 start. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. That's now up for bid, a $7 start. I have a quick buy it now cassette. I won't auction this one. Steely Dan Asia, $7 if anybody wants it. $7 on that. Okay? We have Tom Waits, small change. Tom Waits is $29.99. An 84 specialty pressing. Tom Waits is $29.99. The Seeds, $31.32. Jethro Tull Live, $19.99. And Eddie Murphy, comedian, Eddie Murphy, $14.99. Also, Soft Machine Memories. Soft Machine is an early sessions from 1967. That is the Soft Machine early sessions, $19.99. Heavy Stereo has a bid with Susie for $5. The next auction is going to go up right now, and it is John Coltrane and Alice Coltrane. Wow. This is John Coltrane, Cosmic Music, Alice Coltrane. A 69 US repress with alternate cover art. It does have the original Impulse sleeve. VG Plus, a $35 start. Nice. Alice and John Coltrane, Cosmic Music. It has the original inner sleeve. Always desirable when you hear those names together. Just look at the artwork inside of the gatefold. Wow. $35 start on that. That's now up for bid. A John and Alice Coltrane album. Red Hot Chili Peppers has a bid for $7. And Rod Bryan's Out on the Seeds, Paul Oakley, that's about to be yours for $32. Next is Paula Abdul, Forever Your Girl. Paula Abdul is $24.99. The Spy Who Loved Me, James Bond, 007, that's a soundtrack. Carly Simon, Nobody Does It Better, $19.99. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Live, Pack Up the Plantation, a double LP gatefold, $34.99. How about Rollins Place for Bird? That's pretty cool. A 72 US remaster. Paul's put some cool stuff out here. $24.99 on that. And we have Heart, self-titled, $24.99. Heavy Stereo sold to Susie for $5. Red Hot Chili Peppers sold to Chris X for $7. Next is The Seeds. That's sold to Paul Oakley for $32. Those are all done and done. Now we're left with the Coltrane, John and Alice. Final call to get a bid in for $35. Final call to get a bid in for $35. I have repackaged the Seeds. Now Chris X on Tom Petty. This is sold to Tom Petty. Sold to Chris X. Scott Oman on PA. And PA was for Paula Abdul. That's sold. And next is a new auction. And that next new auction is David Bowie, Hunky Dory. This is a 2016 US press. The top seam does have a split right here. This is a great album, Hunky Dory. Let me show you the seam split first right there. 2016, beautiful copy of Hunky Dory, a $15 star. Coltrane just got bid for $35, $35, $35. This is a 1969. This is John and Alice Coltrane, Cosmic Music. VG Plus condition, now has a new bid for $40. All right, let's grab some other new auctions. And what is going to be my next new auction? I have no idea. I've made a mess digging through this box. I have made an absolute mess. Let me get to the bottom here. I still got some sealed original stuff here that's pretty cool. Some of these are going to be great auctions. Here's some White Snake, Steve Vai. Wow, are they sealed? These are really cool. I got like a ton of sealed Steve Vai cassettes here. Let me go ahead and grab this and this Lone Justice. Okay, Lone Justice is a pull from the New Orleans batch. It's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have White Snake. Check this out. Sealed. If y'all been seeing, of course, you know, they grade every kind of media now. They've been grading comics and coins and cards for years. Now they're grading records. Now they're grading VHS. And I'm also seeing some companies pop up that's starting to grade really cool sealed cassettes like this that are originals with hype stickers. That's really cool. That's a sealed original with hype, White Snake. Thing about hype stickers on cassettes, unless you cut them out and kept them, you can't leave a cassette in shrink wrap, really. I don't guess. You can't, no way to do that, especially the way these things are sealed. $10 start on White Snake. That's a sealed original cassette, and it is sealed with hype sticker. $10 start on that. All right, let's go back to the top and figure out where we left off. David Bowie was a $15 start. Hunky-dory. No bid yet. Back to the bin. Sheila E., The Glamorous Life. Sheila E. was an 84 club, $14.99. The Eurythmics, self-titled. The Eurythmics is $19.99. We have Rock Melons, Tales of the City. Rock Melons is a down-tempo synth pop album, $9.99. White Snake's at $10. Coltrane's at $50. Lone Justice has one bid for $5. Final call. Booker T, Evergreen, a white label promo for Mr. Booker T. White label promo, $19.99. Also, Stan Jets Gold, Happy 50th Stan. It's a really bright gold foil cover, 2LP, $14.99 on Stan Getz. And Hermanos Gutierrez, El Bueno y El Malo, in shrink, $24.99. Also, Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, $34.99. MCA, $14.86. That's available. And Van Ronk, Dave Van Ronk, a promo, a fantastic compilation, is the note from Paul, $24.99. And we have Mike Owen on Melons. Melons is sold to Mike Owen. Larry Smith on BY. And that was maybe for BT for Booker. White Snake has a new bid for $11. Lone Justice, just one bid, sold to Holden for $5. Nobody bid on the 2016 David Bowie. It's only a $15 buy now. That should be a great price. White Snake has a new bid for $12. Waylon, Dreaming My Dreams. Waylon is $29.99. Dreaming My Dreams. That is $29.99. J.J. Kell Shades. J.J. Kell is $24.99. And John Miller, First Degree Blues. 72 U.S. Country Blues, $24.99. Paul Oakley on DB, and that's for the David Bowie buy now for $15. Dr. Zebo was second. Now White Snake's at $12. Now John Coltrane's at $55. Our next auction is King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King. Let me fix my spill right here before we have a disaster. I'm about to show you all the stuff that's over here. But first, here's King Crimson. A 69 Terre Haute original with the company inner sleeve. VG condition, a $20 start. A 69 US Terre Haute original, VG condition, a $20 start. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the gatefold, a $20 start on that. That is now up for bid. My thoughts on grading records, if it's something sealed that's like really valuable, that's when it should go into a slab, just like a comic book. Like, you're not going to actually sit down and read a Superman #1 original comic. You would be taking a major financial risk. Same thing for opening. Like, I've seen a guy that graded a sealed Tool Anima, which, you know, is like a $1,000 record. There's no really reason to open that, because if you open it, it loses a ton of money. I get that you would want to play it, but also a reissue is going to happen eventually. And same thing with like really rare sealed Zeppelin records. If you've ever held one, I've got ones that we're going to be selling this week. Man, when they're in those slabs, it's like you're holding an artifact. It's like, wow, this has stayed sealed for 60 years. Like we had a sealed Beatles album come through here we auctioned. It's like, wow, someone's kept this sealed. You know, at that point, if you open it, it loses hundreds of dollars in value. So, and it preserves it really well. So at this point, it's like an artifact. It's hard to believe, but this stuff is becoming culturally and significantly important to U.S. history. For most of us, it's recent history, right? A lot of this is recent history. But the way it's trending, we're talking about an era of this music that originally came out on vinyl all the way up through the 50s, through the 90s. A very important part in our culture and history. And it's just, at this point, some of it's becoming extremely highly collectible. The right records in the right condition. I think that's why we're all here watching and bidding and buying. The greatest music ever made. Now, the first thing we have is Coltrane 56, Coltrane 57. Whitesnake has two more $12 bids. So, Alan, you bid 11, Brandon bid a 12, and then you bid 12, okay? And now King Crimson's at 26. Coltrane's at 57. King Crimson has bids for 20 and now 26. There is so many great records left in there. I'm almost surprised. I'm going to go ahead and grab the next auction. It's going to go up for a $5 start. You know, when a lot of people didn't think, you know, we view like Beatles albums as, and maybe even Alice in Chains albums. It depends on what kind of music you like, as masterpieces. You know, that's how they view art nowadays. And these Mickey Mantle baseball cards, it's like a snapshot of American history. It's become very collectible, music has. Uncle Acid, Runaway Girls. Uncle Acid is going to go up for a $5 start. It's collectible. You can listen to it, but it's also like a snapshot, each record, of American history and world history. $5 start for Uncle Acid. That's now up for bid, Runaway Girls. All right, and now we have we have Coltrane at 60, now 62. We are stalled on Whitesnake. I haven't heard back from Alan Hagen. You tied Brandon, and I haven't heard back from, yeah, he's out on King Crimson. So George is about to get that for 26. Now, there's way too much in here, and I still got a lot more to show before I go any further. But let me go ahead and read you what's left in here. If you need a price, let me know. Some of them I am going to go ahead and tell the price of. We have Search Party, the John Hall Band. Hydra, Rock the World. This was a recommendation from Derek Clark. He's very curious while nobody has bid on this. $19.99. We have Incredible String Band, $29.99. Jackson Highway was sealed. Tavares, Joe Simon, The Monitors, Aaron Neville, Nature's Divine, Brian Friel, Neil Young, Prince, Purple Rain, $29.99. OG, No Poster, Charlie Rich, Willie Nelson, surprisingly still available after all the hype, $24.99. Tom Waits, still available. Jethro Tull Live, Eddie Murphy, still available. Soft Machine doing early sessions from 1967, $19.99. And The Spy Who Loved Me. Let me pause there. I can't believe there's a James Bond soundtrack left behind, and that's one of the best ones. That's probably Roger Moore's best movie there. The Spy Who Loved Me. That's the one about the submarine, the nuclear, the guy's going to blow up the world as usual. Someone's always trying to blow up the world. Uncle Acid is at 7. Someone says, is this the same acid as the Deadbeats? I honestly don't know. It is on Rise Above Records. That's now at 7. Let's go ahead and pull Samantha Harrison Prince. That is sold to Samantha Harrison. She's going to pick up the Purple Rain. And now Whitesnake is sealed, where he's talking about sealed stuff here. Very cool. Sealed with hop sticker. Now at $14. Coltrane, Alice Coltrane. The vinyl grade was VG+. Conservatively graded. We've cleaned it. Laura has assigned it a VG. Wow, it looks pretty nice. I think these jazz records get the most scrutiny out of anything. Last thing you want to do is get a jazz record and be disappointed with the grade. So there's that. And then we can go ahead and sell King Crimson to George Sambaraz. Thank you, George. That's sold to you for $26. All right. There we have it. And now, Uncle Acid, still getting lots of bids, and so is the sealed White Snake cassette. We're moving right along, everybody. Let's finish reading this bin. The last thing we have is Rollins Plays for Bird. There's a jazz record I'm kind of surprised it's left. Sonny Rollins with Kenny Dorham. Max Roach appears, $24.99. Heart was $24.99 self-titled. Sheila E., The Eurythmics, Stan Getz, Herman Gutierrez, Tom Petty still available. The Van Ronk compilation, Paul recommended. Waylon Jennings, J.J. Cale, and John Miller. The high bid on Coltrane is with Donna Turner at $62. Donna Turner. Now Donna's also going to pick up that Sonny Rollins record. And now Uncle Acid's moving to a final call. We're about to sell it to Robert Warner. No, Jim B's already in at 10. Jim B's already in at 10. And then Romelu wants to know how much Stan Getz was. Stan Getz was $14.99. $14.99. Romelu asked, then Donna. Jared Inc. next on that. And then how much is the 007 soundtrack? It is in shrink, near mint minus, $19.99. $19.99. There's Jaws. That's a cool one. Nobody does it better. Dun, 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 dun. This is sold to Romelu. He gets the Stan Getz. Uncle Acid still getting new bids. All right, I'm going to go ahead and introduce another new auction. And I'm going to go up front and get a V8 right quick. Definitely need a shot of energy. Let's go ahead and introduce another new auction, though. And the next new auction, this has always been interested here. I'm surprised more people hadn't asked for it. This is the West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band, Volume 3, A Child's Guide to Good and Evil. This is a EX condition record, a $55 start. This exact same pressing have sold for as much as $100. It's nice at EX too. The West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band, A Child's Guide to Good and Evil. This should do very well. $55 start on this. That's now out for bid. Let's step off here for a second, or let's get updated here. Uncle Acid's now at 11, now 12. Are we done on Coltrane? Neil Reigler, do you want to bid, or anybody else? I'm about to sell it to Donna for 62. What about Whitesnake? Brandon Lack went out. Let's go ahead and sell that to Alan Hagen for 15. Alan Hagen, that's so to you. I'm about to put up some other sealed stuff here. Very cool. Did you say the monitors? I did. Give me 1 second there. David V's curious about the monitors. The monitors was right here. Grazing in the Grass, a 1990 UK disco, $9.99. And then Uncle Acid's at 12. And then Coltrane is about to sell. Neil Reigler says he's a no bid. So Donna, it was just down between y'all two. Rod Bryan had went out too. This is sold to Donna for $62. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? Go ahead and let me know where you're watching from. I'm going to mute my mic for like 1 minute. I'm going to run up front and get something to drink. Let me know where you're watching from. When I come back, I'll put up new auctions, and we have a new crate going up right now. First, David V gets the monitors. I got a new arrivals crate coming up in 1 second. Please don't go anywhere. Or as soon as I come back, I'm going to start showing stuff, and you're going to miss it. I'll be right back. Here we go. No potty break. That was a V8 crab chip break and a few mini chocolate chip cookies. I was low energy. It was hitting me bad. It was starting to break my focus. I feel better. I didn't eat right before the sale. I usually eat a pretty big meal right before the sale. That way, like, food is the last thing on my mind. Because I can hold out for 8 hours, no problem, without eating. Obviously, shouldn't be after you eat, but I didn't eat like I should have. So, here we go. Now, we got viewers in New York, Tennessee, Uncle Acid 13, viewers in Tennessee again, Texas, Tennessee, Washington, California, Louisiana, North Carolina, Tennessee, Indiana, another $12 bid on Uncle Acid, Louisiana, California, and Uncle Acid 14. So final call to get a bid on the West Coast Art, this is a tough band to say, West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band Volume 3. That is a final call to get a bid in for $55. And now Uncle Acid's at 14, now 15. It's on green translucent vinyl, Runaway Girls. Good pull there from the New Orleans box. Pre-game meal, Demas's. It's a local restaurant. I usually get a steak, salad, and then a cup of soup, but I eat the soup after. And, but I've still got Masters food I'm eating on. Curtis Marachi on 007. Thank you, Curtis. So I ordered a thing called Taste of the Masters where they will literally ship you Masters food. And I've still got like a quart of pimento cheese. And that's the only thing I've ate. And I'm probably going to eat about 3 pimento cheese sandwiches as soon as the sale's over. But we got a long ways to go in the meantime. We got a lot more to do. I'm about to put up a new crate. Laura has another new crate. Then we got to go through cassettes and 45, more auctions, more everything. So we better go ahead and get started. I better stop talking. And then here's our next crate. Let me flip through it right quick. John, once again, has marked some really good stuff here. Laura's about to bring up another crate. The agenda for tonight is after I've gone through all the new stuff at least once. If I've gone through all the new stuff once, then we'll start working on buy now best offer, discount bins, and try to show some of this other miscellaneous stuff that I have laying around here, okay? United Artists 16, United Artists 20. We do have more jazz. Teresa put Girls 5. Teresa, this is already at 20 with Samantha Joe. That's been up for a long time. And now we have Miles Davis. Here's our next auction. It's a 68 U.S. reissue. Promo stamp on back, VG condition, $20 start. Steaming with Miles Davis, with John Coltrane, Red Garland, Paul Chambers, and Philly Joe Jones. This is going to go up to a $20 start. $20 start. Steaming. Miles Davis. It has a preview copy. Promo stamp on the back. Elvis. We usually have Elvis records every night. It's just a matter of when they pop up. We are the king of selling Elvis records here. We have sold thousands. Jimi Hendrix, you've already missed a couple. And now let's go ahead and make this a buy it now for $45. This is a West Coast Pop Art Experimental Band. No bid. This particular pressing has already sold for as much as 100, over 100. It's now a $45 buy it now on that. All right, let's go through new arrivals. We have Zappa. You can't do that on stage anymore. A Gatefold 2 LP, very clean. These are new arrivals priced as marked, $39.99. Jim Davis gets West Coast for $45. Miles Davis has a bid for $20. What about Uncle Acid? Samantha has it for $20. It's a final call. Paul Oakley second on West Coast. Joni Mitchell Mingus. Joni's very clean, $24.99. Also, Jeff Beck Wired. $19.99. Beautiful copy. Jacket and vinyl, $19.99 on Jeff Beck. Jay Giles Band Live Full House, $19.99 on Jay Giles. Ivan R. first on Zappa. That's sold to Ivan R. Next is Rush Farewell to Kings, $34.99. Man, there's some nice clean records in here. $34.99 on Rush. And Savoy Brown, Jack the Toad, that's $19.99. Uncle Acid sold to Samantha Joe for $20. That is sold. Miles Davis is a final call for $20. Next thing I have is going up right now, and it's going to be this next auction, which is I'm pulling up right now for bid. It's Captain Beefheart. Here we go. Captain Beefheart is a 1968 US. This is technically a reissue. VG++ EX, a $25 start. This is called Strictly Personal by Captain Beefheart. It's a gatefold 2 LP. It's a $25 start. Captain Beefheart. You can tell it's going to be pretty strange looking. It looks like an envelope cover. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Next is April Wine. The Whole World's Gone Crazy. Now, that's one you won't see as often from them. That is $19.99. Miles Davis is in VG condition. Steaming with the Miles Davis Quintet. That was a 68 US reissue with alternate cover art, promo stamp on the back, VG condition, one bid for $20 with Donna Turner. She's the only bidder for $20. We're about to sell it. Captain Beefheart is a $25 start. Next is Ambrosia, $9.99 for Ambrosia self-titled. Very nice stuff in here as usual. Also, we have Blues Guitars Blasters. This is $19.99. Looks like an awesome compilation here. $19.99. Leo Kottke Ice Waters, $14.99. And Lou Reed Live is $34.99. Captain Beefheart, no bid. We're about to make it a bite now if nobody locks something in. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more auctions. Let's go ahead and Let's go ahead and see what I can get to here. I have stacked stuff on top of stuff. I've made quite a mess trying to dig through these boxes of cassettes. What is this here? I don't know, but it looks cool. And then let's grab our next. I think we got some cool sealed Steve Vai cassettes here. So let's see what we got going on. This says X Jesus Mary Chain, John Moore and the Expressway. That's the original plastic it came in. It's on white vinyl. $5 start on that. And then this is probably sealed. Steve Vai. If they've been in these baggies tonight, they've been sealed. Yeah, Steve Vai, Sex and Religion. Sealed cassette from 1993. $7 start on that. Captain Beefheart does have a bid for $25. Donna wants the Lou Reed. Great, high-grade, nice-looking stuff in here so far. Johnny Rivers, Realization. Realization is $12.99. So Miles Davis is at $28, which means somebody's outbid, and Autumn has Captain Beefheart for $26. Jimmy Buffett is $19.99. A1A. Jimmy Buffett's $19.99. Bradley's in on Steve Vai at $7. Bee Gees Trafalgar. The Bee Gees is $19.99. Now Miles Davis is at $30. Also, we have Susie Breelove on Johnny Rivers. And what was the price and condition on Ambrosia? No condition notes, $9.99. Ambrosia self-titled. Very clean record, $9.99. Now Miles Davis is $32. Now Ivan R., you've been outbid on the Captain Beefheart. We also have CCR. This is called Chugolin. CCR is $34.99. By the way, the both miscellaneous items here are final calls. Expressway, John Moore just has one bid for $5, and the Steve Vai cassette just has one bid for $7, and it's sealed. Also, we have Wet Willie, Dixie Rock. Wet Willie is $19.99. Dale Sanders is sold in Ambrosia. We have The Best of Faces, Snakes and Ladders, as in Rod Stewart and Ron Wood, $34.99. Ooh La La's on here. Stay With Me's on here. Laura just dropped off a Laura crate. We love when Laura drops off Laura crates. Faces is $34.99. We also have The Temptations, Puzzle People. The Temptations is $19.99. Puzzle People, Gordy Motown Original, $19.99 on that. And Jerry Lee Lewis, Rare Tracks. That looks pretty cool. Jerry Lee Lewis, $19.99. For Rare Tracks, $19.99. All right, so first we got Miles Davis still getting bids. What about Beefheart? Beefheart got a new bid for $27, so that means Autumn, you're out. And it looks like we can roll these items. So Bradley, Thank you. You bought from us before, right, Bradley? You get the Steve Vai for just $7, a sealed copy too. And Robert got the John Moore for $5. Thank you, Robert. That's so to you. John Mayall Turning Point. John Mayall is $26.99. And Little River Band, $9.99. Rod Bryan, your bid on John Moore came in very late, and I've went ahead and sold it for $5. And then Miles Davis is at $42. Bradley's bought from us before. Thank you and welcome back. And now everything's on the two back items are still getting bids. How about we throw up another sealed Steve Vai? And this one has a really cool cover on it. And let's grab another 45. I think this is Bow Wow Wow. I was trying to figure it out. I think it's Bow Wow Wow. Yeah, it is. I've never seen this before. Bow Wow Wow 1980. That's relatively early for them, isn't it? Bow Wow Wow work, and boy, it's a busy sleeve. I'm trying to figure out what's going on or which way's the right way to look at it. I'm not for sure. I know it's Bow Wow Wow, though. $5 start. And then here's another sealed Steve Vai. And this has never been opened. It's an original cassette. And it is $19.99. Wow. The Ultra Zone. That's got to be pretty scarce. Maybe. I don't know. $19.99. $7 start on Steve Vai there. Next is Captain Beefheart 30. Miles Davis 45. Juanita Gagney on Little River. Now Miles Davis is at 50. Very cool. I've always liked this record. Through the Past Darkly, die cut, octagon sleeve. Great compilation if you're looking for some Stones music. Jumpin' Jack Flash, Honky Tonk Women, 2,000 Light Years from Home. That's clean and nice. Elton John, earlier stuff here by him, the Friends soundtrack, $19.99. The Friends soundtrack. Also, Jethro Tull, War Child. This has Bungle in the Jungle on it. $19.99 on that. Captain Beefheart still getting bids. Miles Davis definitely still getting bids. We also have Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes. Laura Crate up next. We got another John Crate after this too. And I mean, everybody's marked tonight has been nice from what I've seen. Everything everybody's marked has been nice. Harry Belafonte returns to Carnegie Hall. $29.99. The Dave Clark 5. Weekend in London. Shrink with promo sticker. Wow, that's nice. $9.99 on Dave Clark 5. And Richard Pryor, Wanted, live in concert, $29.99. Captain Beefheart still getting bids. No one's been on Bow Wow Wow for $5. Nobody's been on Steve Vai for $7. Those are final calls. Now, Neil Rogler, you're out on Miles Davis, and Ivan, you're out on the Captain Beefheart. Susie Breedlove picking up another Dave Clark 5. That is so to Susie. Also, we have Little River Band Collection, $14.99. Little River Band Collection, $14.99 on that. David V was second on Dave Clark, then Chuck Haley. The very best of Gordon Lightfoot. This is $14.99, United Artists label compilation. Sorry, I have something on my teeth. Crab chip. That almost like punctured me. Next is Michael McDonald, $14.99. And we have Don McLean, self-titled, $9.99. What's the Steve Vai? This is a sealed Steve Vai cassette, the Ultra Zone. A sealed original cassette, no bid, looking for a $7 start. Richard Pryor price. This is $29.99. Gordon Lightfoot, sold to Susie Breedlove. Making sure Ivan's done on Captain Beefheart. Hadn't heard back from him. Wagnita wants Little River Band again. No. This is so to Trina. Trina got it first. Trina got it first. Samuel says, check out DC5 for me. Dave Clark 5 was sold to Susie. David V, Chuck Haley, Samuel Copage, you were fourth in line on Dave Clark 5. Next is John Baldry, It Ain't Easy, $26.99. Mike Owen on Michael McDonald. Mike got Michaeled. The Stones is $36.99. $36.99 on that. And we have Bob Dylan, self-portrait, $49.99. Kenny Case Jr. wants Richard Pryor. I'll make sure your counterpart, Shane Devers, doesn't want it first. And then let's go ahead and sell Beefheart first. Or actually, yeah, let's sell Beefheart. And let's go ahead and sell this to Autumn for $31. Okay. And then Steve Vai is a no bid, $7 buy it now. And Bow Wow Wow is a no bid, $5 buy it now. Okay. And we'll see who gets that. And Sorry, these are in resealable baggies, which is pretty cool. That's a buy it now, though, for $7. And Bow Wow Wow's a buy it now for $5. All right, and then let me put this in here for a second. And then Miles Davis. This was a 1968 U.S. reissue with alternate cover art, VG condition, steaming, and it has a preview copy sticker on the back. Shane is going to, Kenny, you get the Richard Pryor. And we have Blois de Colt Revolution by Night. Blois de Colt Gold Stamp Promo, $24.99. And we have Deep Purple Burn, $34.99. I've never seen that before. Deep Purple Burn, some kind of bizarre label compilation there. And the Son of Schmielson with booklet, $24.99. All right, let's put up new auctions. You're talking about the guy. I had a feeling y'all are probably out fishing and doing other stuff. Next thing we have is going up for auction right now. It's another auction. This is that old Compulating Blues. This is that dirty music. The old Compulating Blues. Oh my gosh, on Stash. This is the, I don't know really what this, I've never listened to it, but it's always been a popular auction. EX Edition, a $20 start. Original blues vocals. Press My Button. I Need a Little Sugar in My Bowl. My Daddy Rocks Me. Shave 'Em Dry. Barbecue Bass. I'll Keep Sitting on It If I Can't Sell It. Now, I don't know what some of those titles mean, but $20 start. That's the old Compulating Blues. I think the cover gives you some kind of idea. Greg Gallier wants Bow Wow Wow. Miles Davis 62, now 65. Before I put up the new Laura crate, that sounds like a quick read through there. And let's read through those one more time. First, we have new auctions going up. Well, I was going to do another Steve Vai if that one sold, but that one didn't sell. So I'm skipping Steve Vai again, and let's find something else. I have, who is this? Chris DeRart Group. I think he's pretty requested, but it's tough to get on vinyl. And we have Andy Taylor here. Let's put these up right quick. Actually, let me find some actual New Orleans stuff here. Give me 1 second. Let me do some more sorting here. What is all this here? We got some very... I'm going to have to use my table over here because I've run out of room. Okay. Barbecue Bass. Some of these can be buy it nows. All right, here's our next one. The Dogs D. D'Amour, Satellite Kid, and Drunk Like Me. That's a $5 start. All right. Yeah, some of these we might do for a buy it now. I think they're just like 80s hit, top 40 type stuff. We won't waste time auctioning them. All right. All right, so I feel like I said all right 20 times in a row there. Miles Davis was at 60, 62, 65. Boy, they're still battling. Neil, it goes back to you. And Phantom Canuck wants BOC Revolution. All right, Dogs is at 5. And then I didn't show Chris DeRart Group. Chris DeRart, is that how you say his last name? It appears to be sealed. Let's put him up for a $5 start. Chris DeRart Group, Sugar Texas, Texas Sugar, and Straight Magic. It's sealed original, $5 start, okay? And then the Dirty album back there is a $20 start. And it's definitely raining outside. Okay. Well, let's read through these one more time before I bring over the next crate. Joni Mitchell Mingus is $24.99. Jeff Beck Wired, $19.99. Everything in here is really nice, too. Jay Giles was $19. Rush, we're talking OG Farewell to Kings, $34.99. Wow, very nice copy here. Rush, Farewell, 34. Chris Duarte. Thank you. Chris Duarte, sealed, $5 start. Savoy Brown, $19.99. April Wine still available for $19.99. We have Blues Guitar Blasters, Leo Kottke, Jimmy Buffett, BG, CCR, Wet Willie, Faces, Temptations, Jerry Lee Lewis, John Mayall, Elton John, still got Jethro Tull, Pete Townsend, Belafonte, Don McLean, John Baldry, Stones, Dylan, Nielsen, and Deep Purple. All right, Neil Reigler, were you out on Miles Davis? Donna has it for 65. Dogs has bids for 5, 6, 7, and now 8. The Computating Blues is a $20 start. 2-0, $20 start on that. Chris Duarte, yeah, very, very similar to Stevie there. That's a good way to put it. I hadn't got to listen to a lot of his stuff, but that's how people have always described it. All right, let's go through this next crate that Laura's priced. And if you can hang around, we've got about 2 more crates of new arrivals before I go through some discount stuff. And, of course, we'll keep rolling with auctions and other stuff like that tonight as well. So if you can hang around for at least another hour, you'll probably be seeing nothing but new stuff, okay? And let's go ahead and get started. Make sure there's no on this. I said out of Miles. Okay, sorry. I don't think that ever came through. Oh, you did. Sorry, Neil. He said, Miles Davis out. Enjoy Donna. Sorry, I didn't see that. And then Donna got it for 65. Sometimes I miss stuff. Thank you for letting me know you're out. Just want to make sure on a record like that. And we are done, okay? Now, Dogs is at 10. I'm going to go ahead and make Chris Duarte a $5 buy it now. And before I do anything else, honestly, the Temptations is called Puzzle Piece, $19.99. Let me introduce this single first. The Lords of the New Church, Open Your Eyes. That's going to go up for, wow, very nice. Lords of the New Church, $5 start on that. And right now, we only have a few no bids, okay? And the no bids tonight are as follows. And some that I've shown for buy it now that didn't sell. Steely Dan Asia, $7. Naughty by Nature, $7. Steve Vai, $7. Soundgarden was $9. That's what one sold for at auction. I had 2. And then Chris Duarte. That's, I'm gonna have to hear somebody pronounce it in with my own ears, and then I'll be able to say it better. And far as albums, we've only had 1 no bid. More American Graffiti, a Japanese pressing. That's only a $45 buy it now. Beautiful copy. And there's only been 2 singles not get bids. Bruce Springsteen, 10th Avenue Freeze Out promo from Born to Run for $5. And Zodiac Mind Warp Prime Mover, that's $5. That's the only items that have not sold tonight. Computating has 1 bid with Jetstream for $20. We're about to sell it. All right. And then the Stones is called Through the Past Darkly, which is that original die-cut cover gatefold. She's a Rainbow, Mother's Little Helper, Dandelion, Mother's Little Helper. Sorry, talking too fast. I'm going to slur some words. I promise I hadn't been drinking. Honky Tonk Women, Ruby Tuesday, $36.99. I've only had high amounts of caffeine and quite a bit of water. Okay, here we go. Time for cleanup time. I got enough sticky notes on the floor to almost cover the floor. I've kept most of them tonight with the actual records we sold, but I have missed a couple. So Duarte, yeah, I'm gonna struggle with that. I usually don't have trouble saying anything as long as I can hear somebody say it. Wow, this is a cool. Oh, is this a reissue? Okay. I was about to say, I think that's, Laura put a really cool record in the front of the crate, which would be the last record y'all see. I was like, wow, if that's an original, we need to auction that. It is a reissue. Richard Solly says he will take the Stones. I was waiting for somebody to buy that, and it is sold to Richard Solly. All right. Now, Dog, 17, sold to Chris Lidlings. Lord, sold to Craig Thomas for 8. And Computating is sold to Jetstream for 20. Enjoy. $5 each for the remaining cassettes. Sold to Michael Rudolph. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, including Soundgarden. Those are all sold. All right, a fresh crate from Laura. Doing some Garfield all of a sudden. Laura crate featuring Garfield. First person to buy a record out of here gets that rare, desirable, highly valuable, now iconic Laura crate hype sticker. Here's our next auction. Miles Davis, a tribute to Jack Johnson. A 1971 U.S. reissue, a $25 start. Miles Davis, tribute to Jack Johnson, VG Plus, a $25 start. More Miles. That's the cover. You may have seen that cover on the front as well sometimes. A couple different covers they've used for that. $25 start. All right, let's go ahead and put up another LP. There's another Miles Davis. We don't want to do that one. Let's go ahead and put up Rush. We actually sold an OG copy of this out of the bins tonight. So how about we put up a sealed original club copy for the same price, and this one's sealed at just a $35 start. This one actually has writing on the back. The one we had earlier tonight didn't have writing. This is a sealed club copy, a $35 start. Before I put up anything else miscellaneous, let's go ahead and get started. And it looks like we got a half check condition and a half non-check condition. The first batch of this bin is check condition. We have Robert Margoloff and Malcolm Cecil, Tonto's Expanding Headband. A 75 U.S. Monarch reissue, EX edition, $14.99. I guarantee there's going to be some cool stuff in here. Also, we have Raven, a Psych Blues album, a 69 U.S. original, EX edition, $17.99 for Raven on the Columbia 2i label, EX $17.99, and IRS Greatest Hits. This is volumes 2 and 3. Wow, that's probably got some great music on it. Laura has already spoken for me. Insanely good compilation. VG Plus, $19.99. This has The Police, John Cale, The Cramps, Squeeze. That's probably going to be a really cool. IRS had some big artists on their label. $19.99 for that compilation. And Cher's Golden Greats. Cher is VG, $9.99. Let's put up a couple miscellaneous. We're either going to do 45-45, cassette 45, or cassette, or cassette 45, and then 45 cassette. The first thing I'm going to put up is going to be a 45. Let me grab this one here. And let me also see. What do I have left in this box? Man, we've almost done a whole nother box tonight. What happened to that top 40 other stuff? Yeah, there's a couple things in here. I don't know what they are, though, so we better put them up for auction. They look like, I don't know. We're about to find out. All right, the first thing, I know what this is, Tom Petty. And by the way, this old retail sticker on the front should peel off. I know the blue one will. We might can get this white one off too with a little luck. Yeah, it left a little bit of residue, but it looks a lot better now. The weighting is the hardest part. Tom Petty, there is a bit of writing here, but what a cool picture sleeve. Tom Petty, Night Watchman. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have Gruppo Sportivo, More Mistakes. That's going to go up for a $5 start. So there's our next two singles. Unbelievably, Miles Davis doesn't have a bid for $25, and Rush doesn't have a bid for $35. So that's where we're at on those two auctions. Final call before I make them buy it now. Now, we've had several claims. First, Jim Davis on Raven. I almost said Jim Raven. Jim Davis on Raven. That's sold to him. He also gets the Laura Crate Hop sticker. Mike Owen on IRS. That's sold to Mike Owen. David V. second on Raven. Ivan third on the comp. Teresa fourth, and Craig Thomas. Next is the Hoodoo Gurus, EX $12.99. Mars Needs Guitars. The Hoodoo Gurus, just EX $12.99. Now, Brandon in Delaware has the Miles Davis for $25. That's a final call. Those two singles are 5 and 5 to get starting bids done on them. We have Ohio Players, everybody up. Ohio Players with some of their always interesting covers here. Goodness. VG Plus $14.99. We should have covered this thing in sticky notes. VG Plus $14.99. The Ohio Players. Everybody's up. VG Plus, $14.99. After Image is in on the Sealed Rush at $35. Almost dropped that Ohio Players album. Box of Frogs, Strange Land, EX Edition, $12.99. And Billy Preston, Organ Transplant, arranged by Sly Stone. This is a cool record. Billy Preston, The Fifth Beatle, EX, $12.99. What a wild cover on this one. Organ Transplant, EX, $12.99. First is Susie Breelove on the Ohio Players, then Donna Turner, then Michael Peavler. Chuck Haley's going to go ahead and pick up Cher. That's sold. And we have Jelly Bread, First Slice. Jelly Bread, EX, $17.99. We have a note. Robert Ludwig and Dead Wax. Jelly Bread is EX, $17.99 for old Jelly Bread. And the Easy Beats, Friday on My Mind, a mono, 1967 U.S. original. Man, we've put out some cool covers and cool records today. VG, $14.99, and guess what? Miles Davis has a new bid for $26. Grupo Sportivo's a $5 buy it now. Tom Petty's a $5 buy it now. Those are no bids. And Rush is sold to After Image for $35. That's a Rush song, After Image. After Image just bought an album by Rush for $35. Thank you. Now, let's put up another new LP. We have Bob Dylan, The Times, They Are A-Changin'. And this is a 1964 U.S. Terre Haute original, mono with insert, VG Plus. Wow. We're talking new. We're talking original first press here for Bob Dylan's Times They Are A-Changin'. In mono, VG Plus condition, a $35 start. It does have the insert, so the back cover is kind of like a continuation. See, they had lyrics, and then the insert's basically like a continuation of the cover. Continued on insert. Right there where I'm pointing with my corner, with my thumb, almost. So that's why you have to have the insert. It's like the continuation of the back cover. Bob Dylan wanted his lyrics on there. Now we have a new bid on Miles Davis for $29, and now a new bid for $30. Scott Oman's going to pick up the Tom Petty single for $5. That's sold to Scott Oman for $5. And now two people have claimed the Easy Beats. First was Rod Bryan and then Chuck Haley. And now we have a new LP, Buddha's 360. Take a look at this. Really cool. It has a wheel cover, kind of like Led Zeppelin 3, and you can turn it, and it shows the band and their name. Like there's the Ohio Express doing Mercy. There's the Five Stair Steps doing Baby, Make Me Feel So Good. What a cool interactive cover. VG Plus, $12.99. Derek Clark said Jelly Bread, which is right here, is a 70s British blues band for fans of early Fleetwood Mac, Chicken Shack, and Savoy Brown. EX, $17.99. Blues Brothers, Made in America. The Blues Brothers is VG Plus, $14.99. Susie gets Buddha. Buddha goes to Susie. Ivan R. was second. Rock On, Humble Pie. A 1971 German original with Peter Frampton. Very cool here. VG Plus, $19.99. Let's put up some more singles. The next single I have is this one with the orange phone. Trying to figure out who it is. Men's Answer, I'll Manage Somehow. Laurel, maybe. $5 start. I really don't know. It's got a cool orange phone on there, though. Next is Tower of Power, Bump City. Tower of Power is VG condition, $9.99. Neil Rigler on the Billy Preston. That's sold. Miles Davis is now at $32. And I'm going to just remind everybody one more time. Bob Dylan does not have a bid. It's a 64 U.S. original mono looking for a $35 start. This is condition. Can I see the cover closely? This is Bob Dylan, Times They Are A-Changin'. The cover is probably VG. It does have some chipping on the spine. Does have a little bit of wear at the bottom. A VG cover, maybe, might go VG minus if you want to be conservative with it. The vinyl's pretty clean at VG Plus, and it does have the insert. It is an original mono OG. Whatever that is a $5 start. Let's go ahead and sell Brandon in Delaware, the Miles Davis for $32. Thank you. That's sold to you. Donna went out. We'll go ahead and roll that. I got another Miles Davis coming up. Let me first go ahead and pull some stuff out of here, though, that has sold. Scott Oman on BB for Blues Brothers, Donna on Tower of Power, and Brian Frenfrock on Humble Pie. All those are gone, G-O-N-E. Al Green's Greatest Hits, EX Condition, $17.99. I'm Still in Love with You, EX 17.99, and Lewis and the Blues, Telling It Like It Is. That's EX 12.99. Next auction is Miles Davis, The Beginning. This is a 62 U.S. reissue. It is the earlier of the releases. This album was called The Music of Miles. The Musings, the what? What does this say here? It says this album were called 1955. Earlier releases. Oh, the earlier releases is called The Musings? Or The Musics. I think that's Musics of Miles. Mono VG minus. Just a $10 start on this. So, always popular here. Miles Davis, The Beginning. It's on that early prestige, what we call the Fireworks label. The Musings. The Musings. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. The Musings. And this is VG minus. It is from 1962. Just a $10 start on that one. Okay. Gregory Roberts on AL. And that's Al Green. And then let's make whatever this is a buy it now for $5. I think it's called Laurel, Laurel. That's a $5 buy it now. And two more records here very quickly before new auction. ZZ Top, Rio Grande Mud, EX 27.99. It is a later label, but nice. And Wall of Voodoo, 7 Day in Sammy's Town. Wall of Voodoo, EX 17.99 for Wall of Voodoo. All right, our next auction here is James Williamson, Open Up, and James Williamson and Carol Wonderland, Open Up and Bleed. This is a record store day. It looks like red vinyl because that's the original sleeve with the record store day sticker. $5 start on James Williamson and Carolyn Wonderland, Open Up and Bleed. There we have it. Basically new there. $5 start on that. That's now up for bid. Okay. Miles Davis 10, 12, 15, 15, 20. ZZ Top is sold to Ryan Mustaine. That is gone. REO Speedwagon 9 lives. REO is VG 9.99. Crosby and Nash. Wow, I've never seen that hype sticker before. That's pretty cool. It is a 77 US Santa Maria original in shrink with a hype sticker I've never seen before. VG Plus 17.99. And we have Edie Brickell on the New Bohemians. This is the last check condition record of the bin. VG Plus 17.99 on that. So Miles Davis 10, 10, 12, 15, 15, 20. So Jared's out, Neil's out. And then final call on James Williamson for $5. And now Bob Dylan's a buy it now for $35. Bob Dylan is a buy it now for $35. I'm going to put it away. He can be purchased for just $35. I'm going to put him right there. Now, Edie Brickell, so to Mike Owen, then Ivan R. And let's go ahead and grab a new LP. This is a pretty cool cover. I've always liked this. Call on Me, Bobby Bland, with all those different color rotary phones there. And all of his girlfriends are calling him. Bobby, where are you? Bobby Bland, Call on Me. This is a 1980. It is a reissue. EX edition, a $15 start. $15 start on Mr. Bobby Bland. It is a barcoded reissue. Cool cover there. $15 start on that. Now Miles Davis at $25. Chris has this 45 here for $5. Jelly Bread, the details on that was EX edition $17.99. Now we're about to go through the rest of this bin, which is a non-check condition. Rest of the records are going to be non-check condition. I think I have another cassette to put up. This is sealed. This is the Eric Gales Band. Sealed with hop sticker. Features Sign of the Storm, Resurrection. The Eric Gales Band. Sealed cassette. Whoop. I dropped it, but luckily it landed on my anti-fatigue mat, so it didn't strike the concrete. It does have a saw mark on the spine. It is sealed. $7 start on that. So the rest of the bin is going to be non-check condition. And the first thing I have here is the Everly Brothers reunion concert. This is sealed. It is a 3 LP box set from 87, $19.99, never been opened. Miles Davis is now at 27. We have Like a Drunk in a Midnight Choir. This is covers of Leonard Cohen on brown marble vinyl. So these are artists covering Leonard Cohen. It is sealed for $14.99. Let's go ahead and sell Chris Ridlings for $5. Eric Gales is a $7 start. It is sealed. Miles Davis is now at 27, looking for a $15 start on Bobby Bland. I have Gentle Giant, 3 Friends. Wow, no conditions on this. Looks like a beautiful copy of Gentle Giant. It is fantastic. $19.99 on Gentle Giant. That's very clean. Robert Palmer, some people can do what they like. Robert is $19.99. And the Police, Regatta de Blanc, a 79 UK original. Message in a Bottle. Nice. Beautiful copy from the UK. So many clean and nice records tonight. I've almost been overwhelmed. I don't know about y'all, but a recap tonight would be insane, just showing all this stuff again. George Thorogood's and Shrink, $14.99, and Toto is $24.99. Haven't heard back from Donna. Toto 4 of Africa, another beautiful. I'm just showing one after another, just clean, beautiful records. So Miles Davis at 27. I'm waiting to hear back from a few people. There we go. I think the feed got hung up there. Sorry, yeah. The feed got hung up there, it looks like. Okay, I was about to say, what is going on? I'm showing all these records. So the last thing that was on the screen for the longest was Gregory saying how Eric Gale is also like Stevie Ray Vaughan Blues. And then Donna came in and be at 32 on Miles Davis. Then Travis Wade came in on LC. And LC for Travis Wade was the Leonard Cohen tribute. Is that right, Travis? A while back, Adam Bernardi asked for Jelly Bread, and now Adam says he wants it. Okay, and then Miles Davis is out with Jared. And then how much is the Police? It's a 79 UK original, $29.99. Bobby Bland is just a $15 buy now. It is a 1980 UK. I've had originals of these before. Tough to get in higher grades, so an OG might not be too bad to go with. Now Miles Davis, Neil, and Donna battling out once again on another. Richard Sawi on the George Thorogood. That's sold. And we have the Kinks, Schoolboys in Disgrace, RL and Dadwags. Laura's starting to identify those RL Matrix too. $24.99. He mastered so many records. Toto's a beautiful copy. $24.99. Eric Gale's a buy it now for $7 if anybody wants it. Gentle Giant, I don't have much details other than it's a gatefold. It's super clean. I don't think it's a reissue, and it's very nice for $19.99. 3 Friends, Gentle Giant. Very nice copy there. Now, we have Mike Owen said sold, and Mike Owen asked about Toto. And then Donna got Bobby Bland for $15. Donna also has Miles Davis for $35. Neil Reigler, it's back to you. All right, let's pick out our next auction here. And our next auction that's going to go up for bid right now is Robert Fripp. And this is called God Save the Queen. Robert Fripp is a 1980 U.S. Pittman original with the original on her sleeve, VG condition. In Shrink, Robert Fripp, a $15 start. $15 start. All righty. Let's see what else we got over here. It's going to be continuing with this bin right now. Let's do two more miscellaneous auctions. RL Burnside, Mr. Wizard. RL is sealed for $29.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska, an 82 U.S. Terre Haute original. No condition notes. Original on her sleeve. $24.99. Derek Clark speaking highly of that Kinks album. Speaking very highly of the Kinks album. Let's jump over here and see what's the next 45 I'm going to have for you. And with me to do that, I'm going to set this box right here. Actually, I might do 2 cassettes right quick. I don't know if the cassette buyers are still on. A lot of them have went really quiet. Let's see here. Aha. That's a good one. I mean, this is pretty cool because it's sealed. So, is this sealed? No, it's just in really good shape. All right, so first we have, check this out, the Fresh Prince, Will Smith, and DJ Jazzy Jeff. He's the DJ, I'm the rapper. This is going to go up for a $7 start. This is DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. And then really cool sealed Clapton. It's called Timepieces, the best of Eric Clapton. It's sealed just like you would see it in a store. Never open. Has the price tag still on it. a paid thank you sticker, a time vault. $7 start on that. Russell Flynn on R.L. Burnside, that's sold. How much is the Kinks? The Kinks Schoolboys was $24.99. And we also have Golden Earring to the Hilt. Golden Earring is $14.99. Really nice copy here. Original insert and inner sleeve. Golden Earring $14.99. Bobby and the Midnights. That's one I don't see as often in his discography. I guess there's only a couple, but that's Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead. Nice, clean copy, $14.99. And Zappa, Feeding the Monkeys at Ma Majan, $34.99 sealed, a Record Store Day exclusive on orange vinyl, numbered, and this has never been opened, $34.99. Jason Short on Golden Earring. All right, let's sell the Miles Davis. That is officially sold to Donna then for $35. All right, $35 on that. Let me put that away for Donna. Let me go ahead and I accidentally showed this with the records falling over, so I'll make it a bot now. Sir Fink, check this out. Featuring Mr. Gasser and the Weirdos. It's a 2011 Sundazed. There is some cover writing. Somebody actually wrote Radicus Norvocus on there. It's kind of like a Rat Fink Club insert there on the back. Very cool. Sir Fink. I think that's an actual 60s record that's pretty dang tough to get. Anything with Rat Fink on it. That's a reissue for $19.99. And unbelievably, Robert Fripp, no bid, $15 start. Andy Taylor, I can go ahead and run that. Final call to get bids on those cassettes there for 7 and 7. DJ and Clapton. Clapton is sealed. And yeah, I'm about to get into these. I got a few 80s records here that are just borderline, almost needing to be auctioned, but also could be buy it nows. So since Andy Taylor was, I'll go ahead and put it up. So, and then this one here was on colored vinyl, and I've never seen it, so let's put it up. And the first thing is here, I Love You. She's the One, Inset, Hang Straight Up. It's on Geffen Records, and it's a promo. So Geffen Records, purple vinyl. Looks very interesting. Looks like a harder rock band, but I really don't know. $5 start, and then we have Andy Taylor, Take It Easy. Let's put Andy up for a $5 start. Andy Taylor, Take It Easy, $5 start. And the flip is Angel Eyes from American Anthem. So there's our current 4 auctions, okay? Next thing is Teresa Does Want Sir Fink. Rod Bryan gets the Robert Fripp for $15. I'm assuming, who asked about the Kinks? Kinks was asked about Adam. Adam, if you're passing on the Kinks, I'm going to give it to Susie. If you do want it, it's still yours. And let's keep going through this awesome crate here. Queen, Live Killers. Another beautiful live, or beautiful record, a live Queen album, $34.99. It's a beautiful live album, too. Great music there, of course. Queen, live. So many nice new clean records in here. I've kind of been overwhelmed tonight. We're definitely going to need like a recap or something. Faces, A Nod As Good As a Wink. That is a classic album. That's a 70s German original. Wow. Another one, $24.99. And Graffiti Blues, Blue Mitchell. Again, a jazz funk fusion album. No condition notes, $29.99. And let's make these cassettes a buy it now. Sealed Clapton and DJ Fresh Prince. Those are 7 and 7. Let's go ahead and give Susie the Kinks record. That is sold to Susie Breedlove. Thank you. Neil Young and Crazy Horse Life, $24.99. Mike Torrey's picking up the Queen record. Love's at 5. Andy Taylor's at 5. We're about to sell both of those. Wow, don't see this one as often. Bob Seger Ride Out, $19.99. It's a later album, but I don't think it's in print anymore. I haven't seen that in stock in a long time. $19.99. Michael gets the DJ for $7. That's sold to Michael Ruttman for $7. Thank you on that. Chris Ridling's Quick on the Seeger. That's sold to Chris. And then Reverend Peyton's Big DAM Band, Pour Until Payday, $14.99 on Reverend Peyton's band there. And we have Voyage to what? Voyage to Uranus, $14.99. Atmospheres featuring Clive Stevens and Friends, $14.99. Trina on Neil Young. I think you meant Life, right? It's Life, but I think that's what you want. And the Best of Basie, sealed, Count Basie, $19.99. All right. These both got 1 bids each. Andy Taylor sold for $5. And that was to the request store of Samantha Harrison. And thank you on that. Teresa got Love for $5. And now we need new LP auctions. We're down to a handful over here, not counting all the Japanese stuff. But here's the next one, the Sons of Champlin. This is anywhere from a 69 OG to a 76 reissue. So it's sealed. We really don't know what pressing because it's sealed. But boy, I can tell you this, it's heavy. And my instincts tells me it's an earlier press. It's sealed for a $25 start. I usually let you know. I'm like, feels like a reissue. Feels like a OG. If you handle as many records as I do, sometimes you can figure out what they are by just the weight of them. Here's Bo Diddley, his greatest sides. A white label promotion copy, not for sale, of a Bo Diddley greatest hits. $20 start on that. Let's sell the Neil Young to Trina unless they say otherwise. And now that crate's definitely worthy of a recap. And guess what? I have another New Arrivals crate to do after this one. Holy moly. Yes, you're hearing me right. Another New Arrivals crate to do after this one. I'm about to clear off the table, though, because we've got quite the stack of cassettes here. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold cassettes in here from earlier and the stack of 45s, and we're about to go through this crate. And now, here's all the 45s we've sold tonight, so far. Keyword, so far. And now we have a clean board, except for our 2 current auctions, okay? We're going to read through these one more time because there's so many great records in here, and then a whole nother crate of New Arrivals. This is what happened when we got John, Paul, and Laura, all 3 here on the same day, and we've got killer miscellaneous stuff like cassettes and 45s. We have shown a lot, and we still got new stuff to go at 11 o'clock. Very quickly, we have Tonto's Expanding Headband, EX $14.99. The next crate will go fast, and then we'll start doing a recap and discount bins. Hoodoo Gurus is EX $12.99. Box of Frogs, that's ex-members of the Yardbird. Chris Dreha, Jim McCarthy, they were in the Yardbirds. That's their band post-Yardbirds. Box of Frogs, EX $12.99. News and the Blues, Telling It Like It Is, EX $12.99. And Wall of Voodoo, 7 Days in Sammy's Town, Wall of Voodoo, EX $17.99. Michael Butler on Champlin. And what happened to that one? Champlin. So Donna asked about these. Sons of Champlin as a sealed. It's either an OG all the way up to a 1976. We can't confirm. It's a $25 start. And then Bo Diddley's Greatest Hits is a $20 start. Sons of Champlin, Psych with Horns of Champlin was the keyboardist for Chicago. There we go. So, or Horns Champlin with Horns Champlin. Wow, what a name. Horns Champlin. He missed his calling. He was a keyboardist. He could have played a trumpet. REO Speedwagon, VG $9.99. Is that a real name? Crosby Nash in Shrink and Hop, VG Plus $17.99. That was the check condition stuff. And then sealed Everly Brothers Reunion Concert Box Set, $19.99. Robert Palmer's $19.99. The Police was a 79 UK original, $29.99 on The Police. Gentle Giant, 3 Friends. I can't believe that's still there, and The Police. That's probably the first 2 big surprises. $19.99 on Gentle Giant. Also, Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska. Somebody might have asked the price on this, and I didn't answer it. I answered it in my head, but not out loud. So if you asked, it's still yours if you want it. $24.99. It is original with the inner sleeve. Bobby and the Bendites with Bob Ware of the Grateful Dead and Billy Cobham. $14.99, and Bobby Cochran. Zappa was sealed, a record store day numbered, $34.99. Faces, a Not As Good As a Wink. This has Stay With Me on it, the classic. Ron Wood, Rod Stewart track, a German press, $24.99. Susie Breedlove wants the box of frogs. By the way, Jetstream, you're out on Champlin. Michael Butler's came in first. Jetstream says he's done. He was only wanting in at that 25, so we're about to sell that to Michael. Graffiti Blues, Blue Mitchell. Graffiti Blues is $29.99. And then we had Reverend Peyton, $14.99. We have Voyage to Uranus, $14.99. And the Best of Basie sealed, $19.99. Bo Diddley's a no bid, $20 buy it now, a white label promo, high grade. And Champlin is sold to Michael Butler for $25. Our next auction is Meet the Ruddles. And this is a 78 US Jacksonville original. Original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. The Ruddles, just a $10 start. Meet the Ruddles, kind of a Beatles spoof top deal there. And this is from the other night, Soul Makosa by Manu Dibango. It's in VG. Other night, it was a $15 start. It was a no bid. We're going to put it up for a $1 start. Soul Makosa by Manu Dibango. A 73 Presswell original, still in shrink VG. A $1 start. Now, we've got a couple claims. First, Jim Davis on Graffiti. That is sold to Jim Davis. And Steve Biddlecombe gets the Bo Diddley, which was this promo copy here, for $20. All right, now the Ruddles is 10 and Soul Makosa, just a $1 start. I'm going to put these right here behind me. If anybody changes their mind, you're like, dang it. You know what, Chad? I've messed up. Go ahead and give me everything that's left in there. That's such an amazing selection of music at all at great prices and fantastic condition. Plus, I want to make Laura very happy by cleaning out everything left in her crate. So you know what? Go ahead and just give me everything. Until then, they're all still available. Thomas Clark wants Hoodoo Gurus and Wall of Voodoo. Nice picks. We just chipped away even further. Now, if you buy the rest, there's not as many left. All right, let's go through another bin of new arrivals. Soul has a bid for 2, and the Ruddles is a $10 start. Might throw up a few more Japanese pressings because those were the last 2 tagged auctions for tonight. That was the last 2 tagged auctions for tonight. I think a little bit later tonight, we might try to go through some of these cassettes straight priced. Maybe. There's still some really good ones over here that need to be advertised and auctioned. But the other ones, I may show some at Buy It Nows in just a second. So I messed up. I didn't flip through this bin. There may be some stuff in here I veto because I didn't flip through it like a normal. I always have to flip through John's bins because he leaves me auction records in there. Sometimes he don't even price them. They're just like in there. So, all right. I'm ready for some more water. Give me 1 second. All right, we're back. Price and condition of faces. All righty. The price and condition of faces. The price is $24.99. The condition is near mint minus, EX++. German 70s pressing. Jared Inc., you're out on Soul Makosa. Next auction. Actually, I got some Buy It Nows here. I got some 80s picture sleeves here for $6.99. All right, these are all $6.99. First one is Benjamin Orr, Stay the Night. You may know him from The Cars. The Pretender, Stop Your Sobbing, The Pretender. These are all $6.99ers. The Power Station and the Power Station. The 2 power stations are Get It On and Somebody Like It Hot. And just a reminder, the Power Station is Robert Palmer, John Taylor, Andy Taylor from Duran Duran, Tony Thompson. That's the Power Station. I almost put this one up for auction. Transvision Vamp, Revolution Baby. That's $6.99. General Public, Tenderness is $6.99. And Cherry Baby, Rock 6 Times by Stars. Those are all $6.99 each. Okay? Those are all buy it nows. Now, Soul 2, Soul 5, Soul 6. And now the Ruddles is a $10 buy it now. Yes, you did get Bo Diddley. Sorry, Mike, I never did show you the Gentle Giant label. It's the 70s Columbia label. 70s Columbia label. Gentle Giant, 70s Columbia label. Very clean. Chris Redlings gets the Ruddles for 10. Soul is at 7. Okay, Ruddles is sold for 10. Trans is sold to Travis Wade for $6.99. Samuel Kopech on the Pretenders for $6.99. I'll go ahead and do a bundle deal if somebody wants both power stations for 10. Both power stations for 10. That leaves Stars, General Public, and Benjamin Orr. If anybody changes their mind, they're all available. Okay? Let's get started. These are new arrivals. First time showing them ever. Straight priced. Brand new from collections. As soon as Chad stretches right quick. I went down earlier and almost had a leg cramp. I've drunk a lot of water since then. Oh, man. Oh, sorry. Probably like, what is this guy doing? That's me trying to get my back in place. All right, so who asked about Gentle Giant? Mike, if you want this, let me know. If not, Adam Bernardi does. Thomas Clark gets the 2 power stations. Put those in for $5 and $5. And let's sell Soul to Donna for just $7. That's half of what we were going to put the starting bid as. Wow. All right, new arrivals. We have Joni Mitchell, Chalk Mark, and a Rainstorm. I don't see that one as often from her. Beautiful copy, Geffen Records, $26.99. We have Rush Moving Pictures, nice. Tom Sawyer, original on her sleeve, $34.99. That's what I like to see. Very nice Rush here. RL, this is an OG original retail mastered by Bob Ludwig, $34.99. There's a $99 price tag. I wonder what that goes to. Mike Strauss says he will take Gentle Giant. Okay, we need new auctions. But first, let me show you, wow, the Mothers. I said wow because it's such a nice, clean copy. Just another band from L.A. Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention. Ryan Mustaine on Rush. Can't go wrong there. That's so to Ryan. And Chic Your Booty, back-to-back Zappas, $39.99. We've had some nice Zappa records. My crate has filled up, so let me swap them out right quick. This is our fifth full crate tonight of mostly pre-owned vintage stuff. That's really good. We had pretty much no new vinyl tonight except those couple pre-orders. So been selling a lot of pre-owned stuff tonight. We've had a total of what? 7, 9, almost 10 crates. So, and here we go. Let's show a couple more records. Joni Mitchell, Dog Eat Dog. Joni Mitchell's $19.99 and Jethro Tull Benefit in shrink wrap. And so far tonight, I've been very impressed. We just had a half of a crate. One of those 9 crates was a half a crate of check condition, and most of those were pretty nice too. Next is Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer Group. That's in shrink wrap, and that's another beautiful copy. $24.99. Let's find some Japanese to put up right quick. I do have a few more. The others I'll have probably for tomorrow, but I do have some pretty cool ones here. And, man. Well, I'll do a couple, maybe even we've already shown tonight, and run them again. Let's see, there's at least one in here I've ran. And then here's one I haven't ran. So let's put these up for $35 starts, okay? First is Billy Joel, the classic 52nd Street. I think we've already sold one of these tonight. I usually have a few. This is the last one that I'm aware of. $35 start. There's the insert. There's the original on her sleeve. Billy Joel, $35 start. Nice, beautiful Japanese pressing. And Journey captured. Now, this is really cool. It's a 2 LP, also near mint minus and pristine. Japanese pressing. There's one. There's the inner sleeve. There's the second disc. There's the other inner sleeve. And then there is the Japanese inserts, okay? And Journey is going to go up for a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have next in here JoJo Gun, Jumping the Gun. JoJo Gun is $9.99. Nielsen by Schmilson, Lime and the Coconut, $19.99. And we have Joe Walsh, Barnstorm. Fantastic Joe Walsh album. Don't talk about it enough. $19.99 for Barnstorm. And we have the Beatles, Let It Be, a Los Angeles press, an original, Let It Be, $39.99. Phil and Ronnie and the Dead Wax. Very clean copy there of the Beatles. Next is Into Jazz. Yeah, there's everything tagged for tonight. All the records that was tagged for tonight are sold except Bob Dylan. He's the only auction that did not sell tonight. An OG Mono VG Plus and American Graffiti. Those are the only two records so far tonight that have not sold. Everything else is gone. And there's no more except Japanese and 45s. Michael Ruttman on Joe Walsh, Adam Bernardi second, and Mike Torres on Beatles. And that's sold to Mike Torres, okay? And those back two auctions are $35 starts. That is a Japanese original captured, $35 start, New Mint Minus and pristine, and even including the cover. And then Billy Joel's also a $35 start. Next auction is the New York Loose. BITCH, the New York Loose. It even comes with a sticker from the New Orleans collection. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Yeah, both auctions in the back are Japanese pressings. Beautiful copies. $35 start. Next is Inger Laurie and Motel Shootout. Another from the New Orleans batch. That's a $5 start. We have Johnny Winter, Still Alive and Well. Johnny Winter is $19.99. Savoy Brown featuring Ken Simmons, Wire Fire. That's pretty cool. Savoy Brown on London. I don't think I've seen that one as often. Wire Fire, $19.99. Argent, this is all together now with Hold Your Head Up. Argent is $19.99. That's an original press. John Mayall, Jazz Blues Fusion. John Mayall is $26.99. Very clean copy of that. Red Polydor. It's been stored in a Mo5 bag, just to give you an idea. Ambrosia, Life Beyond L.A. Ambrosia has a promo sticker on the front and a gold stamp promo. Ambrosia is $12.99. We have the American Breed, Bend Me, Shape Me. The American Breed is $12.99. Also, Rainbow, Down to Earth. Rainbow is $29.99. Down to Earth, Rainbow, Red Polydor label. That is very clean. And Frank Zappa, Jazz from Hell. Zappa is in shrink, $39.99. Very clean, very nice. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. Two things. I know it's getting very late for showing new arrivals because it's 11:17. So far, about half of this crate probably should have sold. We've had a couple claims, and there's no bids on any of the auctions. I think everybody's gotten really sleepy on me. I'm going to have to do something to wake everybody up for this last at least hour or two I'm going to be on here. The first thing I'm going to do is make the New York Loose a buy it now for $5. I'm going to make Igner Lore and Motel Shootout a $5 buy it now. I'm going to make Billy Joel a $35 buy it now. And I'm going to make Journey a $35 buy it now. So let me put all this stuff in new sleeves and see who wants what. Test 1, 2. Is this thing working? Anybody out there? Just checking. Making sure everybody's got really quiet, probably really sleepy. I'm guarantee there's at least some people out there that's currently sleeping and this is still on. Either their phone is on and they're asleep and they don't know what's going on right now on Earth, or it's been cast to their TV and they fell asleep on their couch and their recliner listening to me. They have no idea what's going on. I could be auctioning a Beatles Butcher cover for a $1 start and they would have slept right through it. There we have it. Those are buy it nows. First is Igner Lore. That's sold to Jim B for $5. Teresa got Loose for $5. And these are $35 buy it nows, Billy Joel and Journey. Those are now up for bids. There's a few people still hanging around. We're halfway through a new arrivals bin. There's so many great stuff in here. Laura has sent a test comment. There we have it. We have Leo Kottke. Leo Kottke's $14.99. That's one I don't see as often. Tacoma. Is that the label? Yeah, Tacoma. I guess it's called 6 and 12 string guitar. $12.99 on that. Teresa, you were second on Motel Shootout. The Beatles' first live recordings, $19.99. Nielsen's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Back to Earth, Rare Earth, $19.99. And we saw one of these earlier. Here's another, Joni Mitchell, Ladies of the Canyon. Joni Mitchell's, $24.99. Ladies of the Canyon. All right, let me grab a couple more things over here to put up for auction. I'm gonna grab, let's see, these. Gosh, is that thunder outside? All right, next thing we have is Brian James. Here's some more New Orleans pulls. Brian James, Ain't That a Shame, $5 star. And Bernard Butler, Not Alone. Bernard Butler, that's a $5 star. Back to the bin, Rod Stewart and Faces Live, Coast to Coast, Overture and Beginners. That's really nice for $34.99. Also, Mountain, Go For Your Life. That's the same Mountain that does Mississippi Queen. $14.99 for Mountain, Go For Your Life. That's in shrink wrap for $19.99. Steve Winwood, Back in the High Life. Steve Winwood, very clean, has an original MoFi, or I should say, archival sleeve. $19.99 for Back in the High Life. Very clean, Steve Winwood. Also, we have John Cougar Mellencamp. That's $19.99. Jeff Beck Group, $19.99 for Jeff Beck Group. Yellow Epic label, that's very nice. Also, Mountain Climbing. Speaking of Mississippi Queen, that's the original there. By the way, the OG record of this is a hot cut. It's such a loud record, mastered by Lee Holko, which, you know, worked with Bob Ludwig and some of the mastering, like for those same albums, Sterling Sound. Nat King Cole, Tell Me All About Yourself. That's a cool cover. Nat King Cole is $9.99. Roxy Music Avalon is $19.99. Shades of Deep Purple, $34.99. Very clean record, Shades of Deep Purple. Also, we have the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $34.99. Bernard Butler and Brian James are $5 buy it nows. I also have the Allman Brothers at the Fillmore. This is a non-gatefold. This is a red Polydor early 80s press, near mint minus, EX++, $34.99. Leo, that was Leo Kottke back here. This is sold to Jetstream, thank you. And we have Richard Sawe on the Beatles. Richard Sawe gets the Beatles. Right here, first live recordings. David Hoy on BB for Bernard Butler for $5. And we have a $25 offer on Bob Dylan. I guess I better take it to generate something here in these last few moments, making sure everybody's awake. Billy Joel, 35, Journey, 35. Bob Dylan's being sold for 25, and I still got American Graffiti for 35. 2 LP soundtrack. We got 3 no-bid Japanese. Next is William Drugovich on Brian James. He gets that for $5. How much are the Mountains? Both of them, I think, were this one. Yeah, they're both $19.99 each. $19.99 each. We have Blue Oyster Cult, $29.99. Did I get the Beatles Butcher for $10? You did. I'm going to write on a sticky note Beatles Butcher cover, and I'm going to still sell it to you for $10, and I'll sign it. He wants the Hollywood Bowl record. You got it. So put back that one and sell him the Hollywood Bowl record. And then it was a 64 mono original, VG Plus, yeah. And now we have Teresa, you're late on James, and General Public 5, okay? And then Chuck Haley says he claimed American Breed. That was Bend Me, Shape Me. All right, so let me just run down what just happened there. Jetstream got Leo Kottke. Richard Sawe got Beatles at Hollywood Bowl. David Hoy got Bernard Butler. William Drugovich got Brian James. Hiram Mountains are $19.99 each. Teresa, you were late on James. Michael Butler put General Public for $5. Now, what was that? General Public $5. Was that a record from earlier? This one right here. This is sold to Michael Butler for $5. General Public. That is sold to him for $5. Next is Bob Dylan, Planet Waves, $24.99. What year is the Nat King Cole? Probably like early 60s. He's got his golf clubs and his Mistrom pops. 60s label. Yeah, this is an early mid-60s record. Very cool. What a cover. Very 60-ish there. Look at his sweater. He's got that phone. Look at his golf clubs back there. His pops. Very cool. That's what my house looks like. Pops and golf clubs. $19.99. I don't have a pop in my house. Deep Purple Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, $29.99. Also, Asia Alpha is $19.99. Blondie Eat to the Beat is $24.99. Atlanta Rhythm Section, $9.99. Samuel Kopich is in on Nat King Cole. That is sold to Samuel. Marshall Crenshaw is $9.99. There is some writing right there on the cover. Ian Matthews is $9.99. And music from the Apple film, Son of Dracula, starring Harry Nelson and Ringo Starr, $24.99. It's got a really cool flip open cover here. Son of Dracula. Very cool gimmick cover is what they call that. It's a top loader. Should be on Apple. Rapple. It's on Rapple. And that is $24.99. All right. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with me at least through that crate. Now, it's $11.24. These are sticker price. You got a chance to get them. If not, when I show these again tomorrow at the right time, at least half of this crate is going to sell, possibly 2/3 of it. Way too many great records still left in there. That's high grade. Dracula sold to Teresa Brookshire. First, the records that I have left, 1, 2, let's see. So those were 7, 7, 5, 5, 5, and 5. What if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, $18, $3 a piece for those there that didn't sell. $18 if you want to get those. Now, let's go ahead and get into some discount stuff, okay? So $11.25. I'm going to try to find, I'm going to start doing discount stuff, miscellaneous, maybe some cassettes at Straight Buy It Now, more 45s at Straight Buy It Now, etc., okay? So there's a bundle there on those. You won't see those again until tomorrow, possibly. I'd love for somebody to get those for $18. But first, let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. And here we go. We'll put these last two Bernard Butlers together. So these are our next auction. Bernard Butler. Let's put both of these up together for $7. We had them earlier. We had one we just sold earlier for $5. Both of those for $7. This is Benjamin Orr Stars, Laurel, Gruppo Sportivo, Zodiac Mind Warp, and the promo Bruce Springsteen. So those were everywhere from 5 or 7, 7, 5, 5, 5, and 5. Now $3 each if you buy them all. And now the Bernard Butler's at 7 and 7. Okay, so let me do a little bit of, not too much cleaning, but just a little bit of organization here. And let's do some discount, miscellaneous, buy it nows, etc. Okay? First, there's an empty box. That was full of 45s when I started tonight. Now it's empty. Just want to show y'all what you've done to me. You have emptied my soul. All those are done. Let's grab this box and bring it a little bit closer to me now. Where's that other box? Okay, it's back here behind me. So all right. Stars is on black vinyl. Let's see what we got here. First, before I bring over a new crate, David Bowie, Let's Dance, $6.99. Cassette. Live Cream, Volume 2. Awesome track listing. Beautiful 8-track. $6.99 on Cream. Leslie West of Mountain, a solo album. $6.99 for that 8-track. Argent, All Together Now with Hold Your Head Up. We just had that LP in here. $6.99 on the 8-track. Fleetwood Mac, self-titled. $6.99 on that 8-track. Eagles, One of These Nights. That's $6.99 on that 8-track. And then we got Big Brother and the Holding Company with Janis Joplin. That's their first album. And Pearl by Janis Joplin. Those are really cool 8-tracks there. $6.99 each on those. And we got Steely Dan, Royal Scam. And that's also $6.99. So all those are $6.99 each. 8 tracks. Those are available. And so is the David Bowie Let's Dance cassette. And don't forget, I still got Eric Gales for $7 and Clapton for $7. So those are still available. Put those back there. Final call to get a bid on Bernard Butler. Both of those being sold together for $7. Okay, now what was the last crate? Let me figure out what I can do here. David Hoy, I'm going to go ahead and sell you both of these for $7. I'm going to go ahead and sell you both of those for $7. You bought the other one, and I'm going to go ahead and sell those to you. All right. I don't know if these are having demand. I got blank VHS tapes. I'm about to figure out what they sell for. I'm sure they have some kind of value. And I got a bunch of blank cassette tapes. I was thinking if Michael Rudolph was watching, he'd be all over the 8-tracks there. A new format we hadn't had. He might have already went to sleep on me. All right, let me get all these blank cassettes out. I haven't seen anybody really request the cassettes. We have a few buyers. Sometimes they go to bed. I do have some here, though, that I'll show that I wouldn't auction anyway, that I'll go ahead and show. I've got a ton of blank cassettes here, which I guess are still being made. All right. Let's see here. Pam Murray on the Fleetwood Mac. Let's sell that one to Pam Murray for $6.99. Thank you, Pam. That's sold to you. Fleetwood Mac self-titled. All right, and then here's some more $6.99. Wishing Well, Terrence Trent D'Arby, TTB. Morris Day, Fishnet. Bram Chakowski, I'm the One That's Leaving. Holly and the Italians, Just for Tonight. And Morris Day, The Oak Tree. Those are $6.99. Bundled in on the cassettes. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 35. 5 each for the remaining ones to Michael Rudolph, as long as he says sold. Okay? As long as he says sold. I was going to try to find some more for you, but that's what I found so far. And then Teresa wants TTD. That's sold to Teresa for $6.99. Thank you. And then Michael sold on the rest of the 8-tracks for $35. These are all still available for $6.99 each. And then, okay, I'm about to make a final decision over here on some cassettes. What will be auctioned and what is available for buy it now. My final decisions. Because I have a feeling we might end up doing some bundling to Mr. Rudolph if they don't get claimed now. I've got some here that I don't know what they are. I've got some here that need to be auctioned. I got some here that I'll set aside for later, okay? Let's see. That's sealed. Here's Sealed Deep Purple, Book of Taliesin. Sealed Deep Purple, $6.99. auction, auction. Danny Gatton, Joey Francisco, Relentless. $6.99 on Danny Gatton. There's another deep purple. No $10 on that. We'll do deep purple self-titled for $6.99. The best of deep purple for $6.99. Lonnie Brooks is sealed. Yeah, Lonnie Brooks is sealed for $6.99. Auction. We already sold one of these tonight. Sealed prints for $6.99. And this is sealed. Shadow King, Lou Graham, Bruce Turgan, Vivian Campbell. That's sealed of hype. $6.99 on those. Okay. These next 4 here, I'm going to put in my auction stack either for later tonight, most likely for tomorrow. Let's see here. Most of the rest of these are probably auctioned. Here's a few more buy it nows. And then we're probably going to do some buy it now best offer records, okay? We have Lou Reed, New York for $6.99. Merry Christmas, New Kids on the Block. And Johnny Copeland. These are all $6.99. William Dragovich wants Deep Purple, The Book of Taliesin. That's sold for $6.99. Sealed. And Roy McIlroy. Oh, yeah, I know. I said earlier I was on the edge of my seat for 5 hours watching that. So these are all available. Danny Gatton, Deep Purple, Lonnie Brooks, Prince, Shadow King, Lou Reed, New Kids on the Block, Johnny Copeland. And those are all available for $6.99 if anybody wants them. I think the rest of the box, Susie gets Prince for $6.99. Think that Prince was sealed, by the way. Very worthy of being auctioned later. All right, let's try to do some buy it now best offering. I'm going to try to do my best to either go through the best leftover crate from tonight, maybe one of the first bins we went through, or a crate that hadn't been shown in a while that has hopefully some really good stuff in it. So with that being said, let me try to condense a couple of these and get that done. Let me put these in here. Need to get a refund on those seam splits. Now, Michael Rudolph, if you're watching, the Bundle King, Michael Rudolph. All right. I'm in the mood for bundling. Oh. Which crate was shown first tonight? Not that one. Maybe this one. Yeah, I'm willing to read through this crate. I think this was the first crate we showed tonight, combined with another crate, and I'm willing to read through it. It's from tonight, but it's one of the first crates. So if we can read through this, I'll go ahead and take offers on these, okay? So let's do it. Whoop. Let's do it. So there's been some stuff from earlier tonight. Oh, as soon as I pop all my bones back into place. I don't kind of like this camera angle. It looks like Paul changed it a little bit. First of all, this glare, I'm going to fix that first thing tonight when the show's over. Glare's been pretty brutal. It's because my camera's not, it's not where it normally is. We've got a new contraption, so it's not where it normally is to begin with, and now we're trying our best to figure out how this works, but I got to take out some bulbs tonight. Or I'll have Tanner do it in the morning. That sounds better, doesn't it? All right, so these are going to be buy it now or best offer. Going to try my best to get everybody woke up. It is late. It seems early, though. Cool in the Gang in the heart. So these were already shown tonight. A rare opportunity for buy it now best offer. If not, they're going to be shown again tomorrow or in the group or somewhere. So take advantage. Cool in the Gang in the heart. VG Plus $9.99. We got Krupa and Rich, an original 56 mono. Gene Krupa and Buddy Rich, VG condition, $24.99. And one more time, that was an original 1956 mono, VG condition, $24.99. The Sound of Jazz, CBS television with Count Basie, Billie Holiday. I think this was actually some sort of TV program at some point. And this is the music from that with Basie and Billie Holiday. A 58 US mono, EX edition, $17.99 on that. Axe by Randy Bachman, VG Plus $14.99. Covers and shrink wrap. Orange RCA label, that is VG Plus $14.99. Cool in the Gang, $6.99, and Buddy, $18. Krupa, $18. So here's what I'll do. I'll take $6.99 for Cool in the Gang if you want to buy the rest of the cassettes that I have left from the night at $5 each. So that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. How could you go wrong? Not only am I going to discount Cool in the Gang, but I'm going to discount all these cassettes here for you by $33. So you're saving a lot of money, Michael Rudolph. Teresa gets Buddy. She was first on that for $18. Let's go ahead and sell this to Michael for $6.99, and hopefully he'll say sold on my bundle. Tony Motola joins the Guitar Underground, VG Plus $9.99. And we have Miriam Makeba. That's EX $12.99 for Miriam Makeba. Grover Washington Jr. come morning. Grover Washington Jr. VG $9.99. So the first thing I'm going to do is take this batch of sold stuff to the back. There's this batch of sold stuff. Let's take it back here to the back, and then his cassette bundle so we don't have any spillover. We don't want that to happen. And then let's take this bundle in there. This is a buy it now best offer bin. Thank you on the bundle. Now we just got a few things left. I'm going to spread them back there in the back, try to get them sold before I try anything else. All righty, here we go. So, John Hurley delivers One More Hallelujah. This is EX edition, $9.99. Harper and Row, VG $9.99. Harper and Row, it's on World Pacific label, VG $9.99. Also, the Chick Corea Bill Evans sessions, Stan Getz, Gatefold 2 LP, EX edition $17.99. Al Stewart Year of the Cat MoFi VG Plus $29.99, and a profile of Gary Mulligan. A mono copy, Gary Mulligan, VG Plus $12.99, Black Mercury, sealed stuff never shown. That would be a question from Laura. I don't know if that stuff's accessible anymore or not. I really don't know. These are now best offer. Our last no bids. American Graffiti 35, and these were just shown too late. They would have already sold, but Journey's 35 and Billy Joel's 35. Japanese, Japanese, Japanese. Everything's near mint minus and pristine. We got Adam Bernardi on Stan Jets. Let's sell him that for $17.99. Al Stewart 20. You know what? Somebody earlier tonight, it was Randy Klein. He offered $25, and I said, right now, they're sticker price. So Rod Bryan, $25 on that. If not, I bet if I reach out to him, he said he'll take it. But if you want it, it's yours. And then we have Gary Mulligan sold to Jared Inc. for $8. Also, Eddie Money playing for keeps. Eddie Money's VG Plus, $9.99. VG Plus $9.99. And Jeff Beck Group, Rough and Ready, VG $9.99 for Jeff Beck. We're going through a buy it now or best offer bin. How was the Masters? It's like you walk back in time. Nobody has phones. Everybody's focused, watching golf, enjoying the unbelievable, surreal landscape of Augusta National Golf Club. It doesn't look real. You're like, where am I? Am I really here? Pinch me. I must be dreaming kind of deal. All right, let's find a couple more 45s to throw up. Let's see what I got here. 45s to throw up. I think I've got a couple New Orleans deals here that hadn't been shown yet. Let's see what we can do here. And the first one is Mouse, Zen, and the Cheese Bites. That's a $5 start. Imperial Surfers. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Imperial Surfers. That's a $5 start. Okay, so Al Stewart, Rod Bryan, you hadn't said pass, but Adam says he'll want it if you do. And then 87, 5, and sticker. Okay, that's wild. So, Melissa, it's yours, but it will be sticker price. If not, Alan, you can have it for sticker price. If not, it's Susie for sticker price. Next is ZZ Top Afterburner, VG Condition, $14.99. VG $14.99. Imperial has a bid for $5. Chris offered $25 for Journey. Melissa passes on Imperial. So next is Alan if he wants it for full price. And then Mouse, and then this, and then that. Wow, lots of bidding all of a sudden. Blood Rock 2 is in shrink wrap. VG Plus $14.99. It does have cover damage. First, we had a question. Track listing on Journey. There's a bunch on here. This is a 2LP live Japanese Journey album captured. This has Too Late, Dixie Highway, Feeling That Way, Ooh, Anytime That You Want Me, Majestic, Where Were You, Just the Same Way You Love Me, Line of Fire, When the Lights Go Down in the City. That was just one disc. Here's the other disc. We have Do You Recall, Walks Like a Lady, La Doodah. Also Lovin', Touchin', Squeezin', Wheel in the Sky, Keeps on Turning. Any Way You Want It, That's the Way You Need It. And then The Party's Over. That's what they closed with. That is a $35 buy it now. We do have an offer on the board. Alan Hagan says he will take it as sticker. Now, here's what the bids that came in. We got Mouse and Imperial. Imperial 5, Imperial 5. Mouse 5. Todd Saw got ZZ Top. Michael Peevler, you were second. Todd's already grabbed that. Imperial 6, Imperial 7. Next is Deep Purple Machine Head. VG Condition, $16.99. This is a classic album. I've already went over that. And it has the lyric poster with it, Smoke on the Water. He's passing at this at $25. So, Adam Bernardi, you get Al Stewart for $25. Thank you. That's so do you. Unless Randy Klein's watching it, he still wants it, but I don't think he is. EX $17.99. This is BG's Cucumber Castle. That's why when we go through new arrivals, if you're watching, I'm like, well, it's sticker price. Or, you never know, tonight, tomorrow, I might discount it for $25. Hopefully you're watching. If you're not watching, you may miss out. I think that's why some people go ahead and grab it at sticker price. Some people's willing to take the gamble of waiting. Next is Todd Saw on Deep Purple Machine Head. Now Imperial's a 7, but we're going to go ahead and sell Teresa Mouse for 5. Now, Todd, also let me know if you want Journey, because we do have an offer for 25. I'm not saying I'm going to take 25, but I just want to let you know there is an offer for 25 on Journey. So just letting you know. Richard Pryor, this is VG Plus $16.99. The Best of Martin Mull, no hits, 4 errors. VG Plus $9.99. Eddie Money, Life for the Taking. Eddie Money's VG Plus $9.99. Imperial 8, now Imperial 9. We have Alvin Lee, 10 Years After, VG Condition $9.99. Let's grab another single over here from this New Orleans batch and see what we come up with. This one is going to go up for a $5 start. It's the Ranch Girls and the Ragtime Wranglers. This is going to go up for a $5 start. This is the Ranch Girls and the Ragtime Wranglers. $5 start. That's now up for bid. Imperials 8, 7, 9, and then Eddie for 7. Life for the Taking. We also have Moody Blues, VG Plus $9.99. Long Distance Voyager, Moody Blues. And we have Blood Rock Passage, EX Condition, $17.99. Blood Rock Passage, EX Condition, $17.99. I was giving it a chance, but no other bids came in on Eddie Money. So let's go ahead and sell that to Melissa Bailey for $7. Thank you, Melissa Bailey. That's so to you. Now we have another offer on Journey for $30. Todd's out. So Chris Ridlings, that's what I was going to counter at. So, Chris, if you want Journey, it's yours for 30. If not, Michael Peevler says he'll take it for 30. So that's kind of the deal on that one right now. And then we still got American Graffiti, more American Graffiti, and Billy Joe if anybody wants that. Michael Rudolph on Moody Blues for $6.99. That's sold. Steve Martin, a wild and crazy guy. Steve Martin, VG Plus, $9.99. We also have Van Morrison Wavelength, EX, $32.99 if anybody's interested in that. It does have the original on her sleeve. The Imperials are still getting bids, 11, now 12. David Crosby, if I could only remember my name, VG Condition, $19.99. Ranch has a bid for 6 with William Drugovich. Patty Smith Group Easter, that's VG $12.99. And Lou Reed Street Hassle. Lou Reed is in VG Plus condition, $24.99 for old Lou Reed Street Hassle there. So Chris, Journey's yours if you want it. He said pass. So Michael Peevler, you get Journey for $30. Thank you. That's sold to you for $30. Now, here's what's next. Chad's got to stretch his leg right quick. It's in a bind. Okay. Ranch 7, Imperial 13. Chris X on SM. That's Steve Martin. Michael, I've already sold it. Susie on Patty Smith. Susie, I'm pretty positive that's the same one you put back earlier. I think. Is it not? I could have swore you've already bought that once tonight. Or was it a different one? No, maybe you bought a different one. I know you put back one earlier. And then Imperial out and Ranch out. All right, so Teresa gets Imperial for 13. Teresa gets Ranch for 7. So those are both sold. Still waiting for offers on those two. How about we grab a couple more New Orleans singles? Here we go. First thing we have here is, give me 1 second. These are two stuck together here. Dang it. All right, so what we're going to do is I've got 3 records here that have really glossy covers that have got stuck together. They're stuck together. I'm sure the discs are fine. Yeah, if you can get to them, you can. So there are 3 records that are stuck together. Bundle. B for bundle. $5 start. We can see the Ricardos. Who's the other one? The Ricardos. The Fathoms on red vinyl. And Jeannie Walker. And Hardworking Frig A Go-Go. Frig A Go-Go is the group. So that's a bundle. You can still play them. And then this one's fine by itself, the Nitros. It is a little bit of a tear there. I had a couple stuck together. I was able to get them apart somewhat okay. And that's a $5 start. Okay? And then Susie did get Patty Smith. Okay. American Graffiti sold to Jason Short for $25. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in this bin before we go to something else? If not, here's what's left. Or here is what's left. The Sound of Jazz, Randy Botman, Tony Mottola, Mary McKeeba, Grover Washington, John Hurley, Harper and Rowe, Jeff Beck, Blood Rock, Bee Gees, Richard Pryor, Martin Mull, 10 Years After, Blood Rock, David Crosby, Van Morrison, and Lou Reed. The bundle is at 6, 7, and the Nitros is at 5 and 6. We got William and Teresa throwing some punches again. You might as well have said they've entered the ring. We got New Orleans singles to bet on, folks. They are about to throw some punches. Pow, boom, bang, bang. Pow. All right. I didn't even look through the box of 45s John brought. Top 40 stuff, picture sleeves. Wow. Cool stuff. All right, let's find another crate to go through. How many's in the bundle? There's 3 records in the bundle. Yeah. You can separate them. It's going to mess up the covers, but you can separate them. They're just really glossy. And that was new stuff for tonight. Let me move that over here. Wow, so I think what I say, they had 9 crates for tonight. I think everything left is in 4 crates, which is about right. Chris X says he wants to put back Steve Martin. Okay. I was actually, if you hadn't have bought that, since you're putting it back, I was going to do a comedy bundle. What were these priced? 17, 10, and 10. I was going to do these for $21 if anybody wants these for $7 a piece. I was going to do this comedy bundle. That would be $10 off Richard Pryor and $3 each off the others. So $16 on that. $16 on the comedy bundle, or $16 off on the comedy bundle, $21 for those three, 7, 7, and 7. Since he's putting that one back. I was actually about to offer that, so let's put those in there. We've emptied another crate. That's good. I need all the space I can. All right, let's try to find another crate to go through. We'll keep going, keep going. And Jim B says he'll take the comedy bundle. So those are sold to Jim B for 7, 7, and 7. Y'all can laugh and laugh and laugh now, or at least Jim B can. Let's do some buy it now, best offer stuff here. Maybe we can find a lower crate here. I will greatly entertain offers on these. If not, then you're going to make me very mad. I'm going to turn green and start ripping this store apart. Okay, so I would start buying records. Unless you want to see me turn green, get very mad and start ripping this store apart, now's the time to buy records. Jim B passes on the comedy bundle. That's only a $3,000 putback fee. So let's give it to Adam Bernardi. Adam, those are sold to you for 7, 7, and 7. Jim, the $5,000, $100,000, $1 million putback fee, the $10 million putback fee will be applied to your invoice, okay? First thing we have is Widespread Panic, Snake Oil King. Widespread Panic is sealed, $19.99. This is new and sealed, $19.99. These are new and sealed. Lower crate here, sealed lower crate here, whatever I just said. And we have Lamont Dozier, Love and Beauty, Record Store Day, sealed, blue vinyl, $24.99. Julian Baker, this is called Little Oblivious. Julian Baker is sealed for $19.99. Teresa wants a widespread. Teresa wants a Teresa gets a Widespread Panic. Next, we have Nitros. This is sold to Teresa for $11. What about the bundle? William, you're out on the bundle. She has that for $13. Also, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 copies of DMAs. How Many Dreams? DMAs is unopened, $29.99. 1, 2, 3 copies of Brett Taylor, Kentucky Blue. Those are new and sealed, $19.99, produced by Sturgill Simpson. We have AA Bondi, When the Devil's Loose, sealed for $14.99. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 copies of AA Bondi, When the Devil's Loose. Let's go ahead and put up another New Orleans single. This is the Fresh-O-Matics. The Fresh-O-Matics is going to go up for a $5 start. That's up for bid. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. Yep, buy it now or best offer bin. I've got 3 copies of Modern Life is War. That's a hardcore album on red vinyl. $19.99 on that. Also, Mercyland, We Never Lost a Single Game. Those are sealed for $19.99. Now the bundle's at $15. This is Justin Townes Earl, Yuma, on gold vinyl. Justin Townes Earl is sealed, $19.99. Kaleo, Surface Sounds. Kaleo is sealed on white vinyl for $19.99. Sunny Day Real Estate, Diary, on pearl vinyl and Essential Emo record, sealed, $29.99. And we have another Kaleo, and we have Roxy Music, a Steven Wilson remix on clear vinyl, just $29.99. So some great titles in there, everything new and sealed, and it's at an opportunity where you can make an offer, O-O-F-E-R, offer. Bundles at $16.17. Fresh-O-Matics, 1 bid, final call for $5. Susie wants a Kaleo, sold to Susie. And then Susie got one at sticker price. Here's what I'll do. Melissa, if you'll do one for $17, if you'll do one for $17, Melissa, I'll sell Susie hers for 17 and you one for 17. Okay, 17 and 17. And then Susie said she wants both. There's actually 3. So Susie may take one for 17, another one for 17, and hopefully Melissa one for 17. So Melissa got one, and then Susie gets one for 17. Next is Roxy Music 23, and then an offer for 20. Teresa was first. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to her for 23. We have Sunny Day Real Estate Price. Thomas Clark, it's sealed for $29.99. I'm going to say pending to you, but there is an offer for $20. And now the bundle's at 18. Now the bundle's at 20. And then the Fresh-O-Matics. The Fresh-O-Matics is sold to Teresa for 5. Are they all the same? Yeah, that's 3 copies of the same record, Susie. 3 copies of the same record. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything here? William's out on the bundle. So these 3 stuck together records is sold to Teresa for 20. Let's go ahead and put up 2 New Orleans auctions right quick. Let's grab this one. And then let's grab this one. These are going to go up for $5 starts. Here's the modern sounds of the others. About My Town and Give Me Love. $5 start on that. And then Right On, Buried Alive and Love. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Thomas said he'll do 25 on Sunny Day Real Estate. That's sold to Thomas for $25. Now, does anybody want a Kaleo? I've reduced those for $17 on white vinyl. And then here's what's left. Kaleo Surface Sounds, Justin Townes Earl, Mercyland, Modern Life is War, A.A. Bondi, Britt Taylor, DMAs, Julian Baker, Lamont Dozier, and One Widespread Panic. Let's grab another crate like that. Great stuff as usual. Stuff Laura marked a while back, and now it's an opportunity to be bought at BINBO. That means you can go ahead and buy it now, or you can make a best offer. Not your lowest offer, your best offer. Okay, that's a big difference. We need your best offer. Guy I used to buy sports cards from, I'd say, what's your absolute lowest price? And then he would tell me, and then I would still make an offer for less. But, you know, that's just me. I was usually buying to resell, so, you know. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's go through another one like that. Let's try to get a bunch. I still hadn't put a single one of these on Discogs yet. My new MacBook doesn't have an adapter for my scanner, and I can list these so fast on Discogs. I just got to get a scanner adapter, a USB. These new MacBooks don't have USBs on them anymore. So, Michael Rudolph said he'll take that Les Kaleo for 17. Surprised no one else got that last Widespread Panic. These have bids now already. We got others at 7, and we got Ride at 5. And here's the first thing in here. This is Maggie Rogers, Heard It in a Past Life. Maggie Rogers is sealed for $24.99. We got a few of those. This is Chris Ledoux, the Wyoming Cowboy. His collection, his greatest hits. Those are $29.99. We got 2 of them. Kendrick Lamar. This is sealed for $34.99 to Pimp a Butterfly. That's bizarre seeing that in there. And then we have Serum Life, Rage Redmond. I'm not sure how that's supposed to be read, but it's on red vinyl, sealed for $29.99. Also, this is Little Uzi Vert, Pink Tape. Uzi Vert is sealed for $34.99. There is a note from Laura. Laura loves this song, Just Wanna Rock, sealed for $34.99. How about Olivia Rodrigo, Sour? The picture disc is $34.99. Todd Saw wants a Chris Ledoux. I was about to say, I don't know if those need a further discount. We sell the heck out of his stuff. That's sold to Todd Saw. The others is at $8, $8, and $9. What about Right On? Teresa's the only bidder on that. Let's go ahead and sell that to Teresa for $5. Next New Orleans single is going to go up right now for a $5 start. Ooh, this has got a cool cover. Look at this one. Mad 3 on blue vinyl. Attack of the Mad Vicar. That's going to go up for a $5 start. We got Teresa Brookshire on Olivia Rodrigo. That's sold to you. And then Justin Garrett on LUV. LUV was, so Ledoux, maybe? No. What was LUV, or did it already get grabbed? Wise Blood. I've got 3 copies of Wise Blood and In Darkness, Hearts Aglow. That's sealed for $29.99. Wise Blood. The Lemon Twigs, Songs for the General Public. The Lemon Twigs is sealed for $24.99. Mad 3 has bids for 5 and 5 and now 6. The others is at 10 and 10. Teresa has it. Lil Uzi. Lil Uzi Vert. LUV. Thank you. That's so to you, Justin, for $34.99. Appreciate that. Next, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 copies. We've had this album in different forms. This is Haim, Women in Music Part 3, sealed for $24.99. Also, we have 2 copies here of Everything I Know About Love, Laffy. Laffy is sealed, $34.99. Modern Vocal Jazz, very good on cream-colored vinyl. That was the notes from Laura. Also, we only have 1 copy here of Tony Bennett and Lady Gaga, sealed for $34.99. John Dodd says Wise Blood for $20. Let's see what I have here. I got 3 copies here. $20 on these, $29.99. John, I'm going to do an old-fashioned $2 bump here for you. $2 bump, $22, and I'll sell you not only one, I'll sell you all that you want for $22. Sorry, I'm having to stretch right quick. Where's the Vlotter checks at? They didn't do a generator check. I just squatted down here almost on the floor because my leg was like, Chad, I got to go down for a second. And I've looked at the generator, and we're at 13%. So let me plug this up while I'm down here on the floor almost. Oh, my gosh. Robert's like, oops, sorry. We almost went off air there. You got 1 job, Robert. John Dodd on Wise Blood for $22. I got 2 more and 1 more Chris Ledoux. I'm a feeling Melissa's going to want it. Melissa, that's sold to you for $29.99. And Greg, we've already sold Richard Pryor. All those are gone. Mads at 10, Mads at 11, Mads at 13. What about the others? This is sold. So we had Rod Bryan and Teresa tied. Rod hasn't made a move yet. It's still at 10. Thin Lizzy's the Jailbreak, Vinyl Me Please. This is actually already sold. We have a big waiting list for these. The rest will be in later this week. But that's the Jailbreak for $36.99. I need to go ahead and actually figure out who's next on the list. I ordered 20 more or 15 more. We got about 9 people on a waiting list, though. Cody Jinks, Change the Game, $24.99 on that. It's on smoke-colored vinyl, Cody Jinks. Also, Ghostface Killah, Ghost Files. Ghostface Killah is sealed for $29.99. Lord, Pure Heroin. Lord is sealed for $29.99. And there's another. Who has the others? Rod does. He just bid 11. Y'all had been tied forever. Now Mads at 14. Teresa, it's back to you. And we have 3 copies here of Liturgy, 93696, sealed on clear vinyl, $24.99. And RKS, Rainbow Kitten Surprise. This is sealed for $24.99. Put me down on Thin Lizzy Jailbreak. Okay, how about I go ahead and just give you this one? I'll go ahead and just give you this one because everybody that's on a list is for sure getting one. And if anybody else wants on that list, that way it's not too confusing. I'll just go ahead and give this to Todd. I know for sure they've already shipped them to me. And that way, whenever they come in, we won't have to worry about that, okay? So I'll go ahead and give that to you. Now Mads at 15, Lord for $22. Sell that to Stephen Riley for $22. And does anybody else want a Lord Pure Heroin for $22.99? All right, some great titles in there. Surprised some of that's still left. Now, we never did get an offer here on Maggie Rogers or Kendrick Lamar or that one. We sold one of these already at Sticker, Little Uzi Vert. Still got a Lemon Twig, still got the Haims. I'll get these down because I think we've got more in a different bin. I don't know a lot about this, but I'm going to mark them down to $14.99. They're sealed. Haim, Women in Music Part 3. I'll mark those down to $14.99. $14.99. Greg Beddinger is not watching live. Greg's on the wrong part right here. All right, Lord sold for $22. And that is sold to Teresa for $22. Robert Vloterchek for $22. David Hoy offered $26 for Laffy. Let's sell that to David Hoy for $26. Natasha wants a Haim for $14.99. I've got 4 more left if anybody else wants one. Mad is at 15 with Teresa, and the others is at 13, and Teresa, you've been outbid. Rod Bryan has this for 13. Now Teresa's at 14, okay? So there's another Lofty if anybody wants one for $26. Richard Group says he'll take a Haim for $14.99. Those are brand new sealed records. I mean, that's probably like $10 or $12. My guess is below like a wholesale cost to a dealer. There's 3 more if anybody else wants one. Tony Bennett, Lady Gaga. Don't hesitate to make offers. I'm probably going to sell it to you if it's reasonable. $34.99. Wise Blood, I've already discounted one to $22. There's 2 more left if anybody else wants one. And then we had Cody Jinks. I'll go ahead and do that for $19.99. It's marked $24.99. Ghostface Killer was $29, make offer. Liturgy was $24, make offer. And then Rainbow Kitten Surprise, $24. We'll go ahead and sell Mad. Mad is sold to Teresa for $15. David Hoy says he'll take the other Lofty as well for $26. He says give him 2 of them. So that's sold to him as well for $26. Jim B says he'll take 2 Ghostface Killers for $20 and $20. Since you're buying 2, I'll go ahead and do that. Excuse me, that's Ghostface Killer. Killer. Trina said $24 on the Tony Bennett Lady Gaga. Sold $24. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything? See how easy that is? I'm making deals. Plus, there's some stuff still in there that's already been discounted that's left behind, like Wise Blood. And I think something else. But first, here's our next New Orleans single. Top 10. I think that's the name of the band. Top 10. $5 start on that. Natasha was going to take Tony Bennett at $24. Excuse me. That was an offer. I've already sold it. Ada Bernardi wants a Haim. That's $14.99 on Haim. We have 2 more of those left. Who else wants one? Haim. Does anybody know anything about Haim? I think the other one we got more somewhere else, and I'm pretty sure Laura left a note, maybe even information, or maybe even a note saying she approved or liked them or something. I don't really remember, but it kind of is back there in the back of my head as maybe. I'm about to go through another crate like that. I'm trying to figure out what I did with that last crate because I'm almost can condense them. Okay? Can't do better on Little Easy. Well, I've already sold one for $34. If you buy the other 2 for $30 and $30, I'll change his for $30. But right now, I'm going to keep them at $34. And then, yeah, Tony Bennett, Lady Gaga's gone. Top 10's a $5 start. The others is still getting bids. We still got Little Easy Vert, Rainbow Kitten Surprise, Liturgy, Cody Jinks, Wise Blood. 2 copies of Haim left at $14 each. Lemon Twigs. I'm not for sure actually who this is. I know Ray Sermond is one of them, and Serum Life. They possibly could be Ken. And then Kendrick Lamar. It's kind of like the same kind of name, Serum Life, and Ray Sermond. And then Maggie Rogers. It sounds like they got very similar rap names, so I don't know. Possibly. Could be. All right, let's put this in here, and let's grab another crate. I like going through this lore stuff because sometimes there's 5 copies of something, and we can sell 5 after we discount them. Boom, 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 boom. That's really fun. All right, well, now my decision to pick the next one is going to be a tough decision, but we're probably going to go through both anyway. That's got stuff in it I don't recall showing too much. So let's go through it. Let's go through it. Another BINBO crate. $34.99 on Kendrick. Top 10 is a no bid, so that's a $5 buy it now. And the others is on black vinyl. The others is on black vinyl. All right, let's grab another New Orleans single before we start this crate. Laura has sent me pictures of tonight's auctions, or tomorrow's auctions. This is a sealed record from the New Orleans collection. The Return of the Sun Demons. That's going to go up for a $5 start. We got Billy Joel, the only LP auction that did not sell tonight. Billy Joel's a $35 start. Everything in this bin is new and sealed, buy it now or best offer. Charge GBH, the best of live, sealed for $19.99. Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight, remastered, analog, sealed, $24.99. Sealed Cheap Trick. This is a buy it now best offer. Rock Nation, ROCNATION, a written testimony, sealed for $24.99. We have 2 of those. And The Garden, The Garden, sealed $24.99. One of Laura's favorite groups. Laura loves The Garden, $24.99. Sun Demons has a bid for $5. The others is sold to Rod Bryan for $17. Thank you, Rod. That's sold to you. And then this is Chelsea, faster, cheaper, and better looking. Chelsea is sealed on white vinyl for $19.99. Chelsea. Let's go ahead and put up some new singles. This is, where's my New Orleans stuff? The Tantrums. Somebody had a note on the front of it, said, great. All the way and kicking and screaming. The Tantrums is a $5 start. Sun Demons 5.6. How much was Cheap Trick? Cheap Trick was sealed, $24.99. This is a buy it now or best offer bin. Also got 2 copies of Lou Reed Transformer, a 50th anniversary Record Store Day Essential, white vinyl for $29.99, Lou Reed. Also, Main Skin. This is called Titro Dira Volume 1. That's sealed for $29.99. And we have Ride, Going Blank Again. Ride is sealed for $34.99. We got 2 copies of Ride. Teresa offered $14 for Charge GBH. That's sold to Teresa for $14. Sun Demon 7. Tantrum 5. Jim B wants Serum Life for $20. I don't know if I'm saying that right. He said he'll take both of them if I sell them both of them for $20 and $20. Sold to Jim B, $20 and $20. Tantrum 5. Lou Reed 23. Cheap Trick 17. I love all these offers rolling in. Lou Reed sold to Teresa for $23. Tantrum 6. Adam Bernardi gets Cheap Trick for $17. And then John Dodd on Main Skin for $22. You got it. All right, so that's all sold. My crate's almost full over here, but let's keep going. Rod's got a lot of information on the sticker. This is Rod's second album, completed with Sunshine Melodies and a Clear Bold production by Alan Moulder, originally released in 1992. Combating the British press monster in response to many critics, Rod returned with delivered with a shoegaze classic, newly diverse release, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, this is shoegaze. I remember somebody saying that earlier. That's like epic, must-have shoegaze type. $34.99. Phil Ott takes that other Lou Reed, and that price was $23. So, nice pickup there. Phil Ott getting the other Lou Reed for $23. Sun Demons 8. Demons 8 again. Tantrums at 7. Let's go ahead and sell Susie that Cody Jinks from the last crate. And that Cody Jinks was sold to Susie for $19.99. Let's grab it. Let's find it. Let's sell that to Susie. Now my crate's really full. So sell that to Susie for $19.99. Cody Jinks. And now let me swap out crates. Oh. And let's try to fill up another one before we call tonight. We might do it with this lower crate stuff. Then the new vinyl tends to take up a little bit more space in the crates, but it's also typically higher price stuff. A lot of stuff typically over $15. Vintage takes up less space, but sometimes we start discounting vintage records. Sometimes we get down where the half-off bins, there's a lot of $5 records, which is nothing wrong with that, right? Also, it looks like my mic's about to die, so let me go ahead and swap that out as well. Give me 1 second. It's flashing red over here. I like this new indicator. It lets me know. I'm going to change mics. All right, let's keep going through this buy it now best offer bin. So this is all buy it now or best offer. This is Declan McKenna, What Happened to the Beach, yellow vinyl, $19.99. We have an offer on Chelsea for $12. I'll do that one for $14. I think the first night we showed those, I had like 5 of them, and we sold several at sticker price. That might be the wrong record, but I'll do 14 on that one, $2 bump, and it's yours. Tyler Childers is sealed for $24.99. Demons 9, Tantrum 9, Chelsea 12. That was an offer. And then Tantrum 10 and Demon 10. Next is Laffy, another Laffy, typical of me. Laffy is sealed for $24.99. I've got 2 of those. Also, I have Roddy Rich. Please excuse me for being antisocial. That is sealed for $29.99. Also, we have Sometimes I Might Be Introvert, Little Sims. That is sealed for $24.99. Natasha takes to Chelsea for $14. That's sold to Natasha. I have 2 Little Sims there. Also, Heretic Pride, the Mountain Goats. That's sealed for $19.99. Gaslight Anthem, the 59 sound, sealed for $24.99. So the Sun Demons is at 11 with William Dragovich. And now Tantrums is at 12 of William Dragovich. And Robert just went out on Demons, but it looks like Teresa's not done. So we'll see what happens. Next is Waxahachie, Tiger's Blood. That is sealed for $24.99. Waxahachie. I've got 3 copies of that. Also, Fantasy M83. That is sealed for $29.99. And Rex Orange County, Because You Will Never Be Free, sealed for $29.99. Gaslight Anthem for $20. I will sell you one of those Ron Duffield for $20. Does anybody else want one for $20? I have 2 more left for $20. Also, Madonna, new and sealed like a virgin, $29.99. 180 gram, her 1984 album. Also has Material Girl. And we have Always, Blue Rev. Those are unopened for $24.99. And Danko Jones, A Rock Supreme. Danko Jones, unopened, $24.99. So they're still bidding on Tantrum. They're still bidding on Demon. They're going back and forth. The box and ring is on fire tonight. All right, let's read those one more time. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to stretch against this wall. I did probably overextend myself lifting weights last night. Oh my gosh. It's starting to set in. Yep. Oh, it's starting to set in. It wasn't too bad today, but it's starting to hit. It's starting to hit 24 hours, and then probably tomorrow, y'all are going to hear me really complaining. So go ahead and get ready. I'm going to be really complaining tomorrow. Gaslight Anthem, this is sold as well to Natasha for $20. Tantrum and Demon still getting bids. Let's read through these one more time, see what's left, see if anybody wants to make an offer. Or maybe there's something left. There's 1 copy that's already been discounted. All right, first, we got a question on Danko Jones. Danko is on ice blue vinyl, yes. The Sultans of Swagger return with 11 top shelf testings, the power of the almighty riff, $24.99. So Demon is at 14 with Teresa, and as of this moment, Tantrum is at 16 with William Dragovich. We still got Rock Nation for $24.99. The Garden for $24.99. Ride was $34.99. 2 copies of D-Clan McClenna for $19.99. Tyler Childers still available for $24. Laffy was $24. Also, Roddy Rich, sealed for $29. Little Sims, Heretic Pride, Waxahachie, M83 Fantasy, Rex Orange County. We sold 2, I keep wanting to say Gaslight for $20. There's 1 left. Madonna's $29 and Always. And then Chris said he'll do $17 on the Danko Jones. Let's go ahead and sell it to you. That's sold to you for $17. Thank you. And now they're still bidding on those 245s. I'm going to set this crate over here. Let's go ahead and get another one. Go through those fast. I'll keep going. I think I've got a few more over here. I had a section kind of over here tucked away of some stuff from Laura. We went through maybe 1 or 2 times, and we hadn't shown it in a while. I'm trying to knock out some of this and see what's left over here. There's this obtrusive box of, oh, this is a great one. Oh my gosh. Let's go through this one. This appears to be a great one. It's got great stuff in it. Fantastic stuff. Some say possibly the best stuff. All right, so Tan, Demons, Danko, Rod, Tanko, Mad. All right, so Madonna, Trina, I'll sell you Madonna for $22. $22 on a Madonna, and then Rod for $27 with Phil Lott. I'll go ahead and sell you a Rod. That's a fair price, and if anybody else wants one, let me know. $27 on Rod. There's one left. That one sold to Phil Lott. 19 on Madonna. Madonna was marked 29. Also those for 22. D-Clan and Laffy bundle. All right. So let's pull an old D-Clan and let's pull a Laffy. And I'll do those for 15, $10 off and 20, so 35. So 15 and 20, $35. I'll put them right back here. And then we have a Madonna sold for 22 and another Madonna sold for 22. So both Madonnas are sold. Trina Long for 22 and Jason Short for 22. Those are sold and sold. Let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer, all sealed. First thing we have is Elbow Flying Dream 1. Elbow is sealed on green vinyl, $19.99. Also, we have Talking Heads, Say What? On blue vinyl, sealed, just $24.99 for Talking Heads on blue vinyl. One copy here of Rex Orange County, Because You Will Never Be Free. That is sealed for $19.99. I feel like we just had a couple of those. We did. Here's this one. So if anybody wants it, I'm going to put it over here with the others. Yep. Or is this a different version? I don't know. We got them priced vastly differently. I don't know. Those may be different. Are they different SKUs? No. Boy, I don't know what the variants in those are, but we have a couple of those priced differently. All right. Natasha said she'll take these. So does anybody want that last Laffy, David Hoy, for $20? And then D-Clan McKenna for $15. So sell those to Natasha for $20 and $15. Demon $16. Tantrum Out, and then Talking Heads. I'm thinking 20 on Talking Heads. Phil Lott said he'll take one. Chris, you can have the last one for 20 if you want it. Now, what about Sun Demons? Teresa 16. Technically, William hadn't set out on that, but he is done on Tantrums, and we'll go ahead and sell that to Teresa for 17, okay? If Chris, if you pass on Talking Heads, Oso wants one. Totally up to you. And now Demons at 17. Pink Floyd, More, $24.99. Pink Floyd Remaster. I've only got one, the soundtrack for More. How about Avett Brothers, True Sadness? The Avett Brothers is sealed for $29.99. And Nate Smith, Kinfolk 2, See the Birds. Nate Smith is sealed for $24.99. Chris said he'll take the other Talking Heads for $20. So Mr. Oso, that puts you third in line. Let's go ahead and grab another New Orleans auction. This is called Suffa. What? This is a $5 star. Suffa Cox. $5 star. The tracks are Nazi Mother, Pumpkin Girl, and Aeroplane. $5 star. That looks very odd there. First thing we have is Pink Floyd at 18, Demon 18. I also have Off With Their Heads, Be Good. Off With Their Heads is sealed for $19.99. Is that a real picture? A beach there right next to a nuclear cooling station? A nuclear power plant? Wow. And then Martha and the Vandellas Dance Party. Great Motown record here. $19.99, Nowhere to Run, Dancing in the Streets. $19.99, that's new and sealed. And REM. This is REM, Collapse Into Now. The final 2011 studio album with Patti Smith, Eddie Vedder. That is sealed for $29.99. Demon is sold to Teresa for $18. We'll go ahead and sell her Pink Floyd for $18 as well. I also have Gazpacho. This is Missa Troops. Gazpacho is sealed for $19.99. And Punch Brothers, All Ashore, sealed for $19.99. Punch Brothers. One more record, Pool Kids. Pool Kids is unopened, $14.99. So what do we have on REM? We have REM at $29.99. If I can sell all four of them, I'll do them for $22. I know Leslie will take one for $22. She was going to pay $30. John's good for $22. Patrick for $22. One more person on REM for $22. One more person there for $22. Who wants it? Surely somebody out there needs an REM, and that's Teresa. So REMs are sold out. Here's our next auction. Suffa is a final call to Teresa for $5 as well. Here's our next New Orleans single, Larry and the Left-Handed. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Interesting cover there. So all these are sold for $22 each. Leslie gets an automatic discount for $22. John Dodd gets one for $22. Patrick Fu gets one for $22. And Teresa gets one for $22. Trina Long in on 19 on the Martha and the Vandellas for $19. Richard, you were 5th on REM, only had 4. Trina gets Martha and the Vandellas for $19. I've got 3 copies here of Black Country New Road. I think, I was about to say, this is an album Laura had me order before. It has the track Sunglasses on it. It's sealed for $19.99. We also have Knocked Loose. This is on clear and mint. Wow, a 5-heart rating from Laura. Laura loves Knocked Loose. You can tell we're right in the middle of a Laura crate. Mint with clear splatter, $29.99. And we have You're Welcome, A Day to Remember. This is sealed on red vinyl for $19.99. Suffa is sold for $5 to Teresa. Robert has Larry and the Left-Handed for $5. That's going once, going twice. That's going once, going twice. That's going once, going twice. And now the next auction is the Guillotines. The Guillotines. The Guillotines, I think is how that's read. $5 start on that. Next is Knocked Loose for $20 a day. And what do we have on Knocked Loose? $29.99. And then a day 16, a day 15. How many of these do I have? I have 2 for $16 each. Let's give one to Melissa for $16, one to Natasha for $16. And Jim B, I will sell you Knocked Loose if you take both of them at $22 each. If you take both of them at $22 each. And then we have Larry and the Left-Handed, the Guillotines. Now, Susie said, REM, bill me, give to Leslie. Now, does that mean that you want to pay for the REM record and send it to Leslie for no charge? Actually, Leslie picks up, so we don't even have to ship it. Spock's Beard, the Oblivion Particle. This is sealed Prague for $34.99. That is sealed for $34.99. Spock's Beard, transparent green, solid white and black, mixed colored vinyl, $34.99. Larry and the Left-Handed is sold to Robert Warner for $5. Final call to get a bid on the Guillotines for $5. Teresa's in at $5. Jim B takes Knocked Loose for $22 and $22. And we have Kodak Black, Dying to Live. Kodak Black is sealed for $29.99. Kodak Black, we got 4 of those. Now, let's go ahead and put up another auction. So make sure Susie pays for Leslie's REM, but Leslie gets it for $0, if that makes sense. I think they can figure that out. I'll leave all that up to them. Next here is Steve Hooker and the STs. Steve Hooker and the STs, Alligator Boogie. $5 start on that. Next in here is Steven Wilson, the Harmony Codex Reimagined, Remixed and Reimagined. Steven Wilson, $34.99, and 3 copies of Noah Kahan, Stick Season. These are $34.99. They retail for almost, I think MSRP on those are like $47. I can probably look it up right quick, but that's not bad. Noah Kahan, $34.99 right now for a brand new sealed copy. Just saying. Just saying, not bad at all for Noah Kahan. Let me look that up, actually, because we don't have these in the store. People buy this album quite often in the store, so very popular new artist, newer artist, new artist, whatever. Newer. I'm going to look them up because that's already, I might just take those up front and put them in the whack. Yeah, mine, I'm showing here $46.98. That's like the MSRP. And if I wanted to order one, yeah, I'm going to keep these at $34. Unless somebody ends up buying all 3 of them, I might do a little less. So, all right, very cool. Anybody else want anything in here? Teresa has both 45s for $5 and $5. Let's read through those again. That was another great crate. Maybe I can produce another one like that. Let's keep going. First thing I have here left is Elbow Flying Dream 1. Elbow is sealed for $19.99. The Avett Brothers, sealed, $29.99. Noah Kahan's on black vinyl, yes. Kate Smith, Kinfolk 2. Kate Smith is $24.99. Off with Their Heads, Be Good. That was sealed for $19.99. Gazpacho was sealed for $19.99. The Punch Brothers sealed for $19.99. Killer Bluegrass is the note from Laura. Killer Bluegrass. Pool Kids, that's Math Rock, unopened, $14.99. Black Country, New Road, that's sealed for $19.99. 3 of those. Spock's Beard is on transparent green, solid white, and black mixed. It doesn't say anything about a CD. At least not on the cover, but it's sealed, so I really can't tell you. Spock's Beard is on colored vinyl, though, $34.99. These are sold to Teresa for $5 and $5. Let's get some more up. Kodak Black is still available. Those are sealed for $29.99. Steven Wilson still available, and Noah Kahn, Stick Season, for $34.99. It's been amazing how many great, fantastic deals we've handed out from all this new sealed stuff we've been selling, especially compared to MSRP and wholesale prices. Here's our next singles. Another Larry and the Left-Handed, and whatever this is right here. 2 more New Orleans. First thing we have is Larry and the Left-Handed. $5 start. Now up for bid. Is that in a plastic sleeve? Yeah, it's in a plastic sleeve. I bet that's why the vinyl kind of has a weird color to it. I bet because it's been in a non-PVC. See what happens? Those kind of plastics. See how it kind of has a weird sheen to it? And then we have Beechwood Sparks. Beechwood Sparks. Once We Were Teens, Wake Up Little Susie. 5 on that. Richard Group says Gazpacho, 14. Sell this to Richard Group for 14. Pool Kids, 8. Pool Kids, 10. Spock is sold for 27. Larry, 5. Larry, 5. Anybody else want anything in there? You can be my guest of honor. We just got to make sure Jim B says sold on Pool Kids for $10. Let me put these over here with the other crate. Does anybody else want a Gazpacho for $14? Jim B says he'll take Pool Kids for $10. Larry has bids for 5, 5, 6, and 6. Okay. I got all that gone through. Let's grab another one. Here we go. Nice. Excellent. Yes. I need to post some of this in the group after we filter through some more of it tonight. All right, here we go. Rob Fordham, Gazpacho. All right. So to Rob Fordham, thank you. Here we go. First 2 records I have in here is Cool Keith and the MC Homeless. Mushrooms and Acid. A 2024 Record Store Day. Sealed, $24.99. Aaron Jones, Child of the State. That is sealed for $24.99. Babe Ruth, First Base. Babe Ruth, it's a limited edition 1000 on red vinyl. Babe Ruth, great prog album, numbered, music on vinyl, red vinyl, $39.99. Beechwood didn't get a bid. It's a, right? Yeah. No bid on Beechwood. It's a $5 buy it now. Larry and the Left-Handed's a 10. The Avett Brothers, produced by Rick Rubin. I think this one's called that. And it's on blue vinyl, $29.99. We have 5 of those. 5 Avett Brothers. Also, Elbow, The Takeoff and the Landing of Everything. Elbow is sealed for $29.99. The Doors, L.A. Woman, sealed for $29.99. The Doors, Toxic Reasons, Killed by Remote Control, a 2023 gray vinyl. That's a remaster, hardcore album, $29.99. And Times of Grace. That is sealed, a 2021 white vinyl, a metalcore album, $24.99 on Times of Grace. $24.99 on that. Also, Cool Keith, a music on vinyl press. Black Elvis, Lost in Space. That's unopened MOV for $39.99. And check this out, Billy Strings Live, Volume 1, an indie exclusive on blue vinyl. Billy Strings. Let's try to get some of this stuff sold here. Wow. Sealed, $44.99. I was about to say, that probably wasn't, probably even from Discogs too cheap of a record there, Billy Strings. All right, the first thing I'm going to do is see how many people need a new sealed Avett Brothers for just $25 on blue vinyl. It also includes a 32-page lyric chapbook. Illustrations by Scott Avett. It's on light blue vinyl. Avett Brothers marked down already from $29.99 to $25. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. 5 of them. I just need 5 people to say AB, Avett Brothers, or AV for Avett. And I'll sell those to you. First thing I'm going to do is take a drink of water, because I desperately need it. I think that's like my 4th bottle tonight. Aaron Jones, $14. That is something I cannot do. I will take 20 for it. It's marked $24.99, new and sealed. Okay, next thing I have is our next New Orleans single. Larry and the Left-Handed is now at 13 with Teresa. And Williams out, so I think we're done on that one. And then we have the Money Spiders. Ooh, this one's got some damage to it. I'm going to wait on that one, actually. Babe Ruth is a music on vinyl press. Let's see here. It should show up as European because it's MOV. It's numbered. It's not a remaster. No, it's just a music on vinyl. Larry and the Left-Handed is sold to Teresa for $13. Let's grab a couple more auctions. That one was damaged, the one I just grabbed. So let me grab Plan B, different one here. Supercharger and the Brian Jonestown Massacre. So Supercharger, don't mess me up. That's a $5 start. And we have the Brian Jonestown Massacre for $5. The other discount I was going to go ahead and offer is the Doors for just $25. LA Woman. The Doors, $25, new and sealed. There's Babe Ruth if anybody wants to make an offer. The Billy Strings is marked $44.99. Blue vinyl, $44.99. 2 LP Billy Strings. Okay. And then we have Old Crow Medicine Show. I've got several of these. Paint This Town, sealed on clear vinyl for $24.99. And Bella Fleck, My Bluegrass Heart. Bella Fleck is sealed for $29.99. Sealed Bella Fleck, My Bluegrass Heart. Those are available. I figured by now we would have cleaned out the Avett Brothers at that price, but they're still lingering. Maybe if we get one person bought in, the whole family will join in. That's what we need, the whole family to join in. If not, then Chad's about to turn into the Hulk and get very mad. Give me 1 second. I'm checking on something here. I was going to check on Billy Strings. I was trying to get logged into Discogs. Let's see here. Yeah, these are pretty good records. I mean, like, this is a pretty good album. $44.99 is very fair. Just went ahead and double check that. All right. Okay. We have, next comment was Brian 5, Supercharger 5, Brian 5. The Babe Ruth record was right here. New sealed music on vinyl, first base. Limited to 1,000 on red vinyl, $39.99. Last Lofty for $18. Well, I really don't want to do that since I've already sold one for $20 to her. Unless somebody's already bought it. Did somebody already buy it? Are you sure somebody didn't already buy that? Yeah, since I already sold one, because that kind of situation, I have to keep the last one at $20. Okay, and then the next comment is AB for Avery Brothers. Well, we've sold one to Rob for $25. Okay, and then Leslie said she'd do $20, $45 on that. So that would be like selling this for $25 and that for $20. So sell Leslie one of those for $25 and this for $20. That works out fine. Now, Mass, is it Avery or Avett? Trying to hear through your accent. The Avett brothers. The Avett brothers. A-V-E-T-T. The Avett brothers. Brian 7, Brian 8, Brian 9. What about Supercharger? Did it just have one bid with Teresa? It did. This is sold to Teresa for $5. Now, the offers on Babe Ruth are $20, $28, and it's going to take $30 to buy Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth first base is $30. So we have an offer for $20, and we have an offer for $28. We have an offer for $20, and we have an offer for $28. This is a limited edition, numbered. Right now, the cheapest you can get one, and this one's presumed open, in the great United States of America is $50 and $70. So they're listed for $50 and $70. That's the only two available in the United States. And then the last couple sold was 51, 50, 38, 64, and 35. That goes back to a year ago. And this one's also brand new, unopened. So $30 is the price on that one. The cheapest you can get one right now is $50. And we know for sure this one's brand new. So here are the current offers on that. It's Todd's if he wants it for $30. If not, it's Jim B's for $30. And then if not, it's Dale's for $30. Todd says he'll take it for $30. He originally asked for it and made the first offer. So he had dibs. Now, Brian has sold to William Drugovich for $9. Natasha wants an Avett Brothers for $25. And now, the Brian's Jonetown's already sold. Now we have the following. The Avett Brothers. Let's start from the beginning there. We've sold 3. Now there's 2 left for $25 and $25. I also had Cool Keith and the MC Homeless. Also have Elbow, Toxic Reasons, Times of Grace, Cool Keith. Billy Strings is still available for $44.99. It's new. It's on indie exclusive blue vinyl. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. We have Aaron Jones. That was sealed for $24.99. The Door, which I already told somebody I would do $20 on it. The Doors, I've already said I would do that for $25. And then Old Crow Medicine Show. There's 3 copies here if anybody wants one for $20. And Bella Fleck, My Bluegrass Heart. That is sealed for $29.99. Next couple auctions are going to go up for 1 and then 2. And this is going to go up right now. We have Mount McKinley's. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Mount McKinley's, that's a $5 start. And the Frantic 5 play the Quinita. That's the Frantic 5 and the Mount McKinley's. $5 start on that. All right, so let's go back to the top. And Brian Jonestown. Oh, Jim B did ask earlier. Brian Jonestown Massacre is called Convertible and Their Majesty's Second Request. The Brian Jonestown Massacre. Jim B had asked me already what the title of this was. Now it's a final call to William Dragovich for $9. Now, William, that is a final call to you for $9. Okay? How much is the first Cool Keith? And this is a final call for, this is $39.99. Mount has a bid for $5 and Frantic for $5. Now, technically, we got 3 auctions up. Brian's Jonestown Massacre is $9. Jim's trying to see if he can help pay some of his lot bill this month. He's doing some research right quick. $9 on that. William Dragovich is hoping Jim B don't need to pay his lot bill this month, so he can go ahead and have it. We're about to find out. Anybody else want anything in here? Jim B has bid 15 on Brian Jonestown's Massacre. Sounds like he needs to pay his lot bill this month. William Drugovich, you've been outbid. The high bid on Brian Jonestown Massacre is now $15. Todd Saw wants an Old Crow Medicine Show. This is sold to Todd Saw for $20. I still got another one of those if anybody wants one. Okay. Oh my gosh. No wonder. Look at this. Jim B does not want anybody else to see this right now. This is like a $1,000 record. No wonder, everybody, he's still bidding on it. William Drugovich is $16. That one almost slept through the gaps. I was like, that's a big jump from Jim B. He showed all of his cards too early. $20 on that. Boy, you can't get one of those right now for less than a couple of $1,000. Now it's at 20 with Jim B. Next thing we have is, what was the next question? It was another one with Steven, the other one with MC Homeless. This one back here. This one back here. This one back here is sealed $24.99. Cool Keith and MC Homeless. Yeah, $24.99. All right, now what about these other two here? Frantic is at 6, and the McKinleys 5. And I was about to veto Jim B and say his comment didn't come in, but then I scrolled up and see he asked 2 other times what the title was. Probably because he's like, holy moly, a new Ferrari's about to slip right through my hands. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in there? Okay. If not, we might can go ahead and show another bin. I will sell this to Stephen Riley for 18. Does anybody else want one? Does anybody else want one? They're only $18. Oh, my arms are very sore. If not, I'm going to put this crate behind me. We're going to take it to the past, and I'm going to go ahead and show another one. Another one, and then another one, then another one, then another one, then another one. Oh, Craig must have went to bed. Craig Thomas, you still watching? I hadn't seen his name in a while. Holy moly. Okay. No problem. Frantic 9. What about the Mount McKinley's? Teresa's the only bidder on that one, so that's sold for $5. All right. And now, let's go through another buy it now best offer bin. This should be a good one, okay? Let's sell some more vinyl. We love vinyl. We love high quality music. That's why we're all watching right now at almost 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Central Time. First thing I have is what? This is Charlie Bliss Forever. Charlie Bliss is sealed on clear vinyl, $19.99. Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal. Purple Vinyl, Black Label Society, Zach Wild, $34.99. The Essential, the best of Stevie Ray Vaughan, sealed for $29.99. The Black Lips Sing in a World That's Fallen Apart, sealed, red vinyl, $24.99. Wow, already several great titles in there. Include, the best of Stevie Ray Vaughan. Brian Jonestown Massacre, $26. Frantics at 9, Frantics at 10. They're still battling over those 245s. I've got Kurt Vile, Smoke for My Halo. This is sealed with a note from Laura. Laura loves Kurt Vile, a 2-heart rating. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, Trouble Is 25. Kenny Wayne Shepherd is sealed for $34.99. And Genesis, Wind and Weathering. Genesis is sealed for $19.99. And Courtney Barnett, sometimes I sit and think, and sometimes I just sit. Courtney Barnett is sealed for $19.99. And Sasami Squeeze, boy, that's a scary cover. That is sealed Killer Indy 1999. And let me go ahead and put that right there. Now, here's what I'm going to do in case somebody is shy of making offers. The first thing I'm going to do is offer you the best of Stevie Ray Vaughan, a 2LP, fantastic compilation for $25. I've got 3 of them available. That is Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble, 2LP compilation. You get Pride and Joy and Texas Flood and Couldn't Stand the Weather and Say What and Little Wing and Crossfire, Long Way From Home, the Vaughan Brothers, $25. How could you say no? Let me look at him. He's like, come on. Come on. Do it. Do it. There's 3 of them. Frantic 11, Frantic 12. We have an offer on Genesis for $14. This is going to be an absolute steal for Patrick Fu for $14, but he got it. Richard Group takes a Stevie Ray Vaughan. He did it. He did it. Just like I asked everybody to do it. Richard Group has done it. Now I need somebody else to did it. If the other Oak Crow Medicine Show is available, I'll take it. There was 2 more left, actually, but I will sell you an additional one for $20, okay? Frantics at 11, Frantics at 12, now Frantics at 13. Brian Jonestown Massacres at 31 with Jim B. We're not done. We also have Capone and Norwegia, The War Report, limited edition 2LP blue and red vinyl, sealed for $34.99. I've got 2 copies of Winona, Tell Me Why. Winona Judd is on red vinyl. That's sealed for $24.99. And Cali Uchis, this is sealed on silver vinyl for $29.99. Brian Jonestown's at 35. The Frantic 5 is at 13 with Teresa. We're not done yet. We also have 2 copies of Rush, All the World's a Stage, unopened for $44.99. Rush, sealed, remastered, 2LP. This is a buy it now best offer, Ben. Don't hesitate. Oak Crow have Carried Me Back to Virginia. No, that's not on this album. I have 1 left for $20 if anybody wants it. Brian Jonestown Massacre, sold to William Drugovich for $35. Now they're battling over Frantic. Now it's at 13. Now it's at 14. Now it's at 15. They're frantically bidding over Frantic right now. Let's pull another New Orleans single. That was a good one. I think I got about 20 more over here of the same record. I'm joking. I wish. Let's do another quick pull here and put this up for a $5 start, okay? First, Frantic 14, Frantic 15. We have a $5 start here. This is up for bid, and this is called Shutdown 66. Shutdown 66, $5 start on that. Frantic 14, Frantic 15. William also out on Frantic. Frantic sold to Teresa for $15. No Old Crow Medicine Show wagon wheel on that. However, wherever my leftover new vinyl on sale is, wherever my crate of leftover on sale new vinyl, I think we had 1 Oak Crow Medicine Show left, which had wagon wheel on it. It's somewhere around here. It's the last of the new vinyl we had marked down. If y'all remember that crate I had, it was our last of the new vinyl that was on sale. I don't know where those have gone to. Are they right here? Nope, that's new stuff. But that wagon wheel song is, that was first time on vinyl. So wherever that crate is, that's a first time on vinyl deal. I think I have one around here somewhere. Should be a crate of the last new vinyl left from this week's sale. I just don't know where it is. We have restacked and repacked. But I should have one around here somewhere for $24.99. Okay? Shutdown 66 is a $5 start. Marca, Beating Grave, something, direct-to-disc recording. The Hawkins, the Hikawis. That's a bizarre one there. Rush, Taylor Swift, Fearless, sealed, just $24.99. THS ODP, that is sealed on pink vinyl for $14.99. Also, Eric Johansson, Below Sea Level, that's sealed for $19.99. A few of those. Gazpacho Demon, sealed $19.99. Gazpacho. Also, the Soft Pink Truth, sealed, left field electronic, $14.99. Yola, this is Stand Up For Myself. Yola's on pink vinyl for $19.99. What's the Kali Uchis album I mentioned? It's called, boy, I don't know, Orquídeas, Orquídeas. It's on silver vinyl, $29.99. Justin says he'll take an Ocro Medicine Show for $25 if I find it. Yeah, somewhere around here is last week's remaining new vinyl. So, yeah, it's got to be close, but I won't forget if it pops up. Justin Garrett. Let's make a note, though. If anything, we'll make a note so I can put it into my laptop. Okay, my laptop. All right, what's the next single here? We got Los Patacomas and the Los Pataconas. The theme from Spider-Man, Los Patacomas. $5 start on that. And shutdowns at $6. And Todd says if there's another wagon wheel left, he'll take it. All right, I'll be on the lookout for those. Back here behind me is a wall of vinyl. A lot of it's from last week. I'm working over here, going through a new section. Shutdowns at 7. We have Stone Sour, Hydrograd. Stone Sour is sealed for $39.99. And then who was this here? We got 2 copies of Sufjan Stevens. Javelin on yellow vinyl for $19.99. And Black Train Jack, no reward. That's unopened for $24.99. All right, I'm going to try to do a bundle unlike any other bundle. So here's tonight is the stuff that hadn't sold. Everything from Beechwood Sparks to Top 10, Morris Day, Holly and the Italians, Bram Tchaikovsky, Morris Day, Bruce Springsteen promo, Zodiac Mind Warp, Gruppo Sportivo, Laurel, Stars, and Benjamin Orr. And that would be a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. $25 bundle for those unsold singles there from tonight. $25 for those unsold singles. Shut has a bid for 8. Actually, Robert, you came in first on that one. Teresa tied you. So actually, you have shut down 66 for 8. Teresa's out. And then Teresa has Spider for 5. So we have a problem. All 3 people have set out on shutdown. But technically, it's Robert's for 8 if you still want it. And then the Los Pachamatanos or whichever is at 5 of Teresa. And Tio said he'll take this bundle for $25. You got it. So there's no 45s left from the night that have been shown at all. No cassettes left from the night. No 8-tracks. And the only poor record left is Billy Joel. I'll go ahead and do $10 off right now. We sold one already tonight for $35. $25 on Billy Joel. And this is going to be sold to somebody. Robert said he'll take it for 8. Okay. And then this is sold to Teresa for 5. Does anybody have any final requests, questions, or anything? Want to see something again? We almost filled up the 7th crate for tonight, full. I'm going to try to discount myself some stuff in here to see who's still paying attention. First thing was we already discounted Stevie Ray Vaughan for $25. There's 2 left. Also, I have 2 copies of 1919 Eternal. I've been selling the heck out of these for $39.99. I've got 2 copies here. They're sealed on purple vinyl. Who wants those for $25? $25, $25, $25, $25. The other question was Soft Pink Theory. That's right here. That is the Soft Pink Truth, sealed, left field electronic, $14.99. Soft Pink Truth. Those are $14.99 each. Stevie Ray Vaughan was marked 30. We've already sold one for 25. I said I would take 25 of the other 2. Black Label Society, a great price at $25. If you hadn't already bought one, I feel like I've sold 100 of those, though. $25. Still got the Black Lits. We still got Kurt Vile, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Courtney Barnett, Samasai, Capone and Oreja, Winona Judd, Rush, Taylor Swift. This was THS ODP. That's the hold steady open door policy. Susie said she'll do a Kurt Vile for $19.99. They were marked 24. Does anybody else want a Kurt Vile for $19.99? Melissa Bailey takes an SRV for $25. Now there's one SRV left for $25. Also, I've got Eric Johansson, Gazpacho, Yola, Callie Uchis, Stone Sour, Sufjan Stevens, and Black Train Jack. All right. I am pretty famished. I am pretty excited about tomorrow's sale, though. Looks like we already got great auctions lined up. I know already we've got great cassettes over here lined up, and I know where all the next New Orleans records are. We've pretty much went through a whole box tonight. All the cassettes are gone, and we've sold quite a bit tonight for a Monday. With this last couple hours, we've ran into some great deals and discounts, and whatever's left, I'm going to offer it probably via video in the group tomorrow morning or tomorrow early when we start to sell, which if I do that, I at least like to post a video is what I'm trying to say. I'm talking in circles because I'm pretty famished right now. But it's been a great night. Black Train Jack. These are sealed music on vinyl presses for $24.99. There's old Babe Ruth there. Anybody have any last request? But yeah, the batch of records, those New Orleans singles this came from, we've been selling. There's several more in here. There's actually a bunch more. And then there's stuff like Elvis, like UK Elvis pressings, Sun records I think I've shown before. And then we're down to like a few scraps, like loose sleeves. Y'all know how I've bundled some of those before. A lot of stuff like the Lost Pachancanas like that don't really have picture sleeves. So, let's see what we have here. There's that, and there's that. All right, get back to the top here. Pimento cheese. I know, that's what I'm going to go eat. What was the Boo record earlier for 17? I don't recall a Boo record. Sufjan Stevens, 12. All of a sudden, offers start rolling in. Sufjan Stevens for 12. Sell this to Richard Group for $12. Does anybody else want one? $12. It was $19.99. Teresa offered 18 on Black Train. Sold. These were 25. Does anybody else want one for 18? Rush for 36. Sold. Rush for 36. They were 45. Does anybody else want one for 36? How much is Queens of Stone Age? $46.99. $46.99. Next is Oso takes the last Stevie Ray Vaughan for $25. Does Black Label Society have Wider Shade of Pale on it? Black Label Society. Wider Shade of Pale. No. I didn't know they covered that. And then Ozzy with Poster. Do you still have one? Bark at the Moon. Ozzy with Poster. Do you still have one? I'll have to see. If not, I can get you one. Ron Duffield said he would do 15 on a Black Lips. What would those mark? $24.99. Let's make that 18. I'll do those for 18. Ron Duffield. How much was Stone Sour? Those were $39.99. Black Train is a punk album. That's right. Natasha said she'd give 18 for Callie. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. Sell Callie Uchis to Natasha for $18. Sold. Now, we got Black Label Societies. I've already said I would mark those down to $25. They're going back in the bin. We just sold one Sufjan Stevens for $12. I have more if anybody else wants one. Ron Duffield, I'm going to sell him a Black Lips for $18. Now there's two left. I've already sold Teresa. This is already sold to you for, I've already sold her one for $18. There's two more left. So there's some last, like, stragglers. And then I've offered Billy Joe Japanese for $25. If not, I'm going to start it tomorrow for $25. I'll lay them right there for a second. So Black Train still left for $18. No one's made an offer yet on Soft Pink Truth. Sufjan Stevens is $12. Black Label $25. Stone Sour is $39.99. Black Lips is marked down to $18 now. Rush, a 2LP remaster, $36. Not bad. Still got Yola, Gazpacho, Eric Johansson. This was Open Door Policy, Taylor Swift, Winona Judd. That record, That record, Courtney Barnett, Kenny Wayne, Kurt Vile. I've already sold one for 20. There's 2 left. And Charlie Bliss. That was a good little surge there at the end. I'm going to make sure there's no more surges. If there's no more record surges, then I'll say going twice, going 3 times. Final call. Going twice, going 3 times. Final call. We'll do this again late again tomorrow night. Looking for my invoice. Have you looked in your email? Have you looked in your email? Ron Cantrell. Your invoice for today was sent to your email. I will do this right here. Send reminder. I'm sending it to your email address. It just sent again. I just sent it to you again. Next is TS for $20. Jessica V. Taylor Swift for $20. Jessica, you bought from us before, right? That sold you for $20. Natasha wants the last black lips for $18. Teresa just came in second. I just sold it to Natasha. And I paid 6 hours ago. Why hadn't it been shipped? Well, we have a complaint department, Jim B. I'll give you the number. It's 1-800-555-5555. And if you want to call that number, you can send in any complaints. Or you can send me an email at chad@colletco.com.net. And I will not reply to you. That's the best customer service I can offer. Teresa says she claimed black lips further up. Oh boy. So Ron Duffield said black lips 15. Teresa got one 18. My bad. Natasha, Teresa does get that other black lips for 18. Sorry, she was first. That's sold to Teresa, not Natasha. My bad. Jessica, you bought from us. She said, yep. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? I like these last second surges, like I said. How can I order a pimento cheese sandwich? You send an envelope, 101 Short Street, Lebanon, Tennessee. Or excuse me, take a white envelope, Colletco, attention Chad Williams, 101 Short Street, Lebanon, Tennessee, 37007. You stuff it completely full with $100 bills. You put it in the mail. When I get that envelope stuffed completely full of $100 bills, I will wrap you up a pimento cheese sandwich in a box, and I'll mail it to you. It doesn't have to be a certain amount of $100 bills, just an envelope stuffed with $100 bills. When I get that, I'll send you a pimento cheese sandwich. Now, you may ask yourself, Chad, can I just go to the store and for that kind of cash buy my own stuff to make pimento cheese? You could, but it wouldn't be coming from Colletco, and it wouldn't be hand prepared by Chad Williams, nor would it be Masters pimento cheese. This is real Masters pimento cheese. Oso said he would rather do vinyl. Applied your email that if someone would call me, I'd give them all my new info. Okay, that is not me. You're talking about a human being named Ed. Ed is definitely asleep right now. Ed will be back in tomorrow morning, and he will start looking into all further requests. Now, I'm just joking around with Jim B. If you do have serious customer service, that goes to Ed, okay? He's a true professional. One, I don't have time to deal with it. That's just being honest. If I had to reply to y'all's messages, y'all would never get replies and everybody would be mad and y'all wouldn't buy from us and we'd go out of business. So that's why I've hired Ed as a professional customer service manager. He takes care of all of your needs. As you know, I don't have a lot of time. I've been here for the last 8 hours. It took me, including just to get here and the time it's going to take to clean up, I live stream about 10 hours a day. For most people, that would be a full-time job, right? You will go to work usually 8 or 10 hours a day. Well, I'm just kind of getting started. I still got stuff to do after, and I still got stuff to get ready for tomorrow. So Ed takes care of me. He's a great professional at customer service because he's very intelligent, he's very calm, and he's very understanding. If you have someone in charge of customer service that's not smart, not understanding, and not caring, then that would be bad. So we got Ed. But yeah, Ed to take care of you. Anytime you're talking to anybody on Facebook or email, you're probably talking to Ed. You're definitely talking to Ed. So a lot of people even address their messages now. So I mean, I can't even keep up with texting back my own mom. She's been texting me today. She's probably mad at me, and my sister, and my brother, my aunt, a couple customers. That somehow my cell phone numbers got leaked to. And Tanner, I'm not going to reply to Seth. I don't talk to him, so I just leave him on red. Okay. But Bill Keenum, somebody will take care of you. That somebody is Ed, I promise. All righty. Am I married? No. I am very single, which I've kept it that way. Whoever would want to be with me would be very mad because they'd be like, you never spend time with me. And I'd be like, yeah, because I'm working. Oh, wow. All right. You know, dating and stuff takes up a lot of time. Could y'all imagine if I told y'all I'm not doing a sale tonight, I'm going out on a date? Because if I didn't tell y'all where I was at, everybody would be extremely curious. Where is Chad? And then if I told everybody, well, I'm not doing a sale tonight, I'm going out on a date. Could you imagine? Everybody would be extremely curious where I'm at, who I'm going out with, why isn't Chad doing the sale? So it's kind of like I've told some people before, I'm like, well, if you're going to date me, there's going to be a lot of people very curious. And then not only that, we're going to have very little time to spend together. So, oh boy, because that would be the first thing Paul or somebody would leak. Yeah, Chad's out on a date. Could you imagine? I'd have people investigating my personal life. Yeah, everybody'd want to see the live stream, want to know who she is. We have an offer. Rush and Billy Joe for $55. Sold. Rush and Billy Joe. Wow, lace night sale. TO review. That's what I like to see because the board's cleared. Yep. I know. If I told everybody I wasn't here because I was out on a date or, you know, with my wife and family, they'd be like, what? No, get back here. All right. We've sold Billy Joe. Now I know I really need to end the sale. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Good night. I am ending the stream. Almost said the company. Y'all have been great company. I hope I've been great company. I'm officially ending the sale. Good night. I'm going to go eat pimento cheese and start getting ready for tomorrow. Thank you. And if something comes in late, I'll try my best to address it. If not, I'll see y'all tomorrow at 5 o'clock-ish. That means I'm supposed to start at 5, no later than 5:30, sometime in between. Thanks, everybody. Good night. I'll see y'all then.